Stage 1, Day 2 at the Blast TV Austin Major, where already the competition is getting savage. Some thrived yesterday in their best-of-1 gauntlet, whereas others barely survived. And today, we will be bidding farewell to our first few squads. By we, I mean myself, Rose Spears, aptly joined by Pimp and Dupree. Gentlemen, banger games going down yesterday. Of course, you know, we'll put the caveat, it was best-of-1s, but we got to see some incredible action going down.
Yeah, and we got to see some of these players and some of these teams, you know, remind us what it's all about. You know, a lot of tension inside this arena or inside this studio yesterday. A lot of teams yelling at each other. A lot of teams showing exactly what it means to be playing at a major.
And it brings something special that the teams are playing head-to-head. You know, we get to get a lot of emotions going back and forth, you know, and it also brings a lot of pressure to the... And we talk pressure at this, you know, we are at the major. This is where a lot of new rookies is also coming in to prove their worth. So it was an interesting day yesterday.
Obviously, we've talked about the fact that, you know, we're back in the USA, first time in 7 years. What American things have you guys done? You guys been out and about, seen any sights, eaten some barbecue maybe?
I got a burger yesterday.
You did get a burger?
You got a burger.
I did get a burger yesterday. I might as well just say it out loud. You know, it was, you know, you got to do that when you get to to America.
It's the snack game. You know, it doesn't matter where you go. If you go into a 7-Eleven, it's an experience to be at an American 7-Eleven. There's so many different snacks, so many different variations, and I can't handle it.
The temptation is just way too much. Well, it's not just us here in the studio. Of course, the players are all the way over there, but we do have Mike ready to give us a quick little tour of it.
Go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on, that's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And if you think to yourself, you know what, I don't get enough? I don't get enough desk. I want to watch more desk. Well, you can watch it all the time now because we've got the Red Zone channel coming your way where they're going to be jumping in between the games, bringing you the biggest moments, the hypest plays, so you can keep track of absolutely everything all together, all at once. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, I got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution. But you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.
Nah, Mike, that's just the floor. That's just exactly how the floor looks behind this.
Somebody got to
set.
lift my torso, you know?
Yeah, short torso gangs rise up. Anyway, that's obviously where the action was going down yesterday and where it will be going down for the next 11 days. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday, though, because obviously that was the first best of ones that all the teams would be playing, 2 of which to be exact. So let's talk about some of maybe the more interesting games we saw going down, beginning with Complexity versus OG, one of the first games that we were covering.
I mean, on paper, it should have been the most interesting game. I think on paper, it could have and probably should have been one of those games that should have been close, Peter. But essentially what we saw was one team showing up playing Counter-Strike at a very high level and one team not showing up at all. OG absolutely demolished Complexity, and I say OG, Nikodos absolutely demolished.
We talked a lot about Nikodos yesterday, and he is the player. You know, he's also given out interviews that he has like a more like an orthodox play style where he likes to go in between playing a lot of rifle instead of playing the AWP. You know, and that definitely showed yesterday where he didn't get a single AWP kill. He did so single-handedly just owned out Complexity by playing rifle. You know, he made like a new record. We saw that like OG was actually firing on all cylinders, especially Nikodos, and the fact that they managed to clear like. In this fashion, winning it was like pure joy.
Nikodos also made HLTV make a whole goddamn article about all the different ratings from not only majors, but S-tier events. You know, we're talking about LAN events, online events, because at that point in time, I believe he actually did have the highest rating ever at a major, right? From that one game in isolation.
Sure. 308? 308
That's
in
insane.
one game. That's crazy.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Absolutely
it's
wild.
absolutely crazy. 194, you know, so far, played 2 games. Nikodos is off to a good start.
But that's 50% drop, Jacob.
I
Is that
mean,
okay?
I think I said it yesterday, inconsistency at its best, you know. He couldn't keep up the 3-0 rating, to be completely honest. You know, the fact of the matter is he was playing a beautiful game of Counter-Strike yesterday, and Complexity were playing abysmal Counter-Strike. Nobody, as in absolutely nobody from that team, put a stop to Nikodos or put a stop to OG. And they were playing so aggressive. They were constantly in the face of Complexity. I think I described it as a game of deathmatch, and guess who's the better deathmatch player on the server?
Nikodos, clearly. I think he got the best start to meta you can probably imagine. And obviously, if you look on the outside of Complexity, no one really showed up. The one that maybe showed up like the most was Junior, and that was like very not so good. So in theory, I think that Complexity, they just look flat, like super flat.
I feel like we were willing to give them, you know, a little bit of extra leeway considering the whole stand-in situation, but not that much, not a 13-3 leeway. Let's talk about Bait versus Imperial, another one of our round 1 matchups as well. Why is this a game that you are particularly inclined to be talking about?
Because we're kind of following the game and looking at the game, and we thought to ourselves, okay, Imperial, you're looking sharp, you're looking good. They got off to a good start. They were leading for the vast majority of the game, and then slowly but surely Bait fought their way back into it. And man on the top of the scoreboard, on your left side right here, NPL had an amazing 1v4 clutch that really pushed him over the finish line. And I thought that was a cool game. I had high expectations for Bait coming into the tournament. I thought Imperial were decent. We later were to find out that Imperial is now an 0-2 team, and we'll speak about that later. But they had all the opportunities in this game, Peter, to win it and close it out. But Bait said no.
I had a lot of good things to say about Bait coming into this tournament. It's a team that I believe has gone a little bit under the radar, a team that has, for most people, just been, you know, playing a lot of online games, but it's a team that has been grinding it out. They've been together for a long time. They have a good mix of experience, maybe not looking into like the broad aspect of playing a lot of Tier 1, but they have players that has played at a high level before. And obviously NPL is the one that stood out. You know, the 1v4 that he pulled off was very instrumental in their comeback. You know, the way that Imperial had played coming into the to the game was that Bait found themselves behind. They had to start mounting comeback, and I've also praised Bait for being this cold-minded team that they even if they get into a position where they feel like they're not actually playing well, they still seem to be grinding it back. And I think that is what Bait also showed yesterday, that even if they actually got off to a bad start, they managed to pull it back.
Let's talk a little bit about, well, you mentioned NPL, obviously the clutch moment that he had on this particular match. Yeah, let's wait. Next round, here we go. Talk about this one.
It's a beautiful one. It's a 1v4. He's stuck in a corner. They know where he is, but he finds the first couple of kills, and then there's no time. Even though he goes down, there's no time, no kit, no nothing. Had Imperial won that round, which they should have, it would have been 11-9. There would have been no money in the Bait camp. It would have been an Imperial victory. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it happen.
Round 2 matchups. Let's talk a little bit about Lin Vision versus Wildcard, which I didn't have as such a long, drawn-out affair. Multiple overtimes in that one as well. Tell me a little bit about your takeaways from
I think it was only fair that we highlighted the longest game of yesterday. In a sense, the most competitive game, the closest game. Very surprised by Lin Vision, I'm not going to lie. Wildcard looked extremely strong in their opening game. I believe they beat Metizport 13-1, didn't break a sweat. Whereas here, Nuke, Peter, they really had to fight for it. When you go into a game and you have to play 2-3 overtimes in order to get it done, you know that that's a game that could have gone both ways.
And I've had Lin Vision as my 0-3 pick, and so I was pleasantly surprised, and I think actually Linvision is the team from Asia that has played the best. And looking back at yesterday, and maybe that's also why Wildcard they got off to a really easy game. They won 13-1. Now, okay, we're going up against Linvision. It's an Asian team that maybe we don't expect too much out, and then all of a sudden they find themselves playing multiple overtimes and then getting pushed, pressured all the way into the.
One thing that stood out from that highlight package was Jabba as well, or Jabba, or whatever we want to call him. The fact of the matter is he had an awful lot of impact in that game. 94 ADR together with Sonic, that's impressive. But you saw the cruel moments he came in. You know, a 4K with a deagle at a very important moment. In overtime, he was firing on all cylinders as well. That's a guy we've been talking about as maybe being the next big thing coming out of North America. And if he's performing at this stage, that's a step in the right direction.
And I feel like he had like an interesting take out yesterday in his interview that said that he's more looking to grow as a person than as a player. You know, that's like an interesting take on when you're so young and you come into a tournament like this. You know, maybe he tries to maybe alleviate some of the pressure off himself. You know, he has been cemented as the guy that maybe could be the next big thing out of NA. He's playing well. You know, he's one of the reasons why Wildcard is performing. He's a guy that is very young, but I like his take that maybe he wants to see this opportunity as becoming more like. I wouldn't say like it's more like a personal growth. This is like it's a good take for me. It's a sign that he's mature and he wants to go in the right direction.
No, super mature take. I was pleasantly surprised when I was reading that. And it's like, well, yeah, it's not just like you're a player inside the server, right? It's about being a well-rounded individual and being able to grow as a person, exactly like he said. Last game we are going to be talking about from those round 2 matchups: TYLOO versus Metizport. Not looking so good for them, is it right now?
No, I kind of wanted to highlight this game, not necessarily because TYLOO played well, which they did, and they won the game more so, to illustrate what happened to Metizport yesterday.
You love a negative, don't you?
No, I don't, but also I do. Metizport didn't do anything yesterday. As I said, they lost 13-1 versus Wildcard, only powering 1 round against TYLOO as well. They got 4 rounds, I believe, which makes it a total of 5 rounds won so far at the major. Now they're 0-2, and obviously that's not nice. So for Metizport, it's as we spoke about. I think OG got off to the best possible start they could have hoped for, and Metizport got off to the worst possible start they could have hoped for. Also for TYLOO to get a win after a lackluster first showing against NRG, that was good.
I think it was good for TYLOO to get his win back. Getting some confidence back, because I feel like they also saw themselves maybe as the favorite against NRG, and then they saw them fumble against them. So getting the equalization here was important for them. Looking at Metizport getting only 5 rounds in 2 best of ones, that's dire. It's not the way. That's not the way you want your majors to start off. But I'm more like looking into a little bit of disappointment if I'm looking at Plopsky, maybe also at Hampus. It's players that has played majors before. They've played at a high level in multiple cases. They're not really showing up, and it just looks like when I'm looking at Metizport, I don't know if it's like nerves, but it seems to be like lack of decision making and also playing off each other. It just looks like they rely so much on their individuals to always get multi-frags, which doesn't really work out for them right now.
Just to go on like a slight tangent there, do you give more leeway to like rookies showing up at a major like this than the more experienced players, right? Are you willing to give them a little bit more time to kind of get used to the whole environment?
Definitely. I mean, as a player that has played so many majors, I know the feeling of when you have so much experience, people expect so much more of you. Like, it's like when you show up for the major, people expect you to just deliver, and you can literally only fail, which is hard to cope with. Whereas if you're a rookie, you go in and then you just want to do your best, and this is maybe your first major. So obviously, when you sit down as a rookie and there's no pressure, the pressure is maybe on yourself. It's not from the outside. I think that's easier to handle in some degree, because if you get off to a good start, you feel like, okay, this is just like a tournament somewhat like the other ones.
Yes.
And of course, we will look and expect more of the players that's been there before.
Let's talk about some of the rookies that we should be looking out for today, though, Jacob. We've got quite the North American derby going down over on the B stream to start off with. Not the North American player we're going to be talking about, though, right?
No, I mean, there's so many different rookies that we can highlight, so many different rookies to choose from. I think we want to go with a Dane. I think we want to go with someone who's actually been doing a good job so far, and a guy who I think is a great talent. Bro is probably a player that we have to highlight, and we have to talk about him in the sense that he's here and Astralis is not. He's here, he's doing a good job, and Astralis is not. We saw it in the game yesterday as well versus TYLOO. Had a couple of crucial moments in the game. I very much liked the interview I did with him afterwards as well. He's he's a guy that has a lot of responsibility. He even told us and gave us the insight that he was the player within the team that said, maybe we should aim for Anubis, right? He was calling in the team, saying to them, listen, I know we don't play Anubis a lot. I know our results on Anubis hasn't been that great. I have a good feeling about the map heading in against TYLOO. And I love the fact that he can come into a North American lineup and already now show that kind of responsibility. Obviously also using some of the experience that he got when he was in Astralis.
He looks confident. He looks fine in this lineup. You know, he seems to be, as you mentioned, like the whole thing that he gets into actually wants to throw like in this curveball in the veto process is something that just shows character, and which is something that he's probably picked up also from his time in Astralis. And, you know, obviously the whole idea that Bro has decided to move into NA to try and chase like other dreams it shows character, and that he's willing to work for his career and not just give up just because he was cut from Astralis.
Tanir is also another rookie that we've been talking about a hell of a lot coming into the season. I feel like it was back at Blast Bounty, right, where we kind of he was kind of put on our radar, right? How has he been stacking up in terms of, you know, maybe having a bit higher expectations on his shoulders just from what we've seen of him this season?
1.4 rating so far at the major. He's off to a good start. Very much agree. We saw him first time at the Bounty, and just for context for people at home who maybe doesn't follow Counter-Strike all the time, he wasn't even supposed to be part of Heroic's lineup. Like, he was supposed to be Nylo. They signed a player, bought a guy called Nylo, paid a lot of money for him. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, he cannot play right now or isn't playing within Heroic, and then they had to bring in Tanir, and he's just been growing and growing and growing. We also do know for context, Peter, that Son Payas is leaving, Zor is leaving. I think if you're a Heroic right now, you're putting all your bucks in Tanir. Like, that's your future star. That's the guy you're going to build the team around. You're not going to allow him to go somewhere else. I think other teams would be looking towards Tanir right now, thinking, that's a player that we want to acquire. I don't think Heroic will allow that, because that is the future of this lineup.
Yeah, man, I mean, I've been very impressed with him. You know, when we saw him the first time, we didn't expect much of him, but then he just took everyone with storm. He had a really great showing in Dallas as well. Coming into this major, you know, he's living up to the expectations that we've set. Tanir is a name that he's making a name for himself right now. And you mentioned the whole thing that maybe this is what Heroic wants to build around once they lose Son Payas and Zor. But I'm also curious to see if he actually keeps delivering like this, if there is going to be other teams that want to pursue and actually get this guy. And if he's actually, let's say there's like a top dog coming in and they want to bring him in, I'm curious to see if he's actually going to stay in Heroic. If he keeps delivering this, I'm pretty confident that he might go somewhere else.
Should we talk about another Dane, classically, of course, and another Dane who used to be on the side of Astralis. Did you already mention it, Jacob? Oh, they're not here, are they? They're not here.
The spirit is here.
It's so funny when we keep talking about the fact that, you know, Astralis is not here, but some of the ex-players are. Some of the guys who,
you're killed by the chair, man. I got killed by the chair for a second here.
Well, don't pull off an Astralis. They almost killed themselves. I think it is hilarious, you know, that some of these ex-Astralis players are making their way into the tournament. And to be completely honest, the guy that we're bringing up now has had a good tournament as well and is a great player. I don't know about you, Peter, but I do feel that if you're Astralis, you're sitting at home and you let this guy go, you let that guy go, you must feel quite horrendous about it.
Definitely. I mean, like, Bus back in Astralis was, he seemed like he fit very well into the squad, and it's kind of weird to feel that he has not played a major because he's been in Astralis. But then we look at Astralis, they have not qualified for a major for the last 5 times, you know. So it's kind of unreal to see that this is actually Bus rookie year and actually get rookie major, and then getting to a point where he hasn't been here. I think that Bus is, he's not like a star. He's like a role player within this OG team. He's not the one that you expect to actually go out and make like the biggest number, but he's the guy that actually seems to be very stable. He's the guy that you can rely on getting the frags when it's needed. And I think his time in Astralis sure gave him some experience and also give him the taste of how it is to be playing at the highest level.
He's solid, you know, he's very solid. And we know the story around Bus was that Device was very positive around him. You know, Device brought him into the lineup, Device wanted to keep him, and Device wanted to nurture him a little bit. He never really broke through in Astralis, and I don't think it's unfair, and that's also, you know, part of this story. It's not that I'm taking a dig on Astralis saying that, listen, you shouldn't have let this guy go or that guy go. I understand the decision when it happened, but it is just kind of funny in a way to see them thrive now and be part of the major, and most likely making stage 2, whereas Astralis, as you said, 5 majors in a row and now facing bankruptcy.
Ironically, like, nothing makes you happier than the downfall of Astralis. Besides, because they never picked
nice,
you up.
Be nice. I'm like 80% Astralis still over here.
Yeah, does it hurt? Is there a little bit of pain?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I have a spirit of Astralis within me. You know, like 80% of my career have it inside of Astralis. So even if you know, I don't have anything to do with the organization right now, you know, there's still like something within me that hurts when I see that they multiple times in a row.
It's understandable. I'm sure you have a little bit of emotion still attached to them. Let's talk about one more rookie to be watching today. That is Regali. I can't quite put my finger on him since he joined FlyQuest, right? Like, obviously, it was kind of straying away from just being the traditional full Australian lineup. Why are you looking out for him today?
I think he's cool. I saw him at the first time at the We Play Academy League, like many years ago.
Okay.
And I thought to myself, okay, that's a kid with a lot of talent. He hasn't had the natural way of breaking into the Counter-Strike scene. He's had a bit of a slow start to his pro career. A couple of the teams that he's been playing in, he wasn't really living up to the expectations. And then he gets another shot at FlyQuest, a team that I guess the general expectation for FlyQuest is not to be a world beater, but regardless, so far has played well at this major. He played well in Melbourne, and I think he's trending upwards. He's finally maturing into the player that I thought he would be maybe a year or 2 years ago.
He's also a talent and that's been praised back in Denmark, you know, as being the next big one. But then, as you mentioned, they really had like the greatest breakthrough. And now coming into FlyQuest, you know, is also a team that gets the opportunity to play against the best opposition in the world when they travel the world to play. And I think that Regali coming in to replace Alistar has been working really well for FlyQuest. You know, I think FlyQuest is still a team that has a lot to prove. It's like they're still this gatekeeper team that will, as we talked about yesterday, was very rude saying they will never win anything, but it's like a team that has like a lot of potential in the terms of actually maybe making some upsets and some deep runs left and right. But I still think that Regali has proven to be a very rock solid position, opposition inside of FlyQuest, and I think he's very instrumental in their improvements over the last couple of months.
Let's talk about the bracket as it stands right now and what we can be looking forward to today. Obviously, we talked about it before, but if you're not familiar with that Swiss bracket, until you have the potential to qualify or be eliminated, that's when you start playing the best of three. So we still have some of those 1-1 matches going down today. But looking at that lower bracket at the moment, Jacob, obviously alarm bell is going to be sirening for a few of those teams, particularly Imperial's kind of gutting to see them in that situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised, to be completely honest, that they're down there. The O2 games are crucial because you don't want to be the first team to be eliminated. However, we also do have the best of one games that we have to dive into, and there's a world of difference between being 1 and 2 and facing elimination and being 2 and 1, you know, and that's still a best of one game. Complexity taking on NRG, a great matchup. You know, we look at an American domestic matchup almost in a sense. Peter, you've been there before, right? Being 2 and 1, you play with the safety knowing that you have to lose 2 best of 3s in a row in order to be eliminated. Whereas if you're 1 and 2, you know that you have to win 2 best of 3s in a row in order to make it. And that's all based on a best of 1. So the pressure on that game is at an all-time high.
Definitely is. And if you look at yourself, equalizing the score for you yesterday. If you lost the first game yesterday, then equalizing going into the 1-1 bracket, then you will feel confident and you know that you have a shot at. You're in the same position you were when you started the tournament yesterday. Whereas if you find yourself being down like 1-2, then you, as you mentioned, you need to be winning 2 best of 3s. I think it's a place where teams in the 1-1 bracket, they feel like, okay, we still have some kind of like safety net going under us right now. We are still comfortable around our position. Whereas if you actually lose that game, then it'll be very tough.
Speaking of being comfortable about your opponents, I don't think anybody's going to be more comfortable in this NRG Complexity North American derby. I caught up with both the teams ahead of that matchup, and they were both saying, you know, very familiar with each other's playstyles, scrimmed each other a hell of a lot as well.
How they can do, yeah.
This is, literally, this is, that's going to be a really exciting one going down in the B stream, right?
It is, and the reason being Complexity have been worse off than we thought, especially yesterday, and NRG is playing better than we thought. I think they've evened out, you know, this matchup, had we headed into the tournament, we'd be like, Complexity, you're the favorites to win that one, you're most likely going to win. I think NRG yesterday looked somewhat decent. They looked better than I expected. Whereas for Complexity, the 5 players you have on your screen right here, in all honesty, I know they won the second game. It wasn't that convincing. It wasn't that pretty. I've been disappointed.
I hope that Complexity have shook off some of the nerves that they probably had yesterday going into the first game against OG, and that they actually have just maybe got into like a realization of where they are right now, that they are at the major with the standing. Like the expectations has maybe dropped a little bit. Now they also needed to align a little bit. I hope that Complexity will be able to go in now, show that they are still the better team if you look at like the broad aspect of NRG versus Complexity, and I hope that they can live up to this.
Can you give me just a quick prediction of who you think is going to be taking that one?
You know what? I think NRG is going to win.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think
Co-signing on that, Peter?
I think it's going to be super close. I mean, if Complexity gets off to the start that they all like, that we know that they can, like, if they can play better from what they showed yesterday in the beginning, then I think they will actually take it despite having Junior as stand-in.
On the A stream, however, we are going to be focusing on BetBoom versus Legacy. Initial takeaways from what we saw in those 2 best of ones from BetBoom just yesterday.
I mean, okay, maybe a little bit disappointing to find them in a 1-1 game. Again, we spoke about the lineup, we spoke about all this experience they have, you know, all the potential They can't seem to figure it out. Against Nemiga in the opening game as well, they were down 5-2, and they were, potentially facing a loss right there as well. So obviously, nice comeback for them. They won the game, and then the second game didn't look too pretty for BetBoom. I don't know where to place them. I wish they would be playing better, but they're not.
I think that the first game against Nemiga was a game they were supposed to win, and then they went up against FlyQuest, and that was actually a matchup that I was actually quite excited to see, because I feel like FlyQuest is, as we've talked about, a team that has been playing against the greatest opposition. So they are a team that can play at a high caliber, where I saw this opportunity for BetBoom to actually get repetitions and a match against playing against like a greater team. And I feel like when I watched the game yesterday, it was just super flat. Like, they did not live up to the expectations of the names they have inside BetBoom when they play against a team that knows how to play a really good Counter-Strike.
Well, BetBoom's next opponent will be Legacy, so let's go ahead and check in with Demao. Obviously, Demao, it's a bit of a unique situation for you guys to even find yourself at the major. Does that add any extra pressure, to prove to the community that you guys deserve to be here and you can hang with some of the best teams?
Yes, just trying to prove ourselves, really. And of course, it's a very weird situation and very bad for everybody, because it's kind of frustrating for everybody, So, but we are trying to prove ourselves here and show our best. And yeah, that's it. That's pretty much, Yeah.
In terms of showing your best, how happy are you with what you showed yesterday on day one?
Oh, not too much, really, because I felt we didn't play our best game, like on practice and everything. So today we're gonna try to do it, and we're gonna do our best. And now we're really kind of just trying to show up ourselves, and that's all,
If you could put it down to one thing that you want to improve today, what would that one thing be that you can show us in the server?
Well, today would be communication and a bit of more movement in the map. Yeah.
I had the chance to catch up with Lux yesterday as well and just kind of ask him a little bit about how he wanted to be, remembered as an in-game leader, how he wants to be known. How would you describe him as, probably one of the best references inside the server?
Who?
Your in-game leader.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Lux, he's a very good guy. He works very hard, so it helps a lot, and he has a lot of attitude. So I think as a leader, it requests from him this kind of actions. So he's very good. I think he's in the way. You just need to keep it up.
And BetBoom, any thoughts on that, Peter? Does that favor anybody?
I'm not going to rat out Anubis once more. It's a matter that I've been talking about all the time. I'm excited to see this matchup. I think that BetBoom is a team, like, they need to win this one. I don't think there's any excuse for them to win this one. Not saying that Legacy is a bad team or anything, but BetBoom, they need to be the clear favorite.
I echo that sentiment. BetBoom will win, and they have to win.
Well, we do need to head things to a quick break before the action can get started. Join us back after it for BetBoom versus Legacy Best of One.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015. And it was just some friends that I played Minecraft with. They showed me the game, and then I started playing competitively in 2019, like ESEA Open. And then 2021, when I joined Triumph, the first time I saw like I could make money doing this. The early teams, no one had like a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment, energy. We have all the NA players, so like 4 of us, 3 of us being American, 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also like in the same neighborhood, so we're all like around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice like variety.
Has it been something that's been appealing to you, is to stay local, to stay to your roots? Have you ever thought about going international?
I've definitely thought about it. It's not like it's an easy decision to make, and I definitely prefer to live in the US, but for the game, it's almost like inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. Like if you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not like improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least, now that teams are here, you can play them here, but you have to be playing the top level teams, or it's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely like a move in the future potentially, but right now it's not exactly necessary. Well, obviously qualifying for the major here is a big accomplishment. To be like, it's the first NA major since I started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Be honest, do you feel any pressure?
I mean, the pressure was qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd, but right now there's no pressure the rest of the season for us. We made our goals. The first goal is just to get a couple of wins here, like hopefully make stage 2 or 3. It would set us up really nicely for the next season in terms of VRS points. if we could get any sort of like decent wins here. So just making, taking a stage at a time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice. Like you're in your home country and everyone's coming here to experience it. Austin's like a great city as well. Probably one of the best cities in the US. So it's nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
Well, it's time for a 1-1 game. Huge Byron with me, and we've got BetBoom taking on Legacy. Yeah, right now, odds going to show that BetBoom are the favorites in this one, which I think, makes a bit of sense when you think about how Legacy got here, but both these squads sitting at the 1-1 position. Hugo, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, echoing the Death sentiments, right? BetBoom definitely favorites. And, to me, I think a big question today is Axel, because this is meant to be like one of the standout players for BetBoom squad. Right now, he's really struggling. I don't just mean at this event, even though that is true, but this year alone has been his worst year on record since, 2019, really, since he broke on inside of that Gambit squad. Obviously, he had better stats even in that Cloud9 project when it was going wrong than he is right now. He's had a bit of a poor start to the year online, but you're hoping at a LAN event like this, at a major, where it's all the most important event in CS, exactly what you're playing for, that this guy can step up, because he's such an important piece of this BetBoom team. But yeah, he has been struggling, Harry. So I want to see him activated today, especially in a game like this. This, on paper, is a match that BetBoom should be running away with.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, but taking a look as well at kind of where we've ended up, right? Heading to Anubis, this is actually a pretty good map for the Legacy squad. Also one that for guys like Boomich-led teams, even thinking back to that Cloud9 squad, now here in BetBoom, they've always been keen to play. So I think we're in for a bit of a treat. I think this could be a very explosive game.
Hoping for that as much. I know we have a checkered past with the Legacy boys, Harry. We've always been watching Dumao and Lato for years, and kind of hoping that they would jump to that next level.
Yeah. But
it's always been so close, but not quite.
Yeah, it's kind of felt like the story for these two for a while, right? Like talked about as kind of a real hard-hitting, for the longest time, up-and-coming Brazilian duo. Yeah. But how long can you be up-and-coming, right? Like that's kind of the question with these two. They are experienced. They've been playing a good while. They often give good performances. But yeah, you're dead on. Even taking a look at like the game that Legacy were able to win over Chinga's Warriors, it was Sadzin, I'm pretty sure, like topping the charts there. It wasn't even that duo that were necessarily in full control. So yeah, I'm hoping we get some good mileage out of Dumao and Lato today. You feel like Legacy are going to need that if they want to secure a dub over BetBoom.
Absolutely. BetBoom, on the other hand, I mean, you've got quite a disparity of experience in here. You have a major winner and you have a major debut in Magnajez. Boomich obviously picking it up back at Stockholm, and Magnajez finally qualifying. It feels kind of long overdue for his first major. This is a guy that was kind of on the tip of everyone's tongue. Friends with Donk was the line, but, obviously not as individually capable, but has started to look a lot more comfortable inside of this team. So could definitely be a nice firepower piece for this BetBoom squad as we get into things. It's a BO1 on Anubis here at 1-1.
Oh, and it looks like we might be starting things off a little slow here as BetBoom come in, looking to go about taking this mid control. They didn't do it instant, but they will be walking straight into this stack. Dual Berettas, USPs all ready to fire off. And so the mid control's denied. Plan has to change now for BetBoom. They managed to get Axile down through the window. They're going to give him a bit of time to try and work his way through Connector. You said you want some good mileage out of Axel, having a rough year. But as is the case with this guy, you know the heights he's capable of. Just not in this pistol round.
6 feet under instead. The A push gets punished, but there's a second man, and BetBoom can't find him, so it's not exactly an open runway into this site. They're going to go back through middle. Rotation is already here. Lux trying to slow them down, trying to stop them on this split. His teammate is in a hot and bothered spot. He's got nothing to do but fight. They're coming from both sides. Lato falls. Heaven rotate in time as well, and the bomb gets dropped as well. This might be Legacy landing on their feet in this pistol unless Siren can pull out an ace.
Siren has been the guy in these games for BetBoom. But an awkward spot to find himself in. They'll triple swing him, all play together. They wait for the info, and then they swing with 3. Nothing that Siren can do there. So a well-handled pistol round at a Legacy. And, you know, picking up a pistol round on the CT half in particular. Oh, it feels good on Anubis.
Yeah, it feels necessary, really, to get in a game, especially an even game or a game where you're not favored. I mean, you know, we talk about how no one really plays mid on rifle rounds on CT side on this map. I think the one exception to that is pistol rounds, because it's such a good stage for the T's to get some control and just take a split. They can mid-round so easily. They can, you know, change their mind on the fly. And so you often see those dually stacks, those flash setups. Legacy well prepared for BetBoom's pistol.
You also feel like where mid gets really scary is like when AWPs are in play, because then there's different layers to how you can go about approaching mid as CTs, right? You never know whether you're going to be fighting like deep into A, players at Fountain, guys on the stairs, playing out through camera, the rotate in through temple. So it's like, yeah, pistol round taking mid, lovely. Gets a little trickier as the game goes on. Just want this to be a nice money-making round, and that's exactly what Legacy are going to get, only losing 1 player. But that was the eco out of BetBoom. They prioritized getting these guns out as fast as possible. They're going to bring them into round 3.
Yeah, I want to see what Boomich is cooking up. I remember early days in BetBoom, he was like, even on Anubis, he was playing a lot of rounds where he would just like run Mac 10s, even when he had money for rifles, and do these really quick B splits on this map. So I want to see what Boomich is doing, what he's calling nowadays, how he's evolved as an in-game leader inside of this squad. First rifle round, so a bit of a slower default here for BetBoom, just spreading out, feeling the map, and making sure Legacy aren't getting up to any tricks. We saw NRG play this map yesterday, and they were extremely active on the CT side from round 1, constantly taking water control, pushing B main. Reblock comes in a B as BetBoom get closer. They have that con control. Agni just comes back. Right now, Legacy can't be certain about where this one's ending up. 3 strong at B is a lot of resources, and Axel through the smoke catches Lux. Oh,
well, return to sender, Nissim. Going to thwart Axel's efforts over towards B main. And that's actually a lot of control for BetBoom to lose, right? That's going to force them to go and explore the other side of the map. Axel was the only guy outside of B, so they needed this opener at the A side of the map. Siren has provided it. And even though Legacy went aggressive through B main, they know this is the A hit. It doesn't matter. They won't get here in time. Siren continues his reign of terror on these openings.
Yeah, he said he was the guy. He's certainly showing it. The couple of games they've played here in Austin. A couple of rounds in this match as well. Sharp entries for Siren will force a save. But Boomich is here to deny that. And some of the kit still hanging around, but as soon as he goes to save, it will already be too late. Oh, nice shot.
Man, it's still early days, right? But the kind of form you're getting out of Siren in these games has been super promising. Like, even there, right? You needed the openers. Kind of one was already enough. Like, Siren had already done a great job once he gets them into A main here in this fight, dealing with Lato. But he just continues, like, to play with the pace, knowing he's stolen space away from the Legacy squad. And so that's like a very high impact double kill. It tees up his team to win the entire round, and that's keeping up appearances from day one. In the game versus Namiga, he went huge. He was top in the charts, looked really, really good. And even in the loss v FlyQuest, he was like the one guy who was positive for his team. Now a highly impactful double kill here to get that first round on the board for BetBoom. I'm liking what Siren's given us, Hugo.
More of that. Legacy reserved in round number 4. They go for the eco. I like it. A lot of teams would buy here just by nature of losing your first round. They realize that they keep a little bit for now. They've got a little bit more for later. And actually will have a pretty decent buy. As you mentioned earlier, these rounds hard to come by on CT side of Anubis, so don't want to make your economy any worse. Dig that hole yourself. Full stack at the A site. BetBoom walking into B have uncovered the truth. It should just be a nice clean conversion. Kind of no incentive for BetBoom to even hunt in this round. Day 2 of the major, Harry. Are things shaping up as you expect?
Yeah, in some ways.
Okay.
There's been a couple of surprises. Like,
hit me.
I don't know. I think Wildcard actually came through in good form to open up their run, which was nice, and that's after like a more strugglesome time as of late for the squad. So that's like one of the positives. You know, Metizport, like, looking really, really rough to open up. Just hasn't felt nice. If you want, like...
expectation?
No, I didn't have expectation, and I'm still underwhelmed. So that's true, arguably even worse, I think. You know, I'm kind of going for, like, a good, the bad, and the ugly.
All right.
And what would be the ugly, I hear you ask? It's a damn good question.
I feel like Metizport is the ugly. What's the bad?
The bad?
Why have we got 2 negatives, Harry? Why can't we have the good, the great, and the bad? Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good.
That's what you'd love. Maybe like the complexity, weirdness.
Okay.
Could be bad. But the vibes seem good for complexity today. We saw Grim earlier.
He had a big smile.
He did have a big smile.
In that North American bash as well, against NRG right now. Lato in hot water. Fire on the feet. Barely makes it out. That smoke from his teammate buys a bit of time. Dumao committed. Needs one. Shadow, but Boomich is sharp right now. Opening kill will even things up. 4-on-4 on this A split. Do they want to commit? It looks like BetBoom going back to regroup. The map goes quiet. Legacy in the dark.
There's still no reaction from Legacy on either side of the map here, right? They're kind of trapped in this 2-2. They're willing to fly blind after losing a man over in middle. Dumao full. And they just took a peek in through water, but they missed the timing on this full stack taking shape over towards main. Lux was still paranoid about middle. That's all thanks to the fullback from BetBoom. Good stuff for Boomich to make this A-hold feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, Missed Heaven Smoke doesn't cost them, luckily enough. And actually, as a result, they climb up and take that space. Even more powerful in the post-plant. Not that it comes to matter, because Legacy give it up. Going 1 for 2. On that A-bomb site, not going to cut it here. And so the AWP must be saved. Nice regroup there for BetBoom, not overplaying it. I mean, they could have had the mid-split, and the timing probably would have been quite nice, but they're scared of the AWP. They're scared of maybe a player in Temple. They don't have the util to do it, so they just group up. Back in A main, put their few bits of nades together.
Also, like, respect on the speed of that reposition. Like, I think if that takes too long, that's where you lose, like, the element of surprise on it, right? It's the fact that it was super decisive. They both up and left mid. Immediately, they're around in A main. They're ready to go 4 players in with Boomich lobbing some util to set them up. That's after losing a man early. And, you know, for these A-site players, you kind of saw it in Lux's death, right? It's like, it felt like the site was being attacked by 6 people, because as far as he's aware, there's still guys ready to come in on this mid-split. That's the play that feels like is building up there for BetBoom. And so it comes as a real nasty surprise that all 4 of them were back in main. Another advantage here for Legacy. Let's see if they're able to hold on to this one. Nissim is out in no man's land as he's played deep through main early. Boomich trying to give chase, but he's in this fight alone. And so he's a little tempered in the aggression. And finally comes through with the swing.
Oh, that's crazy. Through the smoke as well. Magni just feeling like he has a timing. Boomich just bailed them out of B main. And he's given them an AK on this B stack. On an eco. So AWP and rifle now in the hands of Legacy. Seems like Siren's just trying to fake this out right now, and he's forced a reaction. It's the con peek that pays off for Zorti, hitting that AWP shot, sees the AK as well. Boomich not rushing this, does allow Dumao to reposition back in the bomb site. And that's exactly where BetBoom are going. 3-on-2 inside of B, and the... Oh, or at least it was.
That's a rough one to give away. Only Dumao now with this AK, and he's dead at the first swing. Boomich just collecting these kills. Players walking out into the open. And it's Boomich's patience that tees him up to bring him in for that round. Now just Lato, and arriving too late. $1 short, a day late for Lato, as the bomb's already planted.
Gun in the smoke, but he needs to get it before it fades. There it goes. Lato, element of surprise, and they peek him together. Siren closes it out, and BetBoom building into this game right now. Boomich with another 3K. Looking really solid right now individually. And I like, yeah, patience as well. Patience paying off, tucking in, letting Dumao escape, and then Sadzin walks in later, thinking there's no one right side B main. Boomich in no hurry on these T-side calls, but BetBoom building in some rounds. 4-2, 4 buy coming out for Legacy. It's got to land, or this will start to swell even further out of control. Another AWP for Sadzin. Tried the con pick last time. This time set up an A main with his teammate. Oh, 4 blind.
That's brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Zorti just fires on a timing, and that's how Dumao falls early. It was a good flash as well. Feeling like he wanted to make a play over in middle. He's ended up feeding the beast, and now BetBoom sitting in a 5v4. I don't feel the need to go fast here.
Dude, well,
as is often the case, Boom, it's just going to call for a regroup, play the numbers on this. They stack 4 players over in middle, leaving 1 man on the extremities over here outside of A.
And he can just hold. Siren can just contain this, make sure no one pushes too aggressively. He doesn't really have supporting util from this position. They want to come through camera. Maybe he has a temple lineup, but he's just going to hold this push. Oh, he missed the timing by a second. They're not going to climb up. Water getting cleared, but I mean, look at BetBoom. They're walking into the A site right now. They're making no secret of it. AWP scopes up. They know its position. They're going to come for it.
Siren's even been able to pluck one out of the back line. That was Lato actually in rotation, moving over. Sadzin now known about as well is trying to clear Siren out from the back line. So the longer Siren can sing his song here and waste time off the clock for Legacy, it means they just can't go for this. On numbers, on position alone, Siren not getting spotted, you weren't really sure how that was going to pan out, who that was going to favor, but him getting out with 1 kill and then just staying alive in the back line puts way too much pressure on Legacy to embark on this retake. They have to save. And so another, commanding round from BetBoom. When they get these openers, they group right up, they play their game with the, just raw manpower to get past their opponents.
Pack CS, and it's certainly helped by the pick, but I think Boomich has a great read. After that 5v4, I'll check this. Oh, that hurts. For the 5v4, you just know that it's 2A, 2B at that point. You see no supported player in middle. The split is super obvious. Okay, you don't know where the AWP is. They find out. But by that point, Siren's position, just the fact that he's alive, is so much pressure in the backline for Legacy. They don't want to group water and try and fight it out A main. So a good read coming out of Boomich in this T side right now. 5-2. Oof. Sadzin will find that pick. So Boomich got to do it from behind now. Axel doesn't know, but close on the jail position. A rifle sits. Legacy with their pick. Just back up. A lot harder of a round now. No mid control. A man down. Legacy with a bit of a gamble based off of a read. Siren with a risky move, but he's been hot today, hitting his headshots. Does he want to come back through that smoke? He needs a flash. Legacy don't waste their resources. They take back A main. They have reblocks available as well. 45 seconds as a mid fake comes in. This is just going to be a B hit. BetBoom rotating through T-spawn. Siren very late on this lurk right now, and they still have A main, so that frees up Dumao. He's rotating back.
He reconsidered. There's a moment of hesitancy here. Legacy still believe it's the A play, and these slowdowns, these group ups for BetBoom have put a bit of fear in Legacy. Instead, though, that's just going to leave this double hold inside of B, and it gets melted. Siren arriving late from his lurk at A, catching Lux and ready for the rotates. Bomb now planted. BetBoom carve a path back into this round from the deficit. And Legacy have to save again. A 2-on-3, they're locked out.
Just the power of the smoking camera. Look at the paranoia that it does to Legacy. Dumao, like you said, uncertain, floating back in CT spawn, doesn't know what side to pick. There they main at 20 seconds. It's not going to be A. It has to be B. And he has no idea. So BetBoom, another disadvantaged round squeezed out. And Siren with some outstanding shots in this game so far. Both those kills. Reads the flank immediately after finding the con player. This is a red-hot looking BetBoom right now. And it's not going to get easier on this CT side for Legacy. Really clean.
It's just great awareness from Siren as well, like ready for that fast flank in through main. Another round as well where Boomich gets to feel that he's, cooling rings around Legacy right now as they dodge the stack once more. They win another one of these man disadvantage rounds, and they get out with it pretty darn cleanly after they lose Boomich right at the top of the round. I mean, look, when Siren's able to handle himself like this on the extremities, that gives a serious punch to this BetBoom squad.
Yeah, Legacy are feeling like they can't even get aggressive in water. They can't take A main. They're fighting con. They're getting picked by Zorti or Siren. They're fighting A main. The latter again. So that really removes one of your options if you can't flush him out. New position for Siren now. Legacy do own the connector. Oh, good grenade, but Siren moves ahead of it. Oh, second one as well. He'll take it, 70 health. Could have gone a lot worse. Siren just keeps that pressure on with flashes to force grenades out of Legacy. Meanwhile, they sit triple B. Dumao puffing up his chest in middle, spamming that smoke. But he will concede and go back to the A site. Is this gonna be the full exec? Second volley perhaps, but they're going back to B with the bomb. This should be pretty blatant for Legacy. You see 2 mollies and then nothing happens. But they're 3A.
The decision to regress is really nice, and it's the type of move that Legacy just haven't been making in the game yet. 3 players walking the A main push, and this crunch is about to come in at water. Nissim takes first contact. The AWP on the line will get overran, but they can't get into dark in time. That triple flank arrives. Bomb will be planted here. There's still a 2-on-3 on the cards for BetBoom. And they know where these players are coming from.
Legacy need this round.
They finally made an aggro move. It's worked out for them. They've thinned the herd. Now they've just got to finish the captain and his right-hand man, Axal, in here alongside Boomich. Half the time ticked off this bomb already. They hear the footsteps out through dark. Clean stuff for Axal. But he will take one to the dome, getting whittled down, finished off. It's got to be Boomich or it's nothing. This is to keep the scoreline flawless for BetBoom, and Boomich will deliver. 7 straight to the BetBoom squad as the captain clutches up. Lovely 1v2 from Boomich. They stick the landing, and even with the aggression, finding a perfect timing for Legacy and tipping the scales in their favor, it's not enough.
That's what I was going to say. It's just, if you feel like Legacy did everything right in that round, right? They make the wrong gamble. They're in the dark, they're blind, but they push immediately. They don't wait too long like previous rounds. They get backstabs on 2, and still BetBoom clutch out a round yet again. 2-on-3 in the post plant. Damn, that one hurts. Legacy are not going to get many more chances like that. And it's BetBoom to even take a breather after that round. Make sure they can really maximize damage on this T side. Like you said, 7 rounds in a row ever since the converted pistol from Legacy. It's all been BetBoom. How clean can they keep it?
They try to hand it more aggression, and you can't say you blame them. That's the closest they've come to winning a round yet, but it feels like that's what BetBoom were ready for.
One.
They wait with the AWP, holding an extremities push, and they get rewarded for it.
Zorti's had a pick mid, B main, and con in this T side. His starting positions have often netted him an opener. Satin's AWP, on the other hand, has been mostly irrelevant. This could change right now. Swing in mid, gets all the info. Satin's got to pick his shots.
See the AWP like that posted on A. I wonder if that's enough of a reason for BetBoom, even though they're not really in position to go for a B hit. Maybe this gives them the forethought to go back and check for this. When you see the AWP there, usually it is this double setup right over towards the A site. And so why go into the most defended side of the map? Legacy even making a full-on gamble, bring a 3rd player over. Nissim's going to join the A hold. And it's still feeling like BetBoom might just follow through with this.
It's the fact that they smoke themselves as well is like, oh yeah, we don't want you to come A. Please don't come A. Well, I think BetBoom are biting down on that. 20 seconds through the smoke. Good luck.
What? I mean, you shouldn't be winning this if you're BetBoom. You've gone right into the stack. You've played into the hands of Legacy. They don't know about the Sadzin AWP. They don't know that it's still here. They spotted him earlier. Missed shot. Sadzin's allowed to reposition. Zorti won't give him a 3rd chance. And so locked out of another clutch round there. Legacy, they get the play they were hoping for. BetBoom come right to them on that smoke push. I kind of can't believe you don't get more out of the smoke hold there.
The flash from, the flash from A main, or through the windows, that absolutely ruined the MP9. You'd feel like 2 kills guaranteed there with players running back turn through the smoke. Axel comes up with arguably his most impactful round yet. Getting 2 entries through that smoke. And it's even though Satin's a bit of a trick up the sleeve of Legacy, he can't hit more than 1 shot. He needed a 2nd.
A lot of this game has been like kind of painful right now for Legacy, but these last 2 rounds just hit different, right? Like, you made a great aggressive play in the round prior to last. You get into a 3v2, you lose it in a 2v1 post plant to Boomich. This time you're making more aggro moves. They play into the hands of the stack. They come into where all three players are through a smoke. You feel like you actually got them to play in to the round how you wanted them to.
I mean, this map is a case study of why some people are so sick of playing Anubis, specifically the CT side. You feel so constricted at times. You feel like you have to make a play. Look at the rounds that BetBoom are going into stacks and still just tearing it down like it's nothing. Even the positions you hold on bomb sites don't feel comfortable, open to so many angles. And so you almost have to force the play. You have to be the initiator. They go for it again, rushing middle, rushing B at the same time, and BetBoom stem the bleeding. No problem putting them down. 4 kills to the 1 and make that all 5. BetBoom, 9 rounds in a row, looking for 10 on the half.
Rifle round merchants, which is what you want to be, ideally, if you can.
Yeah, there's more of them than pistols.
This is about to be 10 straight double digits after losing the pistol and the conversion. And BetBoom have been in full control, even when Legacy throws some chaos in, like containing those types of rounds where it's just pistols running at you, a lot of pace, flashes to kind of close the distance. Those can spiral, they can get out of control, but it was handled super cleanly. BetBoom are in full control over this game. Make no mistake about it. And when CT rounds are worth as much as they are, coming close a couple of times over, but always falling down, that's the real pitfall of Legacy on this CT side.
Yeah, you would have felt like 4 or 5 would be a great job in a game like this, knowing you can pull it back. But just momentum sucked out of this first half for Legacy. Not quite sure how you recover this. It's got to start here, the final chance in this CT side to do something. And BetBoom still playing patient, minute mark, burning the util out. 2 smokes and an incendiary left. And BetBoom, 2A main, 2B main, options are open for Boomich on where he wants to take that bomb.
And this is where it feels even more awkward. Like, the best results you've had are in the rounds where you've gone aggressive, but when you're this far behind, it's really, really hard to find the kind of room, the knowledge to make a call like that, right? You don't want to risk your last golden chance on an early swing that gives the round away. And so it's very, very passive here from Legacy. They're in this 3-2 hold, starting to get mowed down over towards A, space getting taken. Sadzin calling for rotates, his teammates trying to join him. And all across the map, Legacy can hear the BetBoom aren't fully in position yet. They hear these players coming in a little bit later. They're not able to pick up the kills on them, and so now you get very claustrophobic. You're boxed in middle. There's a fight here you have to win before you can even get to Sadzin to help him. And he's still doing all he can on the orb. They've slinked on past. They made it past Zorti. At least the first man did, and that's going to inspire him to give chase. Caught by Nissim. 2 players left in main. It's Boomich and Axel, the 2-1. That last 2v3 for BetBoom. Can they do it again? Sadzin doesn't think so. Defuse stuck, and even though it's close, this is looking like Legacy will salvage a third. They don't allow BetBoom to come through with 10 rounds straight.
My first team was Team Webster's, just like a local Russian team. Second one was K23, it's like a bit more famous. There was like players like Fame, Norbert, major champions. Next I moved to the Team Spirit Academy, most famous academy team, I think the best in the world. Then I moved to BetBoom and here I am. Academy teams, it's more about like the most basic CS that you can learn, and if you learn it well, in future you can be more creative. I think Boomich is a great leader. He's thinking about really a lot in the game, like a lot of main games. He's like have really a lot of energy, so he's screaming like some funny things, maybe a bit curse. I played not really with a lot of agiles, but for me it's comfortable because I understand what I can do for my team, like exact role, my zone, you know. We had some bootcamp before the major. We played some online games. It was not really well, but that was important to lose in the right moment.
A lot of people say that you learn the most from your losses.
Yeah. when you are losing to team, you think that you are better. It's not about your game. Maybe it's like you're more focused, something like that. It's online games. Everyone's at home can see emotions of your teammate, can say some frustrations maybe, and we're trying to fix our main problems to perform good on the major. On LAN, it's absolutely a different game. I think we have like LAN team because Exiles or BetBoom, everyone really experienced. They like more play on LAN, so I think that's our chance to get good various points, good major things.
You're only 20 years old, right? You're super young in the grand scheme of things. Like anything that you're looking to develop?
I think already not young, to be honest, in the terms of nowadays. I think it's not the problems that can change as a team, so it's just improve individually.
Do you have any particular goals at the major? Is the goal to win the whole thing?
For me, it's much easier to play without expectations, but I think a good goal, it's at least Legend stage.
Big question here is, what's hotter and more beautiful? Is it the lovely city of Austin, or is it the BetBoom first half? Hugo, we find ourselves here for day 2 of the Austin Major 1-1 game, and right now, BetBoom are running away with it. They stormed the board with 9 rounds straight after losing the pistol. And it wasn't until round 12 that Legacy were able to find anything.
Yeah, pretty beautiful T-side for BetBoom. It's not just the amount of rounds they win, it's the way they win them. A lot of disadvantages, some clutches in there, going into stacks. They really just had Legacy's number every single time on the setups. And the couple of times you felt like Legacy were really meant to win the rounds, they got locked out. 9-3 on the half, pistol or bust for Legacy. And every player of BetBoom really having their moments in that first half. Salty looking confident, fighting the water. P250 there. Got to be a little careful. Meanwhile, push up for Siren. He was the owner of A main in that T side. He's going to keep it going. 5-on-4 here for BetBoom, and they walk away.
Yeah, they don't overstay their welcome. Very content with a free 5v4 right off the top of the round. But you will see Legacy embarking on this B here. Util coming in, and only 2 players in the site, but they both hold their own. And one step further, Zorti kicking it out into the open. He takes all the fights, and that is a dominant pistol leveled against Legacy.
Not gonna lie, I actually really liked that exec, but they didn't get a left side smoke in. For some reason, they threw it after everyone was dead. It had to come through. Maybe they want to use the molly to push Zorti out to fight him, but he just swings in the Molotov and gets 2 headshots right here. The molly is cool, but they're smoking temple. They're not smoking backside. So he just has so much room.
Also just such a bowler reaction to the Molotov from Zorti. Like the swing onto Dark from default is crazy when they're B-splitting, right? Like,
that's
good awareness of kind of where the contact was coming from. Second player through main is like a little bit late after lobbing in some of the util, so he had the timing to do it.
The timing of that play doesn't look good for Legacy, especially with the first player just getting clipped. This is just eco. This is already over. Double setup. Goodbye. 5 alive for BetBoom. And this is it, Legacy. You want to play? It's this round or it's nothing.
I mean, similar to what you've seen from Legacy all tournament long now, right? It's been the case that Sadzin is sitting up towards top of the board. I mean, he is top of the board for his squad. He's sure, I don't think, you can say he's had like these, he's had chances to win rounds actually, and he wasn't able to do so. But where is Lato? Where's Dumao, right? These are kind of the names you look towards. Lato sitting bottom of the board alongside his captain. Dumao barely scraping through above that.
I think, surprisingly, you know, we had some of this yesterday, which I think more understandable on day one, but like teams just coming in and looking super cold, like individually, not hitting any shots. I think that a TYLOO opener against NRG on this map, it's like, your hands aren't working, right? You're not warm. And sure, BetBoom had some really good ideas in this game, but we've also had, like you said, opportunity, chances to win rounds here for Legacy, and not hitting the must-hit shots when they come your way. Ooh, good flash, but actually blinded the T as well. So Nissim has to cancel. He had an opportunity, but there was a bait and switch setup. Player close in the corner. Maybe he got lucky.
Yeah, I was gonna, in a way, getting team flash there might have just saved his life.
Yeah.
And dodged that disaster of like a very heavy A main setup. There was even a third player floating around in the site. In addition to Boomich being anti.
Siren 12 and 5 though. I have faith in him in this position, but Legacy are going back to B. There's only 2 here. You'd say there's good opportunity, but that smoke block is a massive middle finger at 30 seconds. They almost have to go through it.
They have a bit more blocking util as well.
Yeah.
Angler's going to molly into dark. This is a huge problem. Like, so much time is being wasted right now. Blank coming in on the extremities. Legacy now know that the BetBoom are aware, and that this stack is taking shape over towards B. There should be no this. Knife pulled for Magnagez. Combat knifing. And it's just Dumao in a world of hurt. BetBoom overrun them, and a knife kill lobbed into the mix.
That's not even trolling. That's just the best choice in that situation. He couldn't get the reload off. Player walks right through him, and Magnagez pulls out the blade. 4 kills in the hold, and that's how they do it. BetBoom onto match point in this BO1. I love how even Boomich just running around that corner, jumps, completely offsets his opponent's spray and water, lets his rifle pick it up.
Yeah, there's just been a really good degree of synergy on display from BetBoom as well, right? Like, there's always a double setup, there's always 2. They're taking different layers of contact. Now Zorti brings the AWP out.
So over.
In the final round of the game, Zorti has started it 5-on-4 for BetBoom.
Fantastic day in the office for the BetBoom boys. Clocking in and knocking Legacy out. 1-2.
Such a sick little dribble nade from Siren. Lux now, 1-shot death as well up against an M4. Smoke down into dark. That at least gives you the peace of mind that Zorti's AWP can't still be dominating this position. So that's going to get you across into main and give you a chance to make a play. But you can see the kind of levels of desperation they considered going through that smoke. They expelled the last few dregs of util to take some A main space away before this hit, and it hasn't come through. Taking that space was denied, and once more this flank is ready to come through from BetBoom. Magnagez, really good job on this guy of holding on to his util, right? Another round where he's blocked them with 30 seconds left on the clock. That's forced a change of plan out of Legacy, going back over towards this A site. And Siren, well, he was the guy starting this game, firing on all cylinders. It would make sense, it would be poetic if he could be the one to end it. Siren and Boomich can, and BetBoom run away with a dominant victory over Legacy to find themselves 2-1 at the stage 1 here in Austin. It's not even close. This was no contest. BetBoom all on the same page, no weak link in sight. For Legacy, there was really no hope.
Yeah, not even in the game, not in the match in any conceivable way. Not even one standout player to make you really believe that there was a chance for Legacy. And I gotta say, Boomich called a great game in this match. Just a phenomenal T-side where all his individuals stepped up, where he had the read, he always knew where the stacks were. Business is good, business is bet booming.
It is indeed. Boomage, first of all, massive congratulations. You made that look very easy. How comfortable were you actually inside the server?
Then it's best of ones. You don't want to think it's easy. It was T-sided map Anubis, but we do the great job on T-side, and it looks easily, but still it was really nervous because it's really important best of one when you have the 1-1 score and go to the next day in 2-1 and play. You have 2 chances and 2 best of 3s right now, so it's really crazy and good.
As the commentators were just saying, a lot of your individuals stepping up. You also had some moments yourself. Round 9, your clutch, I think it was against Lux and Dumao. I know we're going to bring it up on the desk, so can you talk to me about that and how good it felt to pull that off?
I know after yesterday's loss, I just think about myself just to need to step up individually and really experienced player with 9 majors behind, and just want to show my team I can do a lot of work and motivate them.
You mentioned that level of experience. I think we'd kind of argue that, BetBoom are one of the most experienced teams in this stage 1. How much of a benefit do you feel like that is to your team?
It's first LAN for our team, and just we're enjoying, we don't think we're so experienced. We just want to go through the next stage, and like I said in the first interview, we just our goal is playoffs.
Final question. Obviously now you sit in that 2-1 bracket. You talked about, the pressure of these best of 1s. Now it's just best of 3s if you want to be making it through to playoffs. How much does that, take off a load mentally for you?
I think, mentally 2 best of 3s, and we understand we can play really great. So we will see what happens tomorrow, and I hope we can do the next stage.
Well, either way, Boomage, best of luck, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, a very convincing win coming in here for BetBoom, Peter. I gotta say, that's what we expected. That's what we wanted. We have been praising them. We've been hyping them up. We've been speaking about the fact that they have the most experience out of pretty much all the teams here in Stage 1. And finally, we get to see it.
I think it was good that they had a comfortable win. They went in and didn't look shaky at any point. Like Boomage talked about it, but it's a little bit nervous. When they go into this 1-1 bracket, it's an important best of 1 where they want to go to this 2v1, 2-1 bracket, so they actually can get into the best of 3, so they can actually advance to the next stage. But I think it was nice to see that BetBoom just kept it very simple. They didn't have to try and do anything specifically. And, Boomage himself, he said that with his experience and also that he wanted to take up this experience and bring it into the team and show that what he can do, and he even does that inside of this clutch. I think Boomage played a pivotal role inside this game in general, and I think he was the standout guy for this matchup.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Again, this round was instrumental, I guess, to continue the good start for BetBoom. He's being found himself in a 1v2, and to be completely honest, Boomage and BetBoom for a long, long time has been a big point of conversation for in the sense that we have a hard time placing them. We think they should be better than they are, but I think a result like this, given it's a best of 1 and given how convincing it was, that's something that's going to give us and I guess them a little bit of confidence that yes, they are good enough to make it to the next stage.
100%. I'm buying what you said about, being nervous coming into the game at the prospect of, potentially being down 1-2. Yep. I'm not buying that they were nervous inside the game, though. No. They looked so comfortable, right?
I think Legacy just also, again, they just looked flat. I think BetBoom just, as I mentioned before, they kept it very simple. They just played the numbers game. We saw multiple times where the flanks could also play in, where they would divert the attention somewhere else on the map. I think they played it out perfectly. We saw, again, in my opinion, Siren also having a good game. I think Siren has also had a good game yesterday. It's like with BetBoom right now, it's not the individuals that we expect to step up and bring in the big numbers that are actually playing very well. I think Siren has been instrumental both in gaming in train yesterday, but also with the way he controlled the pace and also the aiming control on.
See, that can be both a good thing and a bad thing, because I agree, Siren yesterday was the player to watch for BetBoom. Siren today was the most influential player, but if BetBoom want to make it deeper into this tournament, if they want to make it to stage 2, if they want to be a contender to maybe even to make it to stage 3, we need to see more from Exile. We need to see more from Sorted. Those 2 players are the 2 players that, historically speaking, have been able to play top-tier Counter-Strike against some of the best teams in the world. So you can look at it glass half full. Siren playing well. That's a step in the right direction. That's good, but it's needed to be backed up by Exile and Sorted.
Very quickly, can we just turn our attention to what's going on in the B stream, the Complexity versus NRG? I'm sorry to derail this, but NRG looked so confident, but Complexity, they're actually biting back, right?
Yeah, but it's 12-9 now for NRG, so I still think they're gonna make it. But yeah, Complexity showing a bit of a fight, but honestly, losing to NRG, that's disappointing for Complexity. We spoke about it. I had NRG winning the game because I was disappointed in Complexity yesterday, and I guess I continue down that trend right now. They're not looking great.
And the blowout, in the beginning, it looked like NRG was going to run away with it. We saw Hex just popping off, and he was a guy that even mentioned here, it was cold coming into this environment, and then he just starts to pop off. A player that had also been maybe praised a little bit, and then people are looking towards him as a guy that screams a lot, and some people seem to be annoyed by the fact that he's, he hasn't achieved anything and he's just being a loud kid and everything. But overall, I think that the game is getting closer and closer. But I'm still curious to see if Complexity can bring it all the way back to overtime.
Well, either way, we do have one more best of one to be getting into. That is OG versus TYLOO, which is going down after this break.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015, and it was just some friends that I played Minecraft with. They showed me the game, and then I started playing competitively in 2019, like ESEA Open, and then 2021 when I joined Triumph. The first time I saw like I could make money doing this. The early teams, no one had like a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment, energy. You know, we have all the NA players, so like 4 of us, 3 of us being American, 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also like in the same neighborhood, so we're all like around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice like variety.
Has it been something that's been appealing to you is to stay local, to stay to your roots? Have you ever thought about going international?
I've definitely thought about it. It's not like it's an easy decision to make, and I definitely prefer to live in the US, but for the game, you know, it's almost like inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. Like if you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not like improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least, you know, now that teams are here, you can play them here, but you have to be playing the top level teams or it's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely like a move in the future potentially, but right now it's not exactly necessary. Well, obviously qualifying for the major here is a big accomplishment. To be like, it's the first NA major since I like started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Be honest, do you feel any pressure?
I mean, the pressure was qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd, but right now there's no pressure the rest of the season for us. We made our goals. The first goal is just to get a couple of wins here, like hopefully make stage 2 or 3. It would set us up really nicely for the next season in terms of VRS points. If we could get any sort of like decent wins here, so just making, you know, taking a stage at a time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice, like you're in your home country and everyone's coming here to experience it. Austin's like a great city as well, probably one of the best cities in the US, so it's nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
Obviously, you know, back in Denmark, you've been kind of hailed as one of the next generations of in-game leaders. Is there anyone that you're particularly, you know, molding yourself off? Any particular icons in the scene that you look up to and want to become like?
I mean, I wouldn't be an IGL if I didn't say Carrigan. You know, he's of course the GOAT, and I mean, I look up to him a lot. So yeah, definitely him.
Obviously, we have Dupree joining us on the desk as well. So anything you want to say to him before we end out this interview?
Yeah, I mean, I played a little with Peter, you know, at one point. He's a very nice guy, and I mean, also an icon, and a guy I've looked up to for many years. So yeah, I'm just happy to see him here as well, you know, and him doing great on the desk. So it's nice.
Good.
Indeed. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about OG versus TYLOO. OG, we were kind of really on the hype train after their Complexity win. What happened after that, though, Jacob? Can you tell us a story about OG?
Back to normal, I'd say.
Yeah.
You know, back to where you could perhaps fear they would be at. I think today's game for me is like that's the baseline. All right, now we have 3 games to evaluate. If they win against TYLOO today and they do it convincingly, I'm sold on OG making it to the next stage. If they somehow lose, I'm not.
We'll see how things pan out. I think OG is going to have something to prove today with the performance of Nicolas yesterday. Maybe we're blown out a little bit about the fact that, okay, it looks so convincing going up against Complexity. But now they have another job at hand, and I think it's going to be interesting.
Krisen from the Carrigan School of Counter-Strike, apparently. Harry, Hugo, what do you think about that?
I mean, he's the GOAT, so...
Yeah, he is the GOAT. Krisen kind of nailed that. Man, you know, this is kind of... I think, right, like both these squads yesterday were interestingly weird, right? Yeah. You had OG start off with, we all remember the Nikodos game, right? We all remember the 3.08 rating. Insane stuff from him. Started the tournament off really well, but then they fall down a bait. TYLOO, equally in a weird spot. We saw them open versus NRG, and it looked super flat, and that was on Anubis, a good map for this TYLOO team, right? And it kind of left a bad taste in your mouth. Then they went on to run over Metizport, so at least relieving that they were able to beat up on those guys. But I don't really know where both of these squads are at coming into this game.
No, I can't really answer that question either, Harry. I mean, already OG getting here was kind of, I don't want to say miraculous because I like the combination of players, but they shot for the ceiling and they hit it. You know, they qualified to a major when, you know, this team hasn't even been at a major, or this organization in CS2, so that was already a bit of a surprise. And I think also the addition of Nikodos kind of out of nowhere, he immediately brings good form to this team, brings some crazy games online, some high ratings. Like yesterday, of course, an anomaly, but I think also just showcased the level of skill that this guy still has, especially on the rifle, ironically enough. So I was kind of surprised to see OG make it here, but at the same time, I kind of have more faith in this project and this core of players than some of the old iterations of OG that were kind of just, you know, we were just seeing players cycle through, get bought out, you know, all their good pieces kind of gone. So this is, again, another young team that is really hungry, that has actually decent experience in players like Buzz from Astralis, Nikodos from, you know, many majors in many different organizations and rosters as well. So, yeah, TYLOO disappointed me, but OG didn't. Okay, they lost to a bait, but that's a bait we rated highly anyway.
Yeah. No. I can get behind this. Yeah, TYLOO were... Oh man, like that game versus NRG.
That hurt.
It was rough to watch. Like it didn't feel at all like the TYLOO you were hoping to see here. In their debut at Austin.
And this is what I was saying, even in the last game. It's like it just felt like they weren't warm at all, and it's kind of a bad excuse. Like you got to be feeling good, but it felt like everyone was just completely off in that game, and no one had any impactful rounds, multi-kill rounds.
Yeah,
or
Mosaic was like the only guy doing anything, and even then, like I think he had like an impactful pistol, and those were the only rounds that TYLOO would pick up in that game.
And that's the one thing we've credited TYLOO and specifically Chinese teams all this time over the years. It's like these guys are really, really sharp individuals. Yeah, okay, the game plan sometimes falls, you know, off the track, and we don't necessarily like everything they do in the server, but in terms of having sharp aimers, well, that's what this region has typically been all about. So, you know, that got lifted up a little bit against Metizport, as maybe it should have, a wake-up call for TYLOO. But I think this is going to be a very hard game for TYLOO today.
Yeah, at bare minimum, hopefully it raised the confidence up a little bit, right? Like getting away with a handy little, what was it, 13-4 win over Metizport. It's like, yeah, maybe that brings you into it. I mean, Jeezel smiles. He's feeling good.
He's always smiling.
Yeah, he is always smiling.
Don't worry about that guy.
But no, the other thing is, and you know, I don't always just want to reference the one EPL with TYLOO, but like when they went there, they had some really good wins.
Yeah.
They managed to get through the first stage, and it's just this feeling like TYLOO, kind of the big Chinese organization, right? They used to be the squad that would be making major runs, that would show up to events and actually be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the big names. And it's been a long while since that point in history, right? TYLOO going through rebuilds, trying to get back there, finally returning to a major with this squad. And after that EPL run, it was like, damn, this is really promising, and hopefully they keep building up and getting better from here. You don't want to feel like you regressed, right? I think that's the big thing for TYLOO. When you look at the teams that they took down at EPL and some of the even just close results they had at EPL and games that they would go on to lose, it was versus, I would say, teams that are better than what we have here in this first stage. So,
if you want to talk about regression, I think the saddest part about that is for the longest time there was a pretty good case to be made on TYLOO that they were like holding on to the old pieces of the Chinese scene. Yeah. They weren't necessarily bringing in new talent, right? And some of the legendary players that weren't really, you know, in good form anymore. You know, I'm thinking about people like Advent, for example. But they finally made those upgrades. They finally brought in the next generation, the players that we've been hearing everything all about. And yeah, it's hard to know. You know, they are inexperienced, they are young, but it's hard to know. You know, like, have they regressed? I don't know. I think this major will answer a lot of questions for TYLOO, especially considering. Surprising to me, I think Lim Vision looks really good yesterday. Like, they almost took down Wildcard in that overtime game. They actually look like the better of these two Chinese teams. So I think TYLOO have something to prove today in a very hard matchup.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that, like, yesterday was just a bad day for Jam Young, and that today he's going to be firing on all cylinders, because I think he's a very important piece of this TYLOO puzzle. I also want to see G actually hitting some AWP shots. He got to have the AWP a lot yesterday, and left us wanting more often than not.
Well, the scary thing is, Harry, the map is ancient. Now, I remember an ancient from Nikados yesterday.
Yeah, I do remember it too.
Quite exciting, if you recall.
Kind of like a world edit type.
Yeah, kind of world edit coded.
Yeah, world edit coded game from Nikados.
I mean, you know, world edit, but in the modern day, Harry. That's kind of, wow. Who's the Shara of OG? That's what I want. I think it's Fiku.
Fiku is the Shara.
He's the Shara of OG.
It's good. It makes sense. No, but, you know, like, Fiku as well, someone who's been in OG, like, he is the OG of OG, right? Like, this guy has spent, what, like, the last 3 years here now.
Wow, it's gone by so quick.
It has gone by quick. And you know, over that time, I always think with, like, someone like this, it's not like Fiku's out here dropping these insane numbers or anything like that. But whenever someone's kept around like this, you imagine they bring a lot to the table.
Sure.
I think a good comparison, actually, would be, like, a Magic within Spirit, right?
Great example.
Like, they picked him up while he was young. They got to mold him into whatever he want, and they learned a lot about his character in doing so. And he's always been prepared to just kind of fill whatever void was needed. There was a time where Fiku was actually like a really, really strong clutch presence inside of this OG squad. It felt like he just couldn't lose a 1v2. And so, yeah, I kind of wanted him to showcase that a little bit today as well. But OG off with a bang. They're going to run out through mid. And it's Spooky on the board first. Mercury falls. Nikados. Is he looking for a 3.09 today?
Come on, don't set the bar so low, Harry. Nikados finds a second headshot. Buzz follows up. There's a couple more players in this A site, but the bomb's not committed at all. It's already running away, and Nikados makes it so. 3 kills with the pistol. He's part of the course right now, I'd say.
He only deals in 3s.
I don't know. He had a couple of 4Ks as well.
He did have a couple of 4Ks, actually.
No way he can do it again. And he's starting T-side as well.
Well, don't say that. Don't say no way he could do it.
No way, 0%.
Surely he could.
Look, if he gets 30 kills, no, he's not going to get 30 kills.
What will you do? If Nikados does it again, what will you do if you're so confident?
Invest in Nikados stickers.
Okay.
I'll buy out the whole stock.
Okay, there you go. That's more interesting. So that's what's on the line. Potentially a lot of money in that for Nikados. Out into mid he goes.
They're letting him go.
They're saying, go. Gadget Nikados. He's been deployed.
Need more.
This is the round that will let us know how big he's going to go in the rest of the game. If you farm some eeks with the AK, you feel unstoppable. If you get 1 deked, first bullet, confidence shattered for the rest of the game. So let's see. He's going into a double setup in the cave.
No, he's going ramp.
Oh, he's going ramp. Sorry, that was Fiku.
Yeah, this is scary though, this setup. Definitely gonna get an AK out
And
of
if
this.
Fiku does go through on his own, yeah, like there's no one here to kind of help or contain the rifle. I hope he's just gonna stick on the extremities here and wait for his teammates to lob in like the util, maybe the molly on default to force a swing. He won't get given one. And OG are going to move in to this stack.
Oh dear.
Keep playing first.
Why'd he drop off?
Jam Young. Just the one and done.
I mean, TYLOO just maybe panicking the comms. OG came through that B smoke. They were pushing in, but they waited so long on that crossfire setup. And the second before OG walk into it, they drop off the box. They give a free kill away. They allow OG to isolate the second man, and they kind of kill their own setup. That's a really awkward way for it to go, considering that should have just been arguably 2 kills for TYLOO. Not to be OG convert. And we have FlyQuest for TYLOO in the next.
Terrorists win.
Very awkward.
Nice, boys.
I think Nikados just loves this map. I was looking at how he spends his free time, and it is like his most played map. Highest win weight. Win weight. And so yeah, Nikados loves himself a bit of Ancient.
70 damage HE. Ouch. And they're going into the cave stack again, but the Molly pushes players out of position, forces them into prison. And this is nice and clean. Zaya, not long for this round. And 5 alive for OG. All right, TYLOO, you got to get started now, or this could go very, very wrong.
I mean, look, I wanted Jamyoung to get some kills early to feel a bit more confident today. He's at least the one guy with kills for TYLOO, Hugo. I'm no psychologist, but I think that's all you need for a bit of confidence. Let's see what he does in this first rifle round. G also gets to bring out the AWP for TYLOO early, and there isn't one in play for the side of OG. Now, with that said, does Nikados need an AWP?
No. Don't want him on an AWP, necessarily. Kind of a rifler.
Ooh, G's getting aggressive, but Nikados taking heads off over in mid.
And they just leave.
And now they up and leave it entirely. Sure, G's going to get this info, but is that more of a blessing than a curse? Now he can just say, okay, well, it's not mid, and now the whole map is a question mark, but he's read it well. On the jump up, might have heard footsteps on that run back through the spawn.
Yeah.
G's put himself in the right spot. AWP homed in on this line. FlyQuest falls first. They've learnt about the AWP in the heavens. How do you want to get around it? They flash him off the line. They bait that shot out from G. Gonna reposition into cave to try and help. Brazier in this sight hold, but it's only G left standing. Has to put a fresh mag in the AWP, and he's got Spooky and Nikados still to beat. Waits for anything to be given, anything offered. Nothing comes for free, though. He's got to force these fights. And OG just tuck in and play it perfectly, never give the AWP the line. They wait for that swing out.
I saw Nikados looking at the AWP after the round, but he didn't take it, Harry. He didn't take it.
Oh, respect.
Staying on the rifle. Yeah, it's a very hard round to win as well. I think he knew exactly where they both were, but the second you fire that AWP, Nikados is going to swing from defaults. Spooky had the cross. Nice mid pop there for OG, and again, decisive mid rounding. That's one thing, Prison. You can see how vocal this guy is. I'm really enjoying his calling. Super decisive, knowing when to abandon ship. Gets out of there, goes back for the B hit. Now just Pistols getting farmed in middle. Late flashes are so problematic for TYLOO. They're pushed back into Donut. Lucky to be alive. Just cost them mid. 5-on-4. Again, the cave setup here. But they've had no problem uncovering cave. Have OG. Molly going to clear corner, and they push right into the MAC-10. Easily done by FlyQuest. Double up. And 4-on-2, OG just walking it in.
Awkward miss for G.
Terrorists win.
And so well handled, man. The kind of consistency that OG are going into these like double cave setups and getting out looking way better is wild. You feel like eventually one of these has to net something for TYLOO. It's like in 3 of the 5 rounds played, they've gone into some type of cave setup, and it's often struggled to find any impact for TYLOO.
What a kill. G laid out a spawn, trading guns over. Does have his orb though. Fearless from OG coming through the mid-smoke again. Just caught in the open. TYLOO, at least the flash is perfect. Blinds OG back out of the smoke. They will give it up. Nikados has one reflash. There it is.
Awkward there. It felt like Attacker was trying to kind of link up with Jamyoung and play for like the deep mid control once Jamyoung gets it. But because he's just a second or so behind, Jamyoung is fed to the wolves, triple swung, and then Attacker's out in no man's land. So things go from bad to worse for TYLOO. As they look to recover this, they're going to try and flush out the red room. Spooky here, he's had a real hot start to this game. And he's not slowing down. Mercury in retrograde now for sure, as TYLOO might just have to start backing away from this one. G-Zorp has given them some hope, something to hold on to here. Second man even linking up with him. Fiku has the info that both players are here, but this can still get weird for OG. They lose Fiku, they lose the B site with him. That bomb is aware of this, and so Nikados has left this side of the map entirely. But this has now opened up a 2v2. This is the best spot TYLOO have been in the whole game.
Yeah, they dropped the orb. They're going for this one right now. Kit, no smoke, but they just got to move quick and move together. Bomb getting planted, both through the red room. Oh no, he's doing the Austin. In Austin, Spooky, tucked in Temple. They won't check him. They're going to go out through CT anyway. Nikados fighting flawless so far, finally put down. Spooky goes back 10-1. He's had an unbelievable opener to this game. Can he close yet another round? Spooky gets him off the bomb and he disappears into the darkness. Another tap, another bait. Spooky, does he bite? Doesn't look like it. Falling out, sees the fake, and they will win the round. TYLOO just about save it. Seconds to spare. Messiah puts it up, and TYLOO have a round.
It's not comfortable for TYLOO, but you're happy that you've been able to break him with this round out of all of them, right? Arguably, things have gone really, really wrong here after this double kill over in mid. Even the push from Spooky in a window, that's a 4v2 that gets out of control that TYLOO are able to break back into. So it's from the back foot that they find their first bit of success. An immediate timeout as well. They want to start building upon this. You know, it's nice to have clawed a round back from the back foot, but this is where you say, okay, now let's make our play, see if we can take a round dominantly.
Spooky's been a real problem in middle, just coming out through that mid-smoke, through the molly, late flashes, and finding a lot of opening kills. I hope he goes back to it. TYLOO, you have to stop him. Oh, they even missed their deep mid molly. Nikados on an orb. Contact B for Buzz. Of course, this opener gets Mercury off the site, and if they swim along, they're gonna find Messiah. Fiku follows up. It's Jamyoung as they fake the bomb. Nikados, the kill comes to him. And that should just be the save force. The worst case is Spooky is still here. So this is not a guaranteed save by any means. OG just keep it super simple here. And despite the B stack, get out with just one death. Here it is, the exit. Oh, he read it.
I think the thing that just feels rough for TYLOO is like, they're already so far behind in this game, being 6-1 down, that like, OG aren't really playing with a lot of respect. They're going fast in the middle. They're going for these fast lane takes. They're not afraid to, you know, go for like the ramp walk up. It's a 6 save from G, don't get me wrong. But yeah, you know, it's it's really awkward because they're leaving you with this horrible choice where it's like you kind of need to stop the mid or lane right now. That's very much the feeling. Or your B-hold has to be able to withstand one of these B-execs, but it hasn't done that yet in the entire game so far. With the exception of that round that was more about like lurking and players coming in on the extremities late into a B site. And it's like, as a result, you're not really getting to explore any other options. You're kind of feeling like you have to play into the hands of OG and fight for these important positions mid and lane early. Ooh. But finally going to win them. TYLOO go far heavier in middle. They start there with 3 players rather. And they get out with the goods.
All right.
This has come from nowhere, bruh.
Walking through smokes now, OG. Throwing caution to the wind.
Just like if OG were playing a little slower, I think you would have seen stuff like, oh, you know, attempts at main control early in the round. Maybe you go for like a late grouping and retake mid a little bit later, but that just hasn't been the pace that OG have brought to the table. TYLOO needed something like this, where it's far stronger. 3 players fighting mid, a reaction available to come in through cave and ramp. And I'm assuming this might change the nature of OG going forward a little bit, right? You just saw that triple mid really fight for it for the first time. And so curious how OG respond to this. That's not a round that TYLOO was supposed to win, but they picked it up anyway.
Yeah, a little fast round mid as well. It's typically just been a player kind of edging the smoke, playing safer. But they full send, and the triple mid works wonders. Will TYLOO stick to it? Now's kind of the round you'd see a lot of teams just call an A-rush to set the precedent. Spooky just blocks. We have the orb begging for a boost as well. Also looks for the B pick. Here's that lane crunch coming from the cave though. Mercury tucked in a corner, somehow still alive. This shot on the orb. And Mercury looks like he wants to go for it. Over the boost, denied. And somehow survives.
I mean, OG have just run back kind of a similar look to all these other rounds that they've played so far. Ooh. And I think that's going to leave them in a very powerful position in terms of calling the shots in this game if they turn this one around. It started 5v4 for TYLOO, but that's now been reclaimed. Spooky's been given this space to work the mid control again. He's going to try and get into the red room. Messiah is here, but Spooky tucked in for now, trying to play this one a little bit later. Mercury dead back in the cave, spammed out by Fiku, and Spooky finds his timing on the backstab. It's going to have to be another one of these. Oh, never mind. They've just lost the A player. The only guy left is Jam Young back in the cave. 25 seconds. The bomb doesn't even have to come to him. They get the info now, and that bomb starts to leave.
Just so sharp. Dude, Spooky's having his Nikados kind of game right now. He is unstoppable. Out middle with a double kill. Element of surprise goes completely to TYLOO, and he wins both fights.
The thing I think that gets so awkward now, right, is like, think about the last 2 rounds. TYLOO played the triple mid and attempted like the cave control, and it worked. They did it again. This time it hasn't. But it's like, it's still the same exact play 2 rounds in a row. I think now if you're TYLOO, you still maintain this mid presence or presence over towards B. This is the type of round I'd love to see. I'd love to see OG throw a player out through A main. They've now seen the triple mid set up twice in a row. I feel like the last one was to test the waters that TYLOO would run it back. I want to see something where you try to exploit that. The resource intensiveness that TYLOO are using over in mid.
Even just the set call to do an A-rush. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet in the game here for OG.
They haven't felt like they've had to. When you're winning out the lane fight and the mid fight this convincingly. But if there ever was a time, it's not now.
It's a B-rush. Got the Mac-10 on first spawn. Feels like they're just going to go, go, go. Smoke on the Molotov.
I mean, they've actually nailed this. G had the AWP over towards A. That's the biggest item in the round.
That's just rude.
Molly missed on ramp, so it was free pathing for OG.
Rude. They didn't even smoke it. They just ran around it. Dear oh dear. That's a momentum call right there. Everything's been working. the fear of middle for TYLOO that you're talking about. And OG just rushed the B-bomb site like it's nothing. And the AWP dead now, of course. Nikados denies it. Disastrously wrong here. Oh my god, pre-fired as well. No saving for TYLOO allowed. Stomps, Harry.
Yeah, Fiku is like feeling it right now too, right? Like Spooky took a lot of the attention with some of his like active mid plays, but I think one of the reasons he's gotten away with that so much is Fiku has been dominating Cave. Even in this round, like just running around with the MAC-10, sniping the saving players. Fiku is not really missing a beat.
Terrorists win.
CT money. 2K a pop. And 2 rounds on the half.
Yeah, there was actually a mic issue, so like Fiku just, maybe just, you know, don't even bother talking to your team, bro.
Just run in.
Just run in with a MAC-10.
They can't even hear him.
You get enough info just from the kill feed with how Fiku's playing.
Yeah, true.
Oh, he's killed 2 guys
Cave
on
clear.
it. It's like playing with a random.
Cave clear. Oh, cave clear again.
Ooh.
99% sure on the smoke.
Let's see then.
Yeah, well.
99% was the quote.
What could go wrong?
That means 1% of the time this smoke will miss. Let's see if it's one of those.
Which smoke? Was it the Insta? It looked good. I was watching. It looked good to me. All right. Passing points. We do have an A play though. Contact through main, a bit of a quieter round. 2 here for TYLOO. They've at least read it, and the shadows will give it away.
I mean, they've read it.
First.
They took B. They took B right at the start of the round, and so they knew. They've got a full lean over towards the A site now, and this hope of conditioning TYLOO to worry about mid and B to soften up the A site has not worked out. Now, I said coming into this game, Fiku used to be a very clutch player for OG.
Careful.
1v5 up against these pistols and SMGs. He's boxed into a corner, but Fiku, ball rolling, won't take it any further.
I got scared when they all ran through the smoke and aim with half health with pistols. There was a world, there was a way, but TYLOO will not let that happen. Holding on to something in this CT side. That half buy gives them the chance in the last round of the half. I mean, they've been playing pretty heavy A in this game. They've just never had the A rush, and there it is. Contact out of spawn, and TYLOO are prepared. G on the AWP. Cave-bound goes Crizzen. A lot of success here. Mercury
The decision to start with an A lean for TYLOO seems wild, right? That's the first time OG went there. It's them trying to kind of play the mind game. But it's going to leave them very far removed from the end goal of this round.
This hit is really annoying. There's nowhere to sit for Spooky. Caught in the open. And now OG feel like they just have to go B. The sooner the better. Rotates are coming in. Right now it's only Messiah.
You know, with your volley of util, you've likely locked out these rotating players. Onus is going to be on TYLOO to come through them. Messiah was at least trying to hold down his end of the bargain over at ramp. As his teammates flood through, they're cut down 1 by 1, and so TYLOO might have known that B hit was coming, didn't make dealing with it any easier. Just attacker left in a CT side that's been devoid of big moments, of clutches, of anything wild for TYLOO. Attacker sitting down towards bottom of the board for his squad. Can't find a thing in that 1v3. And so OG continue to have a good track record here on Ancient as they run away with that first half. Spooky and Fiku are leading the charge for OG. Nikodos no longer required to drop record-breaking numbers, and they still sit comfortably in the lead here. 9-3 at the end of that first half. Couple of one-and-done rounds in there for TYLOO. A better day in the office for G and Jamyoung, two players you wanted to see more from after the first day, but it still, you know, feels like you can't get this whole TYLOO team firing up at the same time. There's huge gaps. Mercury 1-12, Attacker 3-9, and even a little quieter day from Messiah. Clash in the cave. And as it was in that first half, the battle looking to be won by OG for the cave position. That's the bomb at the feet of Krizen.
It's been theirs all game long. They've even got a smoke to block picked up off the body. They can buy more time to hold that bomb down. TYLOO out of their depth, flying blind. And coming in on the flank. This could be something at least. Attacker behind a player in the red room. Buzz tucked in, gives away his position. Now we need that backstab right now to save his life. Buzz gone, gives a chance here for TYLOO to group up and play the 2-on-2. Meanwhile, OG have given up the bomb, looking for fights instead, trying to stall out the round. Flank for Fiku will be very late here, so Krizen can't afford to die.
He's not going to have this timing. He's hoping he can catch them on like a full back.
Yeah.
They have the info that one man is inside of B right now. They might be expecting both of them to be playing around this bomb. And so to that end, Fiku's position certainly isn't expected, but it will leave him a little further away from the action if this play just ends up at B. Krizen, at least, you can see the IGL brain on him, has immediately tried to lower the chance of giving this round away. He's 3 kills deep already, but he doesn't hang around a fight. He leans into a retake setup over here at B. That's going to allow Fiku to move in and join him. And Krizen on for the ace. Just Jamyoung left to beat. 2 versus 1 as they close the distance. Jamyoung can't quite hit that final shot. It's Krizen with all 5. The ace to find this pistol and put OG onto double digits. That's their captain, and that's why they hold him in such high regard.
Yeah, jumping around the corner, knife out, switches back, and saves the day. What a performance for Krizen. The Julies ice him out over in the cave. And I love the way they play that 2-on-2, not dying for the bomb, rather just playing for the round win. Retake on the B-bomb site, trading out. A little bit scary in the 1v1, but he hits a nasty headshot. And a frustrating way to fall for TYLOO, because that might just be the game with it. 10-3 off of the pistol. They force up out of desperation.
I mean, it is kind of staggering just how many deaths TYLOO have fielded over towards Cave, right? It was the case in the first half where even though they would run double setups here more often than not, they would never get out favorably. More often than not, they would actually get out with nothing. And that's even kept up now onto the T side. It was the source of their problems in that pistol round. They're wanting to fight and die on the hill of this cave control again, but they're going into a setup between Krizen and Spooky. Flash dodged. TYLOO. And they finally get this cave control. It doesn't feel like it. Once more, the bomb lost. Krizen manages to back out of here. Steals himself away, tries to live for one more fight, but can't get away with it. Fiku now tucked in. There's players coming up ramp, so he battles forward into the mouth of cave. G's allowed to come through. His teammates already secured the site. Nikodos on his way over with an AWP.
Good.
Doesn't try his hand at the wall bang. Doesn't want to give up that this AWP is in play yet. Messiah learns about it now, and that leaves G all alone. 1 versus 2, but ramp player picked up, and G wants his hands on an AWP. Can he get it? Sticking the landing in this 1v1. Could have given hope to TYLOO. Instead, it's ripped from their hands. OG moving towards the finish line.
Yeah, and jokes aside, the couple of rounds Nikodos has had the AWP in this game. He's hit his shots, he's been reliable, he's closed out rounds, and that's a perfect example. Patience paying off as G feels the pressure, swings in to awaiting Nikodos. Both players offer him kills. And OG, it's just on rails right now.
What are you doing, man?
Crism with something to say about that. And 2 rounds required for OG to shut down this game, end the day, and sit 2-1 here in the first stage of Austin.
And it just feels like no one's dropped the ball here for OG, right? Like, you're really not shy on people to point to in TYLOO right now and to say, yeah, they could be doing more. Outside of Jamyoung and G, the 2 guys kind of comparable levels being hit in this game to some of the OG players. The rest of the gang have all gone absent. And sure, I did forget Buzz was in this OG team for a moment with him being down bottom of the board. I haven't had to say his name all too much, but it hasn't been an issue at all.
No.
Everyone else is
not enough
finding exactly right. Like everyone else is finding so much success.
Yeah, I mean Mercury's 1-14 right now. It's yeah, stark difference. TYLOO.
The Buzz is here. So's Fiku though, and this guy has been very switched on.
Oh, boost up. Timing is weird because they've actually walked in, but he saw them on the top. And Nikadoz knocks them off their block. Flash back in. Fiku looking for more, and they're just free. There's no trades here for TYLOO. There's just more and more kills for this Nikadoz AWP. 3 in the round, shutting it down with all 4. Nikadoz makes it look easy.
I mean... Yeah, it was easy. There was no util, no nothing, and it's like, it feels like TYLOO have kind of just hit autopilot at this point. That's a very uninspired B hit, and the one thing you feel like they can't rely on right now is their aim. That's a round that's purely dependent on getting openers, on being able to kind of steamroll your way through the site. Instead, they're just picked apart by Nikadoz's AWP.
Devastating scoreline as well. Didn't think that would get worse in that NRG match.
Nikadoz on AWP, 16-6. Pretty darn good. No one can take that away from him. But when he was rifling only...
Double that.
3.08 rating. Just something to mull over.
Yeah, I'll think about it. But like as we were saying, first off, I think Spooky and Fiku had incredible impact. Spooky in mid, Fiku in cave. Like... Didn't need Nikadoz to do it all.
Yeah. I mean, they are the reason this game is so one-sided.
Because also, that was a question. Like, we saw Nikadoz just wreck everybody, and we're like, okay, but what's this team? Is this team good? Like, yeah, sure, he's had a life game, as it were, but like, is his team good? Are they going to be up for the task here in this first stage? And, well, the answer is right now looking like a resounding yes. A round away from sitting 2-1 in this first stage. It's meant to be. It's undeniably happening in front of our very eyes. TYLOO, last-ditch attempt, just trying to smash this B site.
They're going to go into the Nikadoz AWP, that molly at least. You know, hey, they've at least used the util to kind of displace the Nikadoz AWP. That's what was missing in the last B exec. And Nikadoz is at this B site all alone in a retake setup, but long controls being sought after by TYLOO, going through the motions. He falls back on this line, waits for his teammates to join him, and TYLOO getting mopped up. Messiah trying to save the day. It's the 3 heaviest hitters still in the picture for TYLOO. Scrapping over at long, Messiah continues to find success. And it's just Spooky left to beat. Jamyoung and G in this 2v1 will collect the 4th round for TYLOO.
A little more behind that one. Like you said, the molly that pushes Nikadoz out. More importantly, even the flash that blinds him off of the long angle. TYLOO actually pieced together a nice set call with their cave control. And they push everyone out of position there. A more reassuring round. But you need 8 more, and you need them in a row to even be in the conversation here on Ancient. And that's the first time TYLOO have really given us something that we like in this map. Oh dear, don't lose to this. Deagle out for Fiku, nails the only player at B. TYLOO are full middle, and OG are figuring it out.
Nikadoz lies in wait in the red room. It's not free passage here. Nikadoz, you got to pay the toll. He'll take them all out of the round. Nikadoz with the lineup, that's 3. And with just these pistols, a couple of weapons around it, OG stormed the board. And TYLOO bested. No contest. No wild game from Nikodos required. This was a team effort from top to bottom. Fiku, Spooky, and Nikodos all worth their weight in gold here to pull this one together.
Yeah, everyone had their moments, but it's still nice to see Nikodos can repeatedly do what he did in that debut, right? Coming in with some unbelievable quad kill impact rounds on the rifle, on the AWP. Chrism with some nice T-side calling, some momentum calling as well. The B rush at just the right time to break TYLOO's money, and it just felt like TYLOO, again, as we said after the NRG match, were never really in this game.
No. We're going to have to look at TYLOO as they continue here. Now, you know, in the rough position of being 1-2 down, they'll switch over to BO3s, and it's a situation where we have to just see a game where everyone's actually firing at the same time. Day one, it was just really Messiah, like, looking vaguely like himself, but no one else was hitting today, just Jamyoung and G. That's not enough. They need all 5.
First of all, massive congratulations, Buzz. I feel like there's something about you guys on Ancient. You know, you did it to Complexity, you do it against the TYLOO. Tell me about that map and why you feel so comfortable.
I mean, I think we've always been comfortable on Ancient with this lineup. So yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a good pick for us.
Is there anything in particular that kind of makes you feel so comfortable on it?
I think we are good at playing, like we can play different play styles on the map. We can play fast-paced or slow-paced. So yeah, I think that's really suiting for us.
Tell me about yesterday, because obviously, you know, absolutely demolished Complexity, then Bait, they get the better of you. What were the conversations that kind of happened overnight within the team?
To be honest, I think we had a really good idea of what to do against Bait. It was more the smaller things that went wrong, such as like microcoms, talking like what we're entering, like who's looking where, small nades. Like it was about the small mistakes yesterday, I would say. So we didn't really put too much thought into it. We just had to go do the same today and then do it 2% better, and yeah, then it works out.
Definitely paid off. For you, just looking personally, you know, you're a major rookie right now. You're sitting 2-1 up in stage 1. Does that kind of lift any weight off of your shoulders? Do you feel any less pressure now?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I don't feel like we feel that much pressure in the team. We're pretty good at focusing on ourselves and what we can control. But yeah, of course, it's better than being 0-2 or 1-2, so for sure.
100%. And just looking at you again personally, you know, I think a lot of people would be familiar with your name because of your time on Astralis, and it's been a little bit of time since then. So can you tell me what kind of was the biggest learning coming off of that team and now coming into OG?
I think it was a big transition from being the smaller voice in the team to being maybe one of the bigger voices. Obviously, I came into Astralis pretty early in my career. I would say I took a big step up, and I learned a lot of things there. So yeah, now I'm trying to maybe give some of that experience to the other guys as well, and help where I can.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Buzz. Congratulations and good luck moving forward.
Once again, looking super, super strong.
Yeah, I think like overall looking at the OG's engine, it just looks like they are super comfortable. We hear Boss saying that they can play in different paces and different play styles that, you know, cements them in being a really good engine team. I think it was like a very big play by the entire team. Like the entire team chimed in. I think it was very instrumental. Spook on the T side getting and mounting that lead. Then we saw them transitioning to the CD side where we saw Nikodos stepping it up. We also saw Nikodos in determination of also playing up this time around, but still ending on top of the scoreboard, also playing a lot of rifle.
I like what I see from OG. You know, yesterday we saw them absolutely demolish their opponent in the first game. Second game was a little bit lackluster. Then second game again it goes crazy and they demolish their opponent. That's sort of like the story with Nikodos as well, right? He started off like fire yesterday, slowed down a little bit in game 2, and now he's once again having a strong showing. Is that what we can kind of expect from OG? That the peak and the ceiling is very high, but the floor and I guess the consistency is not there quite yet?
I mean, this victory against TYLOO creates a couple of questions inside of myself. Is that how good are TYLOO actually? Yeah, they beat Metizport yesterday in a very comfortable way, but then again, they all have also been looking quite dire this tournament. Now OG once again playing Engine. Obviously, they need to show more than just being able to play Engine, and this time around, I think it was great to see the team that everyone chimed in. It wasn't just like the Nikodos show where he just completely blew them off the server yesterday, because now this felt like everyone had to chime in. It was both on the T side, but also on the CD side that we saw glimpses of them being actually a really strong team. And the whole idea with Boss also mentioning that yesterday against Page, which they lost to, is that It was more about the small details. It was about like the mismanagement of communication, but also utility that maybe they just didn't feel the game as they've done the last 2 ones.
I really appreciated Buzz, taking the time to share with us that, they feel like they're strong on Ancient because of the different playstyles that they can play. Because I feel like although it's been a small sample size of, just 2 times you've seen them on Ancient here, just the fact that, they managed to put up some really solid numbers.
Yeah, and
really
they're willing to fight. They're willing to play. They're willing to take charge of the game. And Boss also said, that going from being one of the smaller voices to a bigger voice within the team, that helps him dictate the pace and dictate wherever he's playing on the map a little bit more as well. I love the fact that OG on Ancient, small sample size or not, we've seen them 2 times. They play proactive Counter-Strike. Yes. They're not afraid to be aggressive. They're not afraid to be in the face of their opponents, and that's helping them out quite a lot.
Heroic FlyQuest. That's going to be a qualification game going down on the other side of this break. Any thoughts about that one, gentlemen? Heroic, obviously fan favorites, right?
Definitely. I mean, like everyone has, well, pretty much a majority of everyone has put Heroic going to that 3-0, sorry. And I think that this matchup is going to be very instrumental in how the teams also move forward. I think that FlyQuest has shown some really high level here. Sure, the competition is less competitive than what they used to maybe, but the same thing, Heroic has lived up to the expectations, and I think this matchup will determine what team will be feeling best coming to the next stage.
I agree. It's a game between 2 teams that, it may sound harsh to say, but regardless of who wins and who loses, both will make it to stage 2. I cannot see a world where they won't make it, both of them. And I think both of them, depending on how the game goes today, can come into stage 2 and have aspirations and ambitions of maybe even making it for stage 3. I have them as the 2 strongest teams in this department. BetBoom could be another one, contention for that one if they can figure it out. But those 2 teams right now, we're about to see, they are the 2 best playing teams so far.
Well, that is going to be going down, but not until we head things to a short break. When we get back, Heroic versus FlyQuest to qualify for stage 2.
All right, X-Cloud, it's been a 2-0 start for you here, one of the favourites in the stage as well. Everything you guys kind of expected, I guess, has happened at this point, but does it feel like it's been quite comfortable for you guys?
Honestly, I wouldn't say everything happened as we expected, because we didn't expect anything. We just worked. I saw a tweet about, I think it was Imperial, they expected to be 2-0, but if you're expecting to be 2-0, you can adopt. It's a fast day, it's a best of ones, and you shouldn't have expectations, but you need to put the hard work.
Yeah. All right, I really like this mentality from you, man. That's very good stuff. Now, coming into this best of 3, you're going up against FlyQuest, and they like to pick into Inferno, but that's your perma-ban. So do you feel like that's going to give you just more of an advantage in this series?
I mean, we prepared only 3 maps, and it's the maps we are playing right now. Okay. So I feel like in the veto, we are 1-0 up, and right now we are ready for them. Yeah. We are not preparing a lot, but we are just trusting our game plan. How we play is very strong, so we just need some adjustments, how they play, what's directions, or what's the surprising switch ups they have. Okay. And that's it. But we are ready for the game.
Regardless, it was a great start for you guys here, and especially against BetBoom. Were you surprised about the dominance, or were you expecting to come in this hot?
I expected to play with more confidence as a team. We are very confident players if we have a good start. And since it's not a team like Vitality or Spirit in our first game, it was a good start.
Now, Nedic, obviously the newest member of the team now, it's not you, so he's had a few months in the team. What are your expectations of him as a player, and just how has he been fitting into the team and performing?
He's really explosive as a player, but really calm as a person. And as long as we give him space, he can do some great stuff. Magic.
When you say give him some space as well, obviously I know that's something we were trying to do with you when you came into this team. So is there a balance to be had between that?
Yeah, on certain maps I have to give him space, and I realized it. For example, Banana Inferno, right? I have to support my player, and it's fine as long as I get into clutches and he gets me the free side.
Yeah. Okay, this is a nice duo working out here as well. So how do you feel, though, 6 months into the team? Do you feel like this is where you guys can hit your stride and show the best performance we've seen from you and FlyQuest in general?
Yeah, it should start just now, because we had some time to prepare and to train as a team, and I think from now on, it will go upwards.
Oh, nice. Now, this game against Heroic, though, could be a little bit more difficult in the veto. Obviously, they ban your favorite pick map going into Inferno. Does that make things difficult for you? Is it harder to get into this?
Yeah, we don't have a really big map pool, but we'll try our best to play with confidence. Okay. So, yeah, that might fuck their map, I think.
A little bit of confidence to upend the status quo. Seems like that's the game plan today for the likes of Heroic versus FlyQuest. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in an uncharted territory because you have FlyQuest, who has been so notoriously down in those 0-3 pick'ems for so many majors. Everybody laughing at Oceania and whatnot. And what do you know? Here they are on the brink of making it to the next stage as quick as can be. But who's ahead of FlyQuest? That's the question. And there was so much hype around Tanir and this Heroic roster, kind of speculated as perhaps one of the best performing players at this stage and somebody who could then take it to the next level, Launders. That is what's ahead of us today. So welcome back, folks, to the Austin Major.
There are whispers of Tanir being the next person to be added to the top 20 this year, maybe, if Heroic keep it up. And I think he certainly has lived up to the hype, especially, it's not just how good he can be, it's how consistently good he can be.
Right.
I think we haven't watched a match where you've been like, oh, does he really have it? Or he's not really showing up today versus a great team. And to be honest, FlyQuest might not be the classical measure of greatness when you're going to compare yourselves to some of the top tier competition. But at this event specifically, we've seen FlyQuest show us maybe their best form ever. Especially yesterday, we watched them win so many 4v5 situations. We saw them complete rounds that it felt like they never had the self-belief to be able to do in previous events. I think right now we're seeing the best called FlyQuest. I think we're seeing the most resilient in terms of being able to win 4v5 so consistently. And I think when the rubber hits the road and the game plan gets a bit better and the 5v4 start coming in, I think we'll really see what FlyQuest can do. But so far, it's enough to get them to this point.
Right? A beautiful 2-0 start. But while I know the Aussies and the Kiwis have gotten out of bed to cheer for FlyQuest this morning, I'm just going to go ahead, take a second and spit in your Cheerios. A swift reminder that at the last major, it was Shanghai, folks, for the perfect world. FlyQuest also found themselves 2-0 opening stage. And then what happened? 3 consecutive losses in best of 3s. That nightmare that nobody wants to go through after having the best possible first day of a major is what this org has lived through in their last outing. I don't think that's going to happen again by the nature of the gameplay FlyQuest have brought to the table here in Austin. But it does just need to be said because I think that, that ghost is still somewhere in the shadows.
No one's safe. 2-0, it's because you've won 2 best of 1s. The best of 3s really do a good job of showing us who's consistently good and who's not. There aren't too many snubs, even with the criticisms of the major format being in Swiss. Still winning that best of, like right now, we've got a 2-0 match, which is Heroic. This is going to be the hardest match that they could play in this entire group. So there is no free entrance, even with a good first day.
Ooh. Looking like a free entry into Donut, though. Regali kicks it off, first blood of the series. Vexite right with him. Dual Berettas for xFloud is going to try to go ahead into A main. Ooh, gets a little wild with it, but he'll find his. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of 3 teammates. Everybody else down on site. We do get this temple rotate at least. And Bomb's going to go back, right? They're thinking we have no A main control. Why even put us into a post plant where we don't have half of the control? And these Berettas have now nothing to lose. So while that bomb's run B, he's still trying to make this happen. xFloud 3 kills deep.
Not too shabby. Not even that late to get to the other side of the map. So xFloud, have at it, man. 3 kills already.
Wastes no time arriving. Netix down to 11 HP. That's not ideal. And xFloud, I mean, look at the tempo of which he's clearing these corners. He knows he has to play it fast, knows he doesn't have the kit, could have had a player go long, so he taps to try to elicit that peek. Now nothing over here. No flank, nada. Oh, time, though, of the essence. You've got to just gun down ramp and hope you find both, which you can. The bomb shot planted for him, but it's that 10-second defuse. He just tries to get him to peek. It has to come out, and that'll keep you on your toes. Beautiful attempt from xFloud, but a pistol into FlyQuest's back pocket.
He actually couldn't have played it better. The post-bomb positions they took were the most unlikely because obviously where the bomb was facing, it was kind of planted for where Regali was playing in back in CT spawn. So a nice try from xFloud, and the kills will be remembered. I think the effort that was shown on this round will definitely be a little scary here. But ultimately, like, look at this from FlyQuest's perspective. I mean, they have a hard round to win, and they also play it perfectly. So great conversion. And I think while Heroic are the favorites in this matchup, I don't think FlyQuest got lucky to get to this 2-0 position. We saw the interview yesterday from Netic as well. I think really showed so much true confidence in, you know, in the banter about how there's no North American practice, as well as his individual level as he showed us in that game, I think they really do believe that they can beat almost anybody in the stage right now.
It's a win over Fluxo and a win over BetBoom for the record. FlyQuest coming in with that. Chinggis Warriors and NRG for Heroic. Trade frags inside A site and a nade that just whittles down a bit of Liaz's HP. That's not a very comfortable entry. So now suddenly, sure, you've got the pistol, but that wasn't the way you wanted to kick this one off. We'll see what the recovery looks like. We got to give credit where it's due. That departure from the last round's A site was the great call. 5-7 though gets the better of him. LNZ just sticks it to In's head, and now a 2v4 looking real comfortable with this upgraded Galil. Oof, FlyQuest may have just hit a bit of a speed bump they can't get over.
Yeah, maybe versus in their form versus BetBoom yesterday, they could pull out a round or two like this. But in this position, Heroic, it feels like they've just got too much control of the map with the time left over. Now, if you want someone alive in the late round, it's probably going to be Regali. It's probably going to be Liaz, to be honest. And here they come up Donut versus two players.
They're in the right corner, and Sunpius, if he finds contact, is really going to give Tanir that extra second to prepare for the Donut exit. There it is. He turns in, and the rifle finds its kill. Ooh, 4 standing strong here from Heroic. Perfect rebound as far as they're concerned. Saw looks on with a passive approval. That is what you're looking for on a CT side of Ancient. Pistol is moot.
No win would be more impressive than this best of 3 victory because of the way it would bring them to the next stage, because of them beating the best team in the stage at the exact same time. I'm going to hold out hope for as long as FlyQuest show us good rounds, but make no mistake, Heroic are the favorites in this series right now. And speaking to Heroic, a team who has also made roster moves, who in the last 6 months are radically different, Heroic are a team who are just actually pretty incredible in terms of how they've managed to bring up a lot of names that we wouldn't have otherwise talked about, put them on a roster that can win, and made them work together in a way that I don't think anyone saw this configuration happening before. I mean, a lot of players weren't on anybody's radar. You might obviously know XCloud, but Youngstar, Tanir, there are some risks that Heroic took here that have paid off.
That's where I love to give that extra little bit of credit to a guy like Saw. You know, some coaches get credit when you win. He should be getting all the credit for the builds. A guy who put Kixan on a special pedestal before Falcons bought out that core. So you're absolutely dead on. Making do with what you can. Similar boat right now for FlyQuest, obviously, with this force buy. And the fact that they're not only able to get the opening kill on XCloud, who was very ambitious with that mid push, but now we're also talking M4 in the hands of this buy up from FlyQuest. You'd be a fool, Heroic, if you're not cautious in what's left of this round.
And obviously, whatever you lack in utility, you can make up with material. And so they're staying close together to try to trade. And actually, very tactful use of this one molly they've got to take over cave control. Even them just pushing into it has drawn the attention of an extra CT. Sunpius is the last vision they've got inside of middle, and he got smoked out right now. Oh, interesting. They actually made a rotation back.
They try to gun it down from Donut. Tanir, time to shine. Nice target selection, draws them into him, gets his double, and Sunpius isn't too far off. He'll find one. Ints, Tech9 right back. And now an AK in hand, but he just missed timing on that rotate. They're worried about Donut flank. Now seeing players deep spawn, they can go for the plant. Regali's hand's no longer busy. He's gonna have to clutch, and it just gets away from him. Youngstar to make that difference. And they will continue forward with the momentum they stole 1 round ago. Heroic, by the skin of their teeth, 1 player left standing.
It's moments like these that are not the hardest calls in the world, but good signs for players like Inns, who I feel like in terms of maximizing what they could do in this position, they found it. They were able to, they smoked out Sunpius without fighting him. They pulled run rotation to the B site without seeing anybody. They hit the A site as players were leaving at the same time, and they did this with 1 molly, 1 smoke, and just staying as a pack. So very, very smart call, just pragmatic calling, I think is what we saw. And that made it very scary for Heroic for a second.
I'll add in as well, I think the tempo was great too, and they decided to finally barrel up through Donut as well. No wasting of a moment, even though you're working with so little.
True, they could have just got back into position if they waited a couple extra seconds.
Yep. No, you identified each of those little moments, and I'll say the glue between them all was just slick. So well done on their behalf. Into middle, they'll attempt, and LNZ with the advantage of guns over pistols, confident to play for lane, but, well, careful what you ask for. Vexite Tech9 to the head again. Tanir's here to pick up slack, and this one's going down smooth. They've got them all out middle, corralled and culled. 3-1 start here for Heroic. That force buy, well worth it.
Yeah, good ideas are one thing, close rounds are another, but numerically, Heroic will just leave them in the dust in this half if FlyQuest don't instantly step up. They've got tough competition right now. And I think we saw Heroic maybe in the first half of their opening map where it looked like they were fallible, and that's because it was day one probably. But now everybody's warmed up. I think every team in this stage will get better as the days go on.
We are talking about the 2-0 pool after all, so that extra layer of pressure, at least that's been washed off. Now it's the excitement of the thought of progressing. Stage 2 awaits. Xfloud's gonna play behind that smoke as it pops in front of him. And now we actually might have a bit of mid-control for FlyQuest for once.
So FlyQuest went up 2-0 at Shanghai. When's the last time they won a best of 3 at the majors?
Ooh, that's a great question. Let me put on my detective hat.
One of those things, we always see them, but they have been a team that's struggled to.
Another talking point, though, is also like, you know, this idea that somebody from the start of the major can run all the way to playoffs. And that also happened back in Shanghai. So I think every team here at this stage should be thinking, well, maybe we even make top 8. You know, you've still got to remain realistic, but you can break through ceilings. That was, of course, the Mongols for Shanghai.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be 2, maybe 1 team from this stage that makes it to top 8, and part of that will be because they get so much experience and power up along the way.
Catch someone sleeping. Not Xfloud, I'll tell you that. Double kill already. Netic goes for the Galil spray back towards that flank, unable to collect a second head. So we've got Regali 43 health in a 1v4, 20 seconds. At least he's got the bomb. You kill that mid player, suddenly you're running towards the A site. But this cutoff inside of Cave is going to be his demise. LNZ looking sharp, I'd say. Trying to push himself into these fights, whether it's anti-eco or now versus guns. Definitely going to be a key piece to this defense.
There's another great story, LNZ, somebody who maybe got the chance too early to get promoted to a main lineup. And I think that can be scary for a player because you think, well, this can sour my reputation across the scene. If people don't see I can instantly be good, I can't instantly be Monacy or Corsi or whoever it is in Tier 1. But most players who will eventually be very good one day are going to take a lot of time to actually get to that level. And LNZ is reaching that point now in his career.
Ooh, bad incendiary here from Tanir. That's an open invitation for these Tech9s to just come charging in. We've got some Kevlar out there on the field too, so be cautious as to what drops to their hands. Youngstar, make sure that it's limited. Clean spray down there in the middle of the pack. It was a rambunctious looking FlyQuest once that fire didn't find its mark. And then things get cooled off. Good aggression through that CT lane. Tiptoes past the corpses. Gets found out, and Xfloud's not going to give you any chance to catch your breath. This is a hot-handed Heroic taking control of the start of this best of 3 with a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, if they're not careful again, Ancient will escape them. And even with the missed molly, they've got the right utility. So we've got a couple of fast rounds coming in here from FlyQuest. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that we have seen, though, their capabilities when they slow it down. I don't know if that's going to be akin to their style here on Ancients, but they still have some T rifles to work with, though. Not too many left. Let's see what they try.
Looking like Sunpius wants in. His counterpart's not too far away.
I like that they're being a bit stubborn about mid. There might be one more shoulder peek here if they're lucky. Double setup inside the donut. They don't know where the op is.
Ooh, nice peek with the flash.
Beautiful flash.
Doesn't even end up being Sunpius' op, just his utility to support it. And poor Regali posted on that angle. I mean, he was waiting. And he got the peek he was looking for. It was the flash he didn't anticipate.
That did certainly feel like a bit of a trap, didn't it? They gave that mid-control 10, 20 seconds. They didn't hear anything. And they thought that maybe somebody was roaming. Netic now to the op, unlikely player.
Ooh, with a boost.
On this gun.
You know, change it up, slight variation, just in case Tanir is still floating around, as he likes to do, right? We're talking about a confident, fragging player, 10 and 4 at the moment, trying to just keep that passive vision on middle, and it presents an opportunity back over to FlyQuest. Good contact into the red room as they're going to try to get past this smoke. They know Donut is being well held. It's just about trying to push forward now to LNZ, who just leans back, scared by the shadow, and that gives Int all he needs, a slight edge. Where's their move? Because it looks like it's a B split, which means Youngstar is going to have to stand up between these last 3 at 15 seconds, doesn't peek, and just lets them get to that site. It's all about the element of surprise, but he doesn't stop it. Nade. Not with the gun. The nade will do the trick. Now that's got to get picked back up, and while Vexite's getting kills elsewhere, this planter's busy. Perfect play from Youngstar. All on his own V3.
That was the right site to go to, but not when Youngstar's alive. Very nicely done. You couldn't have played that spot better if he stood there and tucked and waited for them to cross to the site. The round's over. He had to get that little bit of damage on the early peak. He had to not overexpose himself to the second player who was protecting the guy carrying the bomb. He had to use his nade to blow him up as he was planting. Everything had to go right there, and he found all the correct decisions in a row.
I really like some of these mid-round moments we're getting out of FlyQuest. Even though the score is getting racked up by Heroic, it's got to be said, I feel like the rounds are being kept alive, at least in an entertaining fashion, by the decisions of FlyQuest.
One thing I noticed here was xFloud, as soon as that donut smoke came out, he got super vocal. I think they smoked it themselves, and then he jumped over the smoke, started spamming. And then as he was spamming, they fought from window at the same time. That came up with a kill and a half, and then they fell back, they got information, they delayed a little longer. Yes, LNZ ended up dying, and that's why we had to have that heroic moment from Youngstar. But before that, they really worked hard to just make that as difficult as possible, just as grueling of a task as it could be.
FlyQuest going to try to keep this one simple. Vexite, hard entry attempt. LNZ here to help out. Him, Youngstar, and a third in the form of Tanir, who's looking to get into the action. Smoke down in front of the ramp, so total dispatch of FlyQuest. No entry allowed. You can try to creep and crawl all you want. This is a hot-looking Heroic, ready to sign up for fights no matter which direction from the bomb site they come in on them.
They're really maximizing the amount of sort of half-buys, ecos in this game so far. Quickest route to the finish here for Heroic. And that's another one on the board here. Right now, I actually appreciate that FlyQuest are being a little stubborn about trying to figure out new ways to take mid, but I'm also not surprised that Heroic have a couple extra layers to show them, even when they are marginally successful at taking it. They're doing a good job of making every peak painful. Right? Every piece of utility isn't getting respected totally. There are pushes coming in on, I feel like, hard to read timings here by Heroic. And as long as they keep winning in mid, they're not going to have any problems. Oh! How did Sunpius get hit?
I don't know.
For only 82. Crouching.
That one takes a chunk out of his ear. He hangs on, and with it, Tanir and LNZ gonna make sure that this line has been drawn in the sand. No entries allowed here for FlyQuest towards that B site. They'll try valiantly to get out towards middle. Liaz, good attempt, but he's last man standing, and now you've allowed for a place where Heroic are going to feel unstoppable.
Yeah, seriously.
From the force buy to this scoreline, and you know what, Mo? I'm just gonna throw it out there. You asked earlier, when's the last time FlyQuest won a best of 3 at a major?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll say, even when they were Greyhound, I've gone all the way back to IEM Rio. This org, this core, never won a
Never
won a best of 3 at a major.
Never won a best of 3 at a major.
Opening stage Warriors.
Wow. Well, I mean, at some point they weren't even winning best of 1, so we have made progress.
Here we go. Yep. Jokes aside, this was a good-looking FlyQuest. I think it's just a better-looking Heroic today. And again, you've let them get into the groove. Dangerous place to be. xFloud, LNZ, Youngstar, all on the brink of double digits. Tanir is your highest performing player as expectations were set. And so FlyQuest have found themselves in the server versus the most selected, the most anticipated team to succeed at Stage 1 in Austin. And now we're seeing the caliber of Counter-Strike that everybody hoped to witness. Well, everybody other than FlyQuest fans.
Yeah.
Here's Liaz, able to get out from A main at least, trying to cause a bit of a ruckus, looking to serve up a distraction, but you still have two defenders here. One of them's dead. Youngstar single kill. LNZ's not able to stop that plan. So you've got FlyQuest starting to get into something a little more interesting. Unfortunately, no guns to be picked up. No Kevlar on Regali. Deagle in hand, so he'll get the answer back, but a single kill really all you can ask. 2 frags and a plant at the tail end of this first half. Oof, FlyQuest grasping at anything.
I think, unfortunately, this is some progress because it reminds us that on a lot of these ecos, they've been totally shut down. We're not getting bomb plants on rounds like this, very few kills in general since the earlier rounds. So while it was close to start off with, it hasn't been for a while. And they could really use the money. I think they would have been able to squeeze out an extra buy or two at this point with more consistent bomb plants. So scores 1-9 here for FlyQuest. The half is arguably salvageable if they get both rounds and they start off with a pistol. Then we can actually talk about hope. But for now, it's hard to say why Heroic would lose.
Pre-game interview from Heroic as well. Seeing as this is FlyQuest's map pick, they said, well, we're just going to come at it with confidence, see if their game plan can handle that. I see confidence boiling over, and I see a round count that's gotten out of FlyQuest's control. They'll attempt to get back towards B lane, and they do get first blood, but it's instantly traded back, at least by Tanir. Youngstar keeps those numbers even, and that double up towards middle is where FlyQuest find an opening. Bombs outside B. It's got a chance to leave here on Regali's back. The question will be, do they expect Youngstar to take such a gamble, this risk of pressing against middle as the solo B defender nets him a lot of information, or rather the lack of?
No, but now he knows. Running back, he's in the right spot to listen to this. I was thinking this is the best rotation for clearing out B, but look, you can call Sunpius over. We saw Youngstar in a 1-on-3 on the site in a previous round. Let's see how he plays this situation.
Yeah, technically 1-on-3 until Sunpius gets here. Ooh, first kill for Liaz is no damage on Youngstar. Shadow advantage to his favor. And of course, Sunpius already here. They weren't expecting that. So well done to gather that info. Makes the correct play to put Sunpius in a clutch.
Now we got the battle of the off brains here, and Regali is going to be walking in full scoped. This one feels like it's destined to be silent for some time, but Regali has a Molotov. If he has the read on exactly where Sunpius will, he'll score a plant.
Sunpius comes back before that molly goes down. He's going to get him in the open. Oh, Regali responds.
Oh, not bad.
It's a quick draw in Austin, and it's Regali to get the better of it. A second round to the board here for FlyQuest. A silver lining as we'll go into the final one of this half.
That's lovely. Again, yeah, you're always going to see Regali live in late round situations. He's consistently been impressive in those. This one's a bit of a game of timing, but when you think about who has a bigger advantage, I would probably rather be Sunpius, especially if there's any chance of it ending in the B site.
Flubbed Incendiary coming over that wall, but they will go for the cave control regardless. Vexite's going to try his hand at what they kind of reverted back to. This just simple B ramp hit. Gets them a lot of space. There's been usually somebody behind pillar to stop it. Netic, really good reposition here. It's going to catch LNZ entirely off guard. You're not going to get away with that one, xCloud. You've lost this bomb site, and it looks like they'll pay the price of a third round over to FlyQuest. Full control for Netic, so it seemed. We get this climb up from Youngstar. This suddenly compromises the back line of sight, and as the CT smokes start to fade, you're giving them opportunity. Op on the prowl versus its counterpart shut down. Regali gets the better of Sunpius yet again, and that simple B hit will get them a much-needed T round win. That's 3 here for FlyQuest.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B. So the third option is always, are you going to control mid with 3 CTs, or you're going to control B with 3 CTs as well. So what happened in the round is basically they took the option of starting 2 guys B, counter the early aggression if it comes in with utility as you normally see. But they wanted the CT side decide to fight three guys mid. So to set up the round, they have to figure out how to run a fight mid. The utility dump you get down in this, what we call pocket area in our team, is where there's a lot of HGs, a lot of molos and flashes, and CTs are swinging with them. In this case, what Liquid is calling for is a classic tactic that has been played on Ancient for a while. So they send the best swarm out mid, and Heroic decides to fight aggressive up window. They want to be in this area. So they send Twist out mid with one guy supporting from spawn, three guys running towards what we call A main with bump, and of course there's a default smoke mid. We all seen maybe donut smoke. There's a little bit of everything. But the key thing here is the guy coming out mid. The second he sees nothing, I am pretty sure the call is walk A main, because if mid is clear, they are playing for A side, right? It means there has to be players B and players A. So in this scenario, normally what they want to happen is that the guy's running out mid. Hopefully he gets a kill with the support in his back. But in this scenario, he didn't get the kill, but he got information about the three players in mid, meaning there is 90% chance no one is A. What they do next is the key element of Ancient. They're coming out well knowing the closest player is probably here, or he is in this area in spawn. So the round unfolds in this way that they're rushing out A main, the mid guy is coming back, the guy from red who supported the window guy is coming back to CT. So now this guy is smoked off from the angle here, so he can't really support the guy. Now the decision made by Liquid is really good. The first two guys rub in a hand, third guy throws a flashbang behind the box over here that blinds the angle all the way into donut area. These two guys swing, they take out the donut guy, and now the key element in this thing is sometimes people smoke donut insta, but in this scenario Liquid decided to go in to take donut. Mostly important with that is that they can plant the bomb without getting spammed from two angles through the smokes. So they are actually getting a map area, because on Ancient A side you wanna take an area, especially when planting the bomb, because there is nowhere to go after you plant the bomb. Liquid did the right thing. They went in to kill the guy, trade the guy that killed Twist in the middle, and therefore they had a good success to setting up the after plant and therefore win the round. I hope you guys enjoyed this map analysis by me. See you soon on Ancient.
A half so smooth that Heroic were laughing their way through it. It felt like all guns blazing out of the European camp at the start of this map, but, well, FlyQuest make it interesting. Those last two rounds at the end of the half give them a little lifeline, Mohan. And a pistol, maybe.
Yeah, I think they were missing a few things that were a bit more outside the game, like intangibles, in the sense of they needed a little bit more X factor. Regali brought them that. You know, just a round they weren't supposed to be able to actually pull off. They needed to get one of their rush rounds won because those were getting shut down. So I think mentally this puts them back in a decent place if they can, again, win the pistol. But for now, I don't think Heroic are scared yet, and that's the last missing intangible.
Youngstar versus Regali. Meet dual Berettas. Two pistols in a row, those Berettas towards A main, lock it down for the defense. 5v3 looking comfortable here for FlyQuest, so in... awkward. Throw comfort out the window.
Well, 12 damage.
Sticks a nade down the back of his teammate's pants. And I like that Regali hasn't moved. You want to try it? Come and get second servings, but Sunbias is on high alert, so...
It was a great peek.
Now you've gone ahead and given the Berettas back over, and you've given a chance for Heroic to reposition with a minute. All three members, bomb included, looking to make a move.
FlyQuest are in an interesting spot. I think really if they take over Donut, this really opens up their opportunities because they can just go for mid together to get spotted. Again, not bad for FlyQuest. They're ready for this.
Player in front looks prepared as well. Netic connecting to the head. Svexite right there with him. And it's a good move by FlyQuest in the middle of the round, which, again, despite the round losses that stacked up on their T side, there was a few mid-round decisions that I was keen to see from FlyQuest. And now that they're on the defense, I think maybe they'll be able to control this a little bit more. So I think this game still has legs to stand on. And a pistol round was a much-needed additive to that. Now that they've got the economy, just, don't get forced by it again.
They don't get scared, even though they go down 4-4. Losing that kill back on Regali sort of feels maybe like, oh man, maybe we should have delayed, but they have the right adjustments mid-round to maximize their presence. So I think now they're officially a threat. I think this is what I said just a couple rounds before we switched over. If they get that pistol, those last 2 rounds, they are a threat in this game.
A little confidence versus pistols, a well-earned. And that forward line of defenders through middle and B. When you see that on the mini-map, just take that in for a second. That's when you know as a terrorist team, hate to break it to you, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. This is a full court press here from the CT side.
Just go ahead, crawl back into the swamp you came from, sir.
But yeah, another good moment for Ins that last round. Again, that's sort of what we've been trying to pay attention to.
Good support, as Netic was face pressed against the wall to play counter flash, just in case they had one. They don't though, and now the trades are there. So still 2 kills out of Heroic, considering no real investments. You'll take that. Chip away at the FlyQuest momentum before it can really get going, but this is only a 4-round game, so FlyQuest, those last 2 rounds of the first half and a second pistol, I mean, those are the first 2 main ingredients of a comeback.
And I think what was a key to victory yesterday was Netic. You know, when we talk about X Factor and Regali bringing a tiny bit to today, he brought a lot yesterday, but Netic was even ahead of him in that regard. So many rifle multi-kills with entries from low number situations. But now he's going to try to do that on CT side as this rush comes in.
Ooh, man, Regali's scrambling back. He's got a teammate with him. He'll get his one. Oh, but the MP9 swings also just the single. Here's that next layer as fires on the feet. Look at that kill feed. A flood of frags, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop for long. Hands busy on the plant. M4 can't find it. Netic allows for it to go down as the cover is just enough. Sunpius leaning back to give that cover over to Tanir, who looks to disengage into Donut. Smoke fading. He's got himself an afterplant. And now Sunpius turns over towards Temple. Both CTs coming in on this direction. He'll see that shadow off the back wall. He knows damn well what's coming his way. And the trade frags have been so clean. Every step of this round has had a response. They threw this smoke down as Tanir decided to play into Donut. Oof. Back
thinking
turn.
about it, but now he's running out of time.
Yeah, he realizes. And the clock's going to decide this. Am I wrong? Was that smoke Tanir's himself?
I think so, yeah. It's not the first time.
Yeah, I see him
Heroic
laughing it off.
Yeah, as Heroic had played in a very weird spot for the post plant. There was that round in the first half where they both went ramp and then planted for back CT. It's, you know, when someone falls for it, of course, it's just a situation where if someone stuck it or had a smoke or was desperate, then a spot like that is going to look really silly. But in this position, it works out really well. You've got Netic on full HP looking to play it standard.
That is his own.
Yeah. I don't know if he missed it, but...
No, that's an underhanded throw.
So... I call that a blatant throw. You know? But no, it works out pretty well. I think the only plan he could have behind that is he knows the lineup for the spam from the left side right, so he felt good about it, but yeah, blocked his own vision off.
Poor Netic, you can see him hunting out for CT, and the bomb was even planted for CT, so Netic's got this extra layer of confusion. Crazy call to make, but it works. Talk about confidence. They take that same confidence, weaponize it at this one, and Heroic are already up inside this B site. There are still 2 rifles out there, though. Be cautious. Trade frag's good from Vexite. Out from Cave, looking for another. Knows Youngstar's close, and he's whittled him down to 43. Vexite swings, and he closes.
Talk to him, Vexite. Let's go. What a move, man. Youngstar was trying to read where the next peak was coming from. Vexite said, let me dictate it. And came around the right side of default first. That was extraordinary.
Quad kill from Vexite. Starts it off by holding front Cave, comes back to the bomb site he'd lost, and takes it back with style.
Wow. I was just about to say, man, the trades have been so good up until this point, but now they've lost 2 rounds in a row. Now it's looking like the first half again. Instead, this game becomes real again, is what we're watching. It's very impressive. This is a 4-round game with a good CT round behind them. 1 timeout left here for FlyQuest. and the chatter levels are rising. You know, their communication is looking a bit better.
We've maybe got a game on our hands.
Yeah,
and it feels that way to FlyQuest too.
This is a 9-1 scoreline for a second.
Yeah, but they forgot to hit 9-1-1. Nobody coming to help you. Don't choke now, Heroic. Vexite into the chase. That's wild. Gives up a lot of his HP, but luckily knows he's bolstered by Vexite. And Nedek, the two of them inside of the cave with one. But look at this timing to just walk out A main, catches Liaz off. He controls it well, somewhat well.
They missed a few bullets there.
Could have been worse for Liaz. Could have been better. Galil deep into the CT spawn gets a bit more added damage, but you've got low health bars here for the remaining Heroic members. Oof, solo retake attempt from Nedek. He just swings back sight before anybody can help him. But this is the kind of retake for FlyQuest with low health that gets sprayed off of a defuse. In's still sitting on 100 HP, so they put him on that bomb, but it is a 10-second stick, and Youngstar seemingly can't quite line it up. Down to the final 2 seconds. Oh! He got him off! Bomb still ticking. He's gotta go. The final second.
He's pulled it off.
And the final few shots from Youngstar.
Wow, this man works well alone. Youngstar, another solid clutch. It wasn't his last round, but this game has had so many of these moments, and it must be so frustrating for FlyQuest. But there was something about how he was spraying that you felt, oh, they're definitely in danger here. The two guys on the outside are both low on HP. You thought he might be satiated after you got the first kill. Hope that was actually the guy on the bomb, but he didn't believe it.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
0.6 seconds left on that one from a 10-second defuse. Gut-wrenching. You know, you said the level of chatter was just kind of increasing for FlyQuest, and the liveliness of their game felt like it was coming together. Whew. That one will put you right back to bed. Definitely puts the economy on ice. We've got two M4s out here between Vexite and Regala. You can start to feel the squeeze of Heroic's early success affecting the decisions FlyQuest have to make. Limited tools for the play, but a lot of bodies on this site, and you can look at that radar. Heroic just sitting outside of this activity from the defense. Netix 5-7 finds first blood, and it doesn't look like he's satiated just yet. He wants that gun. He tries to get away to support, and the MP9 can't do it.
Yeah, the adjustment there from Tanir, man. He should have been a dead man walking.
Two Heroic players from both sides of the cave entrance unravel what FlyQuest tried to get started. It was a good idea, a little greedy to grab that gun, but it could have still changed it all, and he was supported. Body, in the right position.
Damn.
Crosshair to a T.
Yeah, and here's the guy that we don't have any questions about, Tanir, topping the charts.
Youngstar, perfect timing as well to blindside Regali, so FlyQuest try to get a little more, and it ultimately offers Heroic a golden path to this 12-6 scoreline. Finally able to secure overtime, 6 map points on FlyQuest's map pick. Not a bad way to start this series.
And Tanir with the 3 kills, hitting his 20th and living up to expectations. And again, that a very impressive level of consistency for such a new player. This has been a great match, but honestly, because just of the nature of the close rounds, more going the way of Heroic, how they streaked in the first half and had that 9-1, all that's catching up to FlyQuest. There simply might not be enough time now to have the mistakes that they did. Look at the buy.
Yeah, back-to-back forces to make it happen. Good flashes at least to scramble the mid-play. Sunfire's unable to support, eats another. Or does that actually come in from that lane? I think that was Tanir's flashbang. Not ideal, but they could just keep it simple. Go ahead, hit this ramp, try to recover still with a 3v5. There's no CTs deep on this lane.
You can't really plant here if Tanir's gonna be pushing unless he's just gonna hope they don't come in through cave.
Yo, and the timing's just enough. Plays it open, gets the Vexite frag. That deep peek from Tanir reopens the retake. And so a comfortable looking 4 versus 2, but there's no kid on the play. Very little utility now, none that the Molotov's been thrown out just to clear that back time. Youngstar again trying to get the flank going. LNC's been able to get off site, but he loses his teammate. We've had a lot of clutches posted up here from Heroic, but not this time. FlyQuest with a little more in the tank.
Great shooting. It's 4 alive, but that round was a lot closer than it looked. Definitely things could have gone wrong there for FlyQuest, so they save it, make it a 5-round game. And I'm grateful for that. We get another chance to see a rifle. I want to see them go on a rifle if they're going to go out, because they've shown us a lot of quality stuff. It's simply that Heroic are not slipping up that much at all.
Nice, boys. Let's fucking go. Take your case.
You can see in terms of kills, the contributions are a bit more consistent for Heroic players. A very clear sort of carry on the map right now. Oh, and xCloud. Man, we haven't even talked about him in a minute.
Ooh, you wanted to end on a gun round? Well, here's one for you.
Yeah.
4 instant kills from Heroic as they just confidently take their duels all across the map. Felt like FlyQuest worked so hard for this chance to really recover some control. And when they should have the most control, that's when they just get swept away.
They've been great at stopping momentum. We can definitely give Heroic that. There have been some impressive moments for FlyQuest, but just swiftly all the hope gets taken away.
And so pressure on the New Zealander in Netic to make this happen. Corner occupied. And it is with confidence that Heroic will step forward with a win on map 1 and your opponent's map pick to boot. That pre-game interview when they said we're just going to play it out with confidence and see if they can contain us. The answer, a resounding no.
Confidence was all on the side of Heroic, and that's what we're seeing in the game. That's what we're seeing in their comms. That's what we're seeing in the trash talk as well.
Hell yeah.
Nukes being shouted across. We love some of that.
Hell yeah. Give me more of it. More shit talk. Yeah, they should be confident. I mean, they came into this event in a good place. We already mentioned, we know like some changes are likely coming around the corner. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot of pressure on them.
Nope.
And, I mean, I think you come into this as Heroic. This, for me, I mentioned was like 99% sure that they were going to go through with no real issues. So, yeah, come in and handle business.
Overall, the individuals just were able to do whatever they wanted. I feel like mid-control was almost never in the grasp of FlyQuest for this game. So often, Heroic just really imposing their will upon the slightly inferior players. I'm not trying to downplay how decent some of the guys on FlyQuest are, but in any kind of like 50-50 engagement, like we see xCloud right there just kind of running at them.
Yeah.
You see Tanir just being able to win fights that he's not supposed to win too.
Well, and also that is the buildup of confidence that Heroic has, right? No individual is scared of like taking those fights or going to try and make a play. I think for FlyQuest, they haven't built that confidence yet, right? They haven't gotten to that point. They've made roster changes. They have a new lineup coming into this. They're still kind of struggling to have an impact in tier 1, so that confidence isn't there for them yet. And I think you can see it too, like when they lose tough rounds, like you can see how much it hurts, because I think they have a tough time like changing momentum in the game. And I think they're like, oh, we've lost this one and now we're out of control for the next 4 rounds.
I want to look at Tanir as well, just in the sense that people keep saying, oh, this young new player coming up. He's actually 24, so it's still young compared to our ages in here. But he's a player who's gone through a lot, playing for like almost a stream team before in Gun 5. And he can still give so much more, but he's playing like he's one of these youngsters that just hit the ground running.
Tanir is just a revelation for this roster to pick him up from Gun 5, to embed him so easily, where I don't really know with that team if Gunfight had actually any decent structure, but now it feels like he's a cog in the system, and he's probably the shiniest one too. He's consistently finding ways on extremities to just get so much done in terms of the 50-50 duels. Like his crosshair placement is Rops-esque. Like, it is so clean. I know I've used
the Belarusian Rops.
Yeah, the Belarusian Rops. Everyone is. No, it's just like when he's confident that somebody's going to peek him from an angle, he does not waver from that position.
Yeah, no, he's solid. He's, like I said, he's going to be a fun player to watch moving forward into the rest of his career. He's an absolute beast.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him, and also looking forward to seeing more of xCloud and how loud he can get as well, because this guy is giving it in every game, no matter if they're super far up, if they're down, he doesn't stop.
He's one of those players that I feel like just has a really good sense of when he's in a position to have impact in a round. Like he has a really good sense of when it's his turn to make a play to kind of change the way the round is playing out. And we saw him here with some massive rounds in this game. Huge clutch towards the end. We saw him with those entry kills in middle, as you were alluding to in the final round, just running out middle. He's been really sharp for Heroic these past few events. Like he's found his groove within this team.
His time to kill is just so ridiculously fast that he can get 2 kills in the span of, say, 2 seconds, and not many people can do this at this level. I feel like this stage 1...
The control on the follow-up kill.
Yeah, you get these guys that there's some wasted crosshair movements, that they don't really know where the next fight's coming from, but xCloud is just like one target to the next, and it feels like he's going through a pre-fire routine.
Yeah, and taking a little too long on the first kill, not able to actually transition to the second one. But yeah, Xfald's not having any of those issues. He's been great, and it's a great pickup. I mean, it's funny because like you sit there and like these Tanir and Xfald are huge players for this team, and like you almost have to be sad in a way because you're like, you know what actually brought that in is you have to assume it's the scouting of Saw.
Yeah, this is it, right? And that's going to be something that's going to make them struggle when he's not there. But they all seem to be thriving in the fact that, yeah, this might be the last run for him, but let's maximize this. I don't see any of them have a negative attitude. No one's sad about this all. They're enjoying the fact that actually we can go far, we can go deep again with a team that a lot of people thought, comparing it to the old roster, oh, how are you going to do this with the names you have now?
Well, the question then becomes for the other 3 players, or for the other 4 players who aren't going to be departing, Sampais and Saw going, is like, you know, if you're those 4, you're really trying to establish something so that you can carry it on, right? You're really making sure you have that foundation down so that you can just add one more Opper in. Maybe you can find a nice Opper, a diamond in the rough. Maybe you go for an experienced guy. Dexter's still out there, bring him back. You know, whatever you want to do, but you know, you have some options. Get Brokey.
That would just add chaos to this whole lineup, actually.
Well, so would Dexter, to be fair. They're both a little bit chaotic and crazy in the brain.
They can make some odd decisions at times.
Yes.
I feel like I trust Dexter a little bit more.
Yeah, probably. Do you?
Lately, yes.
Okay, lately, sure. Yeah.
Recency
2025.
The recency bias on Dexter is positive.
I want to look at Youngster's incredible clutch as well at the same time because Youngster here, man, being able to pull that off was just, I guess, stopping any chance and hope that FlyQuest could have had in some of these rounds.
He's a frequently overlooked member of this heroic lineup when you have people that can pop off like Tanir, Sunpius, and Xcloud, but Youngster in the supportive elements, kind of more playing the late round situations out. This was pretty much the back-breaking round for FlyQuest. It looked like everything was supposed to go their way and just getting, in my eyes, kind of a lucky spray through the smoke, but one that it's almost impossible to counterplay.
Less than a second on that defuse as well. He had to go for the full reload on that 10-second defuse. That's crazy. Yeah, but I mean, you know,
0.6.
Yeah, what a legend. That's a sick clutch, and that actually, it felt like FlyQuest was making a comeback at that point. Because like this whole match is mostly FlyQuest starting slow, not having enough mistakes to give, and like you can't lose that round if you start as slow as you did in the first half. And that's just Youngstar really punishing them for that beginning of the match.
And then I guess one positive we can see, and we've been speaking about him just a bit yesterday at the same time from the FlyQuest side, is Netic. Because individually, he looks great, and he's certainly sharp, and he's stone cold on the interview as well.
Netic is a guy that FlyQuest took a real risk on in terms of changing up their structure, because a lot of people in the middle of the season were questioning, oh, wow, they're getting rid of their most experienced in-game leader, a guy that's been to a major semifinals before with that Mouse core, and they're putting in Ince as the IGL in his stead. But talking to FlyQuest, one of their sources told me that Netic's the kind of talent from the Oceania region that they just couldn't pass up on. Like, they couldn't look at him and say, we will let him play for talent. We will let him play for some other kind of roster that's going to just beat us over and over again. So they had to change their structure, change some of the positions for their players just to adhere to this guy, to cater to him, and he's actually delivering in a lot of aspects.
Well, also, I think there's an element, too, where I think Vitality's kind of broken the game right now. Like, they've broken the scene, because like, every team right now, the priority when they go for roster changes is firepower.
Yeah.
Like, it's not always the case in Counter-Strike. You go through those periods where, like, the kind of go-to guys, you need, like, a really good anchor. You need a really good IGL, a really tactical IGL. We're in a world where, like, everyone's like, we need more firepower, because you need to be able to contend with the teams that are amassing it already. So there is just, like, everywhere in the world, like, an arms race in Counter-Strike of, like, having to pick up the strongest talented player, and we'll figure out and fix the rest as we go. But talent has to be there.
What I like, though, what I've seen him, what I spoke to Regali about, is actually the fact that Regali, at the time when he first joined this team, was the one who got given everything he wanted, all the space, and he said he's had to give up some space for Netic to make sure that he can perform, and actually he's seeing the benefit of it. So he's also been believing in this change of system that you were talking about.
I feel like a lot of the people are actually liking the fact that Ince is an in-game leader too. For whatever reason, I feel like Vexlight's playing a little bit better. Ince is probably still adjusting, but I feel like he was a guy that was able to just dive into the role, that was able to finally just commit to it, because he did it before, and then Dexter was his in-game leader, and now he's back to in-game leader, and he's still a solid player at Tier 1. I'm not going to say he's going to be punching up into like the top 5 teams or anything like that, but at this level, he's been doing a very serviceable job.
No, but also think of the context too. Like, you know, if you're an Australian team, like, you don't necessarily have to be a top 5 team. You'd obviously love it, but if you're like starting to get a top 10 out of that region, we're like, this is incredible for an Australian team. So he's got some growth as an IGL. He's got some room to grow and get better, and that's a pretty cool path as well. Get to try it, you get to learn from it, then you get to practice under a new IGL, and now you get to come back to it as well. So you gain a lot of experience. I think it's a pretty cool path.
Well, let's see what that path will look like when we come back from the break, because we've got one more map to come, potentially, maybe 3, unless Heroic do blunder when it comes to this one. We'll wait and see after the break.
I started
2015, I think. Like I was 10 or something. I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding FACEIT, solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metizport, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the FACEIT leaderboard, right? I was on top of the FACEIT leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and the rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sunfires has been experienced, he's joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with a sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
We're moving into Anubis. It is the pick of Heroic. They're up in the series already, and they are the dominant team that most people expected to go 3-0 here through this opening stage. And for good reason as well, with the individuals they have, with the team they've got behind them, the mix of experience and some young players coming in there, and just the wonders that Saw continues to be able to work as a coach with whichever players he gets given or chooses.
Yeah, he's been an incredible resource, and obviously a reason why Heroic's still able to remain competitive. So that's going to be a tough loss. I think going into Anubis in this map, like if we want to talk about the end of Ancient and how much confidence we saw in them on a map like Anubis, when you're on the CT side and you have that sort of confidence and you're not afraid to make like the proactive plays that are necessary on the map. Like if FlyQuest doesn't put them down early and like make them respect them, like what did you say in the interview? Can they actually contain us? Like in the pregame interview, like if you have to show you can do that early, otherwise Heroic is just going to batter you this whole half.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Regali briefly about the veto here, and he said that, I mean, before they even did the actual vetoes officially, he said they're going to pick Anubis. It's a punish pick against us. We suck at this map.
No.
And I feel it's just when they had Dexter as the in-game leader, it was actually a map they went to a lot of the time. But with Ints, I just feel like it's one of the few maps that they've actually regressed on.
Okay.
So unfortunately, some of the structure that Dexter brought, because Dexter likes to like feel out the map, default a little bit more. That was probably better than what Ints wants to do, which is group up a little earlier.
I think it's also like kind of a weird map for like any kind of leadership figures in the team, especially like tactically, because I think, you know, every map you have to have strategies on the CT side, but I think Anubis more than any of them require you to have like the aggressive overextending, right? Like every play you make on the CT side is pushing out B main into like T territory. Same with like pushing out of Dark in towards canals. It's not your territory. Same with pushing out of A. It's not yours. Same with pushing middle. So you have to have those plans and you have to have everyone coordinate on those. And I think that can be a tricky map sometimes for younger and newer IGLs, but also just IGLs who kind of maybe sometimes have a philosophy of focusing more on the T side.
The one thing thing is that to FlyQuest, maybe there's a positive spin here, is that this was a little bit difficult for Heroic to win versus Chinggis Warriors to open up the tournament. At one point, it was 9-9 tied. I mean, Chinggis Warriors actually won 6 rounds on their own CT side against Heroic, and it took Heroic like really locking in, starting to trade really well, be proactive for them to actually bring that one back in their favor.
But they are warmed up and ready now. It's going to be a tough fight. I don't think there's any hope in it.
We're going to spank him, James.
Yes, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Moses said it correctly. Heroic are supposed to spank the FlyQuest boys here. Let's see if that's going to happen.
Normally, you got to pay for it.
Yeah, normally, Scoring London's take it away.
Okay, James Banks looking for a spanking. You heard it here first.
What happens when you spank an Australian, Connor?
They turn into a New Zealander? What?
Turn into a kangaroo.
Oh, okay, sure. A little airborne, perhaps?
Yeah.
Flying high at the moment, this FlyQuest team unfortunately brought back down to Earth. That first map from Heroic, pretty adamant. I think, Maui is trying to, as a good analyst will, present a reason as to maybe why Heroic don't win this with the whole like struggled versus Chinggis Warriors. But I do think the reality is we've seen teams power up, and the 5 players I just watched dominate mechanically on Ancient aren't necessarily the 5 that seem to be playing versus Chinggis Warriors. I think that the crosshairs on points.
Try to romanticize it, but it was a warm-up day. And
yes, sir.
Yeah, we all know it. We all know it. So it's good for both FlyQuest and Heroic, but probably better for Heroic in general. I think if you stabilize those odds, still going to favor Heroic. And well, I mean, those were some of the least inspiring map stats maybe I've ever seen. 0% win rate, 2 maps played. Sure. Them referencing directly that they know this is a punish that'll get picked. Ubiquitously through all teams that can play it versus them. So, well, our job is to make it seem like there's a chance that both teams can win.
You telling me I'm paid to lie?
I'll do the other half of the job.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I mean, I am the romantic, I think, between the two of us. So, well, no, I don't see it either. Heroic. No, just kidding.
Yeah, we'll have to see. At least there's that one bit about Chinggis. Well, at the very minimum, we can find out what it is that's keeping FlyQuest away from being good at it, because I would say that their fundamentals are looking better. Like, not really about the maps in specific, but the pragmatic calls, the rotations are looking better. So I think that they'll just inevitably become better across more maps. Naturally, as they look like a stronger team right now. And I think that the scoreline back on Ancient was, again, a little closer than it looked.
I think Maui had a good assessment, though, between the contrast of the in-game leaders for FlyQuest, where, like, Dexter, this is when they last played this map, and how, I was singing his praise back on Ancient with his ability to kind of group the team and hit. In those mid-round moments where Heroic's individuals were causing some carnage for FlyQuest to deal with, it felt like Inns had a good hold on the reins, and everybody was just well glued together. They were able to adapt in those mid-rounds, try to create possibility with opportunity, but unfortunately, Tanir hits hard, Mohan.
He does, man.
He hits really hard.
He just looks very Tanir 1. You know what I mean?
Like a sack of bricks upside the side of the head.
Very, very good peaks. Pretty much just got better as the game went on, and was always at the top of the scoreboard for Heroic. Just something we're seeing more and more often, but no map's more impressive than ones at the major.
Beretta's ready for X-Floud. Good interruptive flashbang there offered to Fountain just to get him out of his initial spot. And he's looking for first blood. But meanwhile, FlyQuest looking for a little something out top middle. There's nothing. Not yet. LNZ is about to step forward, and maybe this forward progress from the T's catches them. He's able to recover, at least versus Netic.
Oh, they weren't ready to split.
Yeah, the other half of A doesn't go, and again, we are kind of unfortunately watching the FlyQuest squad and expecting some shakiness on this map. Tanir just clinical with the taps onto Ints. Support here from Temple, but it's looking like a bomb plant. So FlyQuest looking to just now push it over the edge. Youngstar, he's got the Liaz frag, but you've got Vexite and you've got Regali both pinned in on the bomb site. CT still separate. Late arrival here from a low health LNZ. And the rotation from FlyQuest away from A has worked out. They put the bomb down and the defense not ready for it.
Winning a pistol is very cool. I think they still, in the mid round, they had a moment, didn't look too promising, where they had good reason to split the site they were initially aiming at, but they got a little scared by just the default utility protocols from xCloud and then try to change it up maybe too much. Maybe they weren't expecting to get that kill on LNZ or see anybody in camera on the cross. But I think for Heroic, that looked like a bit of a chance to get back into the round. So FlyQuest had to win it the hard way, but they did do that. So that's nice.
It is a 3-for-3 pistol round win situation here for FlyQuest. We'll give them that.
Oh.
They did lose to a force buy in the first pistol, so trying to avoid it at all costs here yet again. And I think an opening kill versus an aggressive angle from Tenier bodes well until you come flying through smoke and meet 5-7s. These ghastly 5-7s. Liaz double kills clean. You've got Sunpius now at bat, and he's going to go down with just that single frag. So 1 versus 3 here for Youngstar. MP9 and an unexpected arrival for the time being. Not too far away. It is winnable, albeit unlikely. Half health for Ints. Not ideal. Youngstar's just going to let this one breathe for a second. Ooh, gets contact versus Netic. Now 2 players down to half health.
I think he's going to know where the next player is.
Right, somewhere on site. Yeah, look down. You've got it. And the flash comes through the window. He knows that third player's on long, but Int's able to hang on for dear life, as that's 2 players standing to the FlyQuest favor. Pistol converted for 2.
Yeah, converting is huge. Then I was expecting Heroic to just, with especially how comfortable they are on Anubis, for them to be able to pull out this second round. So good start here. It's the T side where you're really going to make your bread, of course, if you're on Anubis. If they're going to pull out their first Anubis win in recent memory, it's going to be with a strong T side. So cheering for FlyQuest to make this series as competitive as possible, of course. Oh, what a beauty of a shot from xCloud. That's 1 deke in. They answer back, but it'll still rock you a little bit mentally. How many more pistols are there around the corners, you're wondering?
Well, luckily for them, they're set on fire. Good damage done. Liaz and Inns doing a good job of combining here to clear out the entirety of the site. And that's a bomb plant, so a 3-0 T-side start for FlyQuest. Not bad for a team with a 0% win rate on Anubis.
They're buffing the stats up a little bit here. So I think the one thing for sure is, like, don't overcomplicate on a map that you're not comfortable on. If they do go a little faster throughout this half, if they do go for, instead of defaults, just working one site and then hitting it, I really don't mind that. I think it'll be easier to get behind if you're a teammate of Inns, if he's just calling simple stuff, you're believing in it, and you're relying more on individual level entries and things like that to give you that extra 10%.
Up in hand, though, for Sunpius.
Well, looks like a nice timing's been found. I don't know if they recognize the opportunity at hand.
xCloud, ooh, denied.
Great shot.
He tries to come around with the flashbang, not blind to his Vexite, so he nails it. Okay, good damage. Spray out of LNZ, 2 kills and more than half on Netic. It's looking like a bomb plant. LNZ's gonna test this though, comes out from smoke early, no trade immediate. Tenier will find one back, and Youngstar's got the cleanup duty done. 3 strong, standing for Heroic.
Ooh, wow.
Hey, man.
That's rude. That is rude.
It's a little bit rude.
LNZ's a new IGL.
He's working on it.
He's doing a good job.
But also, speak your truth, LNZ. Speak your truth.
Yeah, why do we let other people talk shit? We don't let LNZ.
Nice, boys! Oh, nice. Guys, bring back Dexter, maybe. You need new ideas.
Guys, listen to this.
Yeah. Good one. Hit him where it hurts.
That looks promising.
A couple of other defenders here behind the off.
Yo!
Yeah. Yeah. Sunpius down. Still a duo on the defense, though. They think the numbers have been thinned. It's not by all. Still, E-box control for the T's. Long control ready to go. Smoke down on the side of Obelisk. Vexite gets his entry. Tanir's just juggling guns. Great chance to shine and decides to jump. Whew. FlyQuest might need a new in-game leader. Heroic, looks like you need some aim.
Yeah. Yeah, Taken, he said that when they were down 3-1. And then they lose the next round anyway. Wow.
Love to see this one. FlyQuest, convincing, we'll call it. I mean, they cut down the distance on Sun Pius. We've seen Sun Pius since he's had an op constantly taking this angle down Canal. He gets his one chance to strike a player off. Doesn't. Has to fall into the bomb site. And then you let FlyQuest knock on that door. They're in with ease.
The spams from B main are consistent because of the way the site is laid out. If you play on the back of the site or the way that you rotate around like Sun Pius did, you are vulnerable. There are some sites where there can be a smoke in front of you, but you got a big box to cross behind or whatever it is. And it's a little bit harder to consistently do that. But you're going to get a lot of gunfire through that smoke and a lot of kills as well. And that's what makes the map a bit more T-sided. So I don't think it's total luck here that Sun Pius dies as he's rotating around. This was just a nice spam timing on an audio cue in a position that you normally see people transitioning through.
Funny enough, no trash talk back from FlyQuest, Mo. Feels like they are fixated on the goal at hand.
Yeah, and Z goes, Coach, what you got for me?
Yeah.
Talk to me, Saw. Don't waste my time.
Off note. This replay. Okay, not an entry, but a replay. I was going to say, you know the Astralis jerseys that everybody loved, the nice red maroon? And then they got rid of them, and everybody was sad because it had a certain classy element to it. I would like to put Heroic's new attire in that place.
I love it.
That like off-white, slight cream, burgundy. Heroic.
Yep, I like it. I like it a lot. Also, FlyQuest. I mean, just great jerseys here on both sides of the game. Nice to see.
And back to the Counter-Strike.
Send Connor free stuff.
This is the fashion break from the man who sells $100 t-shirts.
Now with tariffs.
X-Floud creeps out on a nice timing, but it looks like it got spotted the way Liaz was coming to clear him. It's one thing to know he's there, it's another to take him down. So luckily he's got teammates behind him. Regali with the trade. Lesser weapons on a push into Vexite, and we're going back and forth both sides of this map. 50 seconds mid-clear for the taking, and that's where all that's left of FlyQuest walk forth. Well, run. Starting to make some sound on the approach. 5-7 in Youngstar's hands.
Whoa, ducked under there so easily. I don't think he got spotted.
Exit, and then that 5-7 catches him off. Great turn, though, from Netic. Makes sure to control the situation. His teammate sets him ablaze, but a bomb plant looks good on the FlyQuest squad. 3v2, gun advantage, post plant, all good, I'll call it. 5-1 to FlyQuest.
I love it because again, it feels like they're not playing long rounds. They're keeping it simple. They're playing pretty grouped, but they're still doing splits. They're not just simply rushing out of spawn. So I think it's just that perfect tempo at the moment that's causing a lot of problems. This is also off the back of a heroic pause, right? So very nicely done here for FlyQuest. What a statement map this would be if they could pull it out versus heroic. I don't think there's ever been less belief in the team who didn't pick the map coming into a series.
You know, the thing that I think cast the most amount of doubt on this map, on this match, and this map specifically, was Maui Snake saying like, oh yeah, off the cuff, I was talking to Regal. Because you know Maui Snake is talking to everybody, this guy. Always talking. He says, yeah, you know, they know we suck on it. Oh, it's going to be rough. They're going to, but I mean,
definitely pick it.
You know, that kind of undermined any level of confidence I'd have. The reality is they are very certain you're going to pick it.
Yeah,
show us some improvements.
That's at least something they knew what to practice for. That's for sure. Some of it's coming through.
Looking to keep this one simple with the execute into B. Youngstar concerned about E-Box. Ooh, gets spotted a little late. And that slight delay turns Nedic as Tenier decides to step forward and take a multi-kill to his own. 3 kills deep here from Tenier. We've seen FlyQuest hit this bomb site and just follow through with ease. This time, finally, one of the defenders steps up big. But the round's not done. FlyQuest catch that flank, second layer to it, out there in the open. Regali rattling off the op versus his counterpart of Sunpius.
Oh,
beautiful shoulder jiggle on the angle. That's going to force Sunpius all the way back into spawn. He gets mollied off. Now for certain, Regali can join forces with Vexite on site, who goes deep through Temple. Doesn't anticipate the second CT, but they are putting together a 2 versus 4.
They have good inventory of the last 2 players now. Tenier was spotted there fighting from the back of the site. They can play this however they want. They're looking for a first kill. Oh, and Tenier will take care of that one. He's on 4.
Vexite stuck in this bomb site. It's got the smoke to work with. Knows Tenier is an inevitability from long. It's all about cutting off the dark player first. He's yet okay. Just as he steps up, Sunpius gets popped, and the routing here from Vexite. Oh, they cross paths.
It's perfect.
And he shuts him down on 5. Tenier just couldn't step forth. The last kill eludes him.
Yeah, he came in very quietly there, and that looked like a site that was just picked apart. No tendon left on that bone. They just got in there. Tenier instantly 3 different frags, 2 through the smoke, and it felt like that was done.
To hell with your ace. It's a 2 versus 4 out of FlyQuest. And slick routing here from Vexite.
What are you doing?
Yeah, let him know, Nedic. Sorry, is it the IGLs that decide how to play 4v2s?
Yeah, I think that's not the first time we've seen those 2 left alive late for FlyQuest. Like, their late round players, I think, are obviously have been more impressive than some of their openers. Like, their openers have struggled a little bit, and then they've still got the kills, or Medic just pops off with entries. But they've got some depth, man. They do have some depth. Pretty fantastic round.
Ready for Sunpius, who has been taking this angle more often than not, but it's actually Tenier, excuse me, over towards Dark, just floating around. Sunpius leans back, op ready on A. Ooh, teasing him, missed chance, burning, he'll drop Vexite at least. Oh, Liaz blind.
That's magic.
It's a double kill entry into the A site. Everybody looking to flood in with him, but they line up for LNZ. And Regali switching out from Fountain to get this one back evened out. Goes to try to catch flank. Does the timing play to his favor? Yes, sir, finds it. And we've got FlyQuest on another recovery.
Oh my goodness, 7-1 here for FlyQuest. A T side that doesn't stop. We got pretty decent trades, you know, from Heroic coming in, where one is only gotten by Sunpius, and Liaz comes back with 2. Then you have LNZ answering back with 2 of his own. That was both a formidable attack, but a very decent defense as well. But when the rotator got shut down, that was it. That's when the odds shifted so heavily in favor of FlyQuest. And suddenly now the 50-50 situations are going the way of FlyQuest. There was more of that going towards Heroic last time. Liaz with another.
LNZ just signs up for an early duel, tries to take that rare M4 for this round of Heroic. Yeesh.
Man,
it's the dirt right after.
I'm so happy to see the tempo in this game.
Yes.
It just feels just complex enough.
And I feel like we did get a glimpse of it back on the T side of Ancient. Like, the defense really stuffed them. FlyQuest just constantly trying to react to just strong, confident opening moves from Heroic. But now this defense is nowhere to be found. And even when it does try to hold the line, we've got recovery operations from FlyQuest. So
this game has been a bit of vindication for Ancient, which scoreline-wise, it's not a close game. But if you look at the rounds, it was much closer than it appeared. I feel like Heroic want to look at more aggressive options into middle, but the thing is that right now there's a lot of extremity hits, so you don't want to spend too many resources on middle, put yourself in a spot where you're going to have to retake versus a team like FlyQuest right now. They're almost forcing them to play to sites, but even when they're doing that, we've got FlyQuest getting opening frags. They're trying to go head-to-head aggressive on the extremities.
That's why you don't talk trash after you win your first round.
One round.
Just
Guys,
thinking about,
listen.
Or if you are going to celebrate one round, don't make it so specific.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Do like a British player or something like that, you know?
No, give me a hell yeah. We wouldn't be talking about it. Calling for Dexter to come back because Ince isn't a good enough in-game leader, followed by one round on a CT side.
Ince took that personally.
Oh, yeah. On the hunt for FlyQuest's first best-of-3 win at a major. And it felt after that first map that it was going to be more tragedy. Heroic currently a shell of themselves. Make do while you can, FlyQuest, on 4-11 in this first half. Second CT is going to catch him off guard, though. Vexite thinking that he had found the one defender.
So here's that. Here's that, you know, more active defense here down into canals. We've got FlyQuest wrapping around. But they've also worked the map a little bit here. They've got a lurker in place. I think soon Sun Pius will find a target if Netic is going to turn the corner. But there's only 2 players in B. They both have to be watching forward. They don't have E-Box control anymore.
Fire on his feet. Youngstar's covered as well by Sun Pius. He's looking to swing, and as he does, Ince gets his back to 3. Good timed flank from Tanir. That aggressive
Do they know about the other player? Tanir just walks back immediately.
Okay, Sun Pius. Talk about pressure from both sides. Finally drops a shot, confirms the last T. 15 seconds here for Ince. And this man, 2 kills deep, looking to post the 1v3. Here's the flank. And now just down to 7. He's got to commit to this plant. CT doesn't swing. LNC's got the gun back up against him. And it's Tanir to put this one on ice.
Yeah, that did seem like a crazy decision to not just go for the swing. It gave him a chance to fight back. With the amount of time left on the clock, it's guaranteed because he can't plant again. But still, they win. No problem. Ince doesn't pick that up. Great awareness from Sun Pius to check his flank and temple for a mid lurker, which is actually something we haven't seen. And again, this game is about conditioning. And I don't think he was conditioned to believe that something like that would happen, but kept his eyes and ears open. The flank was good. The canals control ended up paying off a little later here for Heroic. And again, I think they've been pressured into playing more heavily within the sites because of the early attacks. But then when they try to push out of those sites because they still want to get the opening kill, well, that's where it ends up just becoming an easier round for FlyQuest. So this was a roundabout way of doing the same thing, getting the flanks in early.
Yoy. It's not a common duel we get ops on bridge. But xFloud is able to hold off his as well. So FlyQuest tried to come out with 2 early engagements, pay the cost on both ends. Poor Sun Pius has been kind of muted. I feel like we've seen him everywhere so far. Whether that was dark, A main, or now mid.
See how good his impact is. He has 1 good round, they win.
Here's that mid play again, though. A rare scene from Heroic.
Oh, what a find.
Yes, sir. Holds off on the bridge. Going to confirm a lot of presence outside A, so FlyQuest just going to go for this, but it did give Heroic a chance to bolster the defense with 2. Ince catches xFloud. Tanir's got the answer. They are all bottled up. Youngstar right with it.
Regali 43 HP, rifle in hand, and Regali gets the frag. It's perfect for FlyQuest. Again, another situation that's close. The trades are so good on the defense, or like decent on the defense. They go down 1-1, 1-1-1. But another clutch comes up for FlyQuest.
And that hope of an 8-4 half suddenly gone. We heard Heroic call for it.
Nice! Come on! Good try. Good fucking round, boys. Doesn't matter if they have.
FlyQuest on that hunt for double digits T-side.
It's one of Regali's best maps so far playing for FlyQuest, especially considering the circumstances of Anubis not having any wins. Maybe they'll want to pick it now.
It's going to force their hand by the looks of it, though. You've got everybody ready to hit this. You've got Dark Control as well, or so you thought. It's a slide down from Youngstar, now looking to come back at site where the last 3 FlyQuest players look for that coveted 10th. Off barrel makes this one easy, and the CT's full control. A single kill, all they'll get in the end. It's not the 4 rounds they want, but 3. Is it enough for Heroic to close this series 2-0? What was once a Heroic brimming with confidence has turned into a FlyQuest rebound on the hunt for their first Anubis win as this 5. And the stats didn't lie. 88% win rate, I believe, for Heroic coming into this. So all was feeling good until the reality of that T-side sank in. So well done to the Aussies.
There is probably going to be a funny meme to come out of the FlyQuest account if...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it loaded.
If this game is a little bit too one-sided after the LNZ banter, so there's more on the line than they even realize.
Yeah, you know, majors are all about lessons, and the lesson is don't talk specific trash after winning your first round.
Yeah,
you got to get at least 2 in a row first. But hell, Heroic...
Who was the other example? It was Blame F, right? Was that the one? There was one example of someone doing that, winning one round, and then
Sorry, who?
Hey, now you better win every other round.
Uh-oh. Here comes Tanir, looking into the B site. Nothing to be found just yet. Remember, FlyQuest, 3 for 3 in the pistols. This would be a great chance to win another and close it out. Vexite, okay, I see you. Finds himself 3 kills so far, and down goes Tanir on the other end of the map. So it's looking like FlyQuest instant double digits and a real chance to close out Anubis. The response here from LNZ is a double. You ain't got nowhere to run, brother. Int hits the dirt. Camera player found out, don't you let him 1v5, then I'll eat my words.
Even letting him plant would feel awful.
Oh, he's trying to chase this. There was a chance there, but he's not able to get the third one quick enough. The 2 long players arrive on the scene of the crime. 4 for 4 in pistol rounds are FlyQuest.
That's an impressive stat. That's an impressive stat. It does take a little bit away from Ancient, but they got eco'd in the first half, so they did have to do it a little bit the hard way, but still winning the pistols on their own. This takes the edge off the CT side as well, and, you know, we talk about the fact that they have only played it twice. They lost both times. One's to Vitality, fair enough. But they basically got they got 2 CT rounds versus Vitality, and then they got 1 CT round versus TYLOO.
Okay, so
in a full CT half.
Right. Oh.
Both of them, they played 12 rounds and got 1 and 2 rounds, so. Go ahead.
Well, it's, you know, they're 0-2, but it's like they barely played it.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't count.
They've only, yeah.
Now suddenly going through the motions of a close, it feels like, but we get this sudden burst out of Heroic, and that's while Liaz is on a reload, so won't be able to spam them down. They get a position over towards Plat with now an MP9. Fun little boost. Could catch that SMG off guard, could drop it back to the dirt where FlyQuest thinks it belongs, but they would have heard that drop, so that's going to tell you at least 2. You've in fact got all 3 players from FlyQuest here trying to retake in now. They just burst back themselves suddenly. Platform taken back over by FlyQuest. Last player is going to be LNZ. Another chance to clutch. Dark Peak comes down. He's got that diffuser worried.
Or just run at him.
There's no kit. They've got to do the 10-second stick. Easy denial from LNZ. They may have lost pistol, but their force buy works.
That just gave too much power over to LNZ the way that Regali was fighting it. Could have just, they should have just taken care of it and E-box and run at him and put control back in their hands. But, well, I was going to say this was a losable situation that they had under control, and then it went back to losable after this.
What the fuck are you doing?
It's a fair question.
Yeah, fair question, but 4 rounds. So let's see if they can still mount the actual comeback.
Covers the wrong side of that entrance. Regali convinced he's still in the corner. Not the case.
Not the best guns to work with. It will get scary here for FlyQuest looking back on 1 and 2 CT rounds 1.
Oh, this crossfire though, right? The Khalil's gonna just kind of goad you into going for it. Sun Pius able to clean up 2, and it feels like it's an easy site to take. There's still a Desert Eagle floating. Ends with the Deeg. Heroic know they can really have no misstep, though, if this comeback is to really happen. So they take their sweet time with it, make sure not to step into a trap. And that's not the case. Well done. Again, FlyQuest were looking for that A main fight. Feels like Heroic kind of drew them out into their own terms.
Do you know IN stands for I never spray?
Is it really?
No.
Oh.
How I sleep when I spread this information.
I mean, good on you for finding an acronym that's CS related.
It actually stands for I never sleep.
No, it doesn't. It stands for Insatiable Noob Slayer.
Okay. Really?
No.
Nice.
It actually stands for I never sleep. Spray. Damn it. Pistols.
I'm not stupid.
Have a freebie, Heroic. Take the stress off.
You know they actually just feel like they're going to win now.
Right?
Yeah, they got the E going.
Starting to snowball ever so slightly.
So many reps.
You know, awesome T-side by FlyQuest. Don't want to take anything away from it. Also don't want to write them off just yet. They are a measly 3 rounds from a win here on Anubis. But Heroic have been through much more on this map. Tanier offered a shooting gallery, whittled down to 14. We'll see if FlyQuest can keep anybody stuck on this bomb site so that they die with the explosion. That's how I want to go out. A blaze of glory. Bomb pop? No, he's good. Tanier hangs on to his 14 health, and they close that gap to 4.
The sad part about beating Heroic is you still only have a win against bots, as Simple would say. Kind of lose-lose. But right now there are bots standing in the way of a 3-0 pick. 2 slots remaining.
Flash for the outer play. The Tanier, quick duck. He's got some bias to help him. They signed up for this, and they're not going to get away for free. They pay the piper. Nedic gets popped. Oh, good reaction from Ince.
Oh, what a flick.
You know that would have caught him off guard.
Yeah, it looked like it had to be a headshot right there. Stabilizes the site a little bit, but you can see that Heroic are still intent on coming in.
They get one out. Xfloud able to at least trade through. Emerges from the smoke with Liaz down.
In's left with so much conviction. He just thought there's no way they're coming in now, but it's turned into a retake.
3 strong from long. Fire burns in front of them. That Molotov's going to take its sweet time. There's a frag grenade that could follow suit. Yep, you've got the CTs bottled up right behind it. Although only 20 damage for Ince. You know the trajectory of the grenade's gonna prime you for the young star clear. Xfloud, great trade, banking on the long cover, and Tanier gets his. So both the remaining attackers able to find one, but now a smoke in between them. Regali's gonna try to flash him. Time is of the essence here, and Tanier was always happy to play behind these smokes, but no time for Regali without a kit. He'll force the hand. His 16 kills look great, but this is Heroic 7.
Yeah, well done. I mean, that's exactly how you want to play that post plan off the back of default pillar. There were so many moves there that are just too hard to counter with the amount of things you have to watch as you get closer to default, and so that's that experience shining through for Heroic. I think right here's the moment where I think Inz in his mind thinks, I bought time here, I can do something else, I can really push them off another option, maybe come back a bit later, but LNZ and Heroic make the right call, and that is actually just to keep the press on the attack, make sure to not let them believe that they can simply leave a site that needs 2, sometimes 3 people to defend. And honestly, Inz was even a bit, I don't want to say lucky, it was just a great flick, but it was a spot where he was pretty much caught and he got himself out of with great aim. But I want to say 8, 9 times out of 10, he's dead there, and that's an even worse position. So game's getting real scary here for FlyQuest.
Up against a very capable Heroic team on Anubis. And they're starting to get to you in those little minute timings. It's going to feel like they're just burrowing into your defense. And now you got to find a solution with a lack of guns. Heroic knocking on the door of a tied game. Single M4 on the field here for FlyQuest in the hands of Regali. Starts off middle, finds nothing. Reels back towards A. Trying to get that M4 into the action. 5-7 will get the job done. All right, that's a second rifle picked up. This is a good chance for FlyQuest. There's enough Kevlar out there on the field A single frag grenade if they are scrambling additional forces over towards this B site. Now's the time. Liaz gets a deagle through the smoke. 5-7 still hanging on. Finally cleared out. Here's the response back. It's a 3v5 for Heroic, but those rifles that they secured on A have worked their way over towards this opposite site. While the plant's going down, he tries to come out through the smoke. It's going to pay the price. Man advantage for Heroic in the post plant. Regali's M4 already on site. Does the timing catch them? No. Tanier turns, clips the wings of Regali, and that retrieved AK-47 for Vexite, all that stands between Heroic and their 8th round win. Oh, it's a good first tap, but Tanier's got the trades, and he's powering up as Heroic's comeback goes on.
And no one more consistent than Tanier across both maps. And as we get later into the game, as happened on Ancient, you start to notice more of his kills as well. Bigger, more impactful kills, sharper aim. Yeah, this guy's pretty phenomenal, honestly. And FlyQuest, I think, even though this gets a little scary, they get it up to a 5v3. Once Heroic are in the site, in the B site, this is what makes Anubis T-sided. Those kills are actually a lot easier. And they really have to stop them before the choke points get taken over. There wasn't great guns to really complete that. You saw that there's a bit of desperation from Inns when he just decides to go in by himself, even though there's a gun behind him. So they didn't feel that secure. LNZ forward through the smoke, I think, with the assist of the flash. 1 for 1, and they see 2 other players, so they're just going to walk into the site.
All's good for Tanier if he can hit the headshots. He's in between the smokes.
Wow.
And all the while, his teammate's picking up kills, so he'll take his sweet time with this one. They do lose track of the player on Pillar. Problem in Regali on the AUG. Not an ideal position. He crossed paths with Sun Pius. There is something weird going on here for Regali. They lose control of sight.
They know 2 are in canals, though. Like, they actually should check.
But his back's turned, Mo. They're not looking. They do come back. Young Star seems to have his head on a swivel, and so Heroic still emerge, that looming threat. But I think you're right. That question of where else could he have got off to?
Almost out of themselves a bit too much. And here's the last trade on the beach. Vexite goes down. And this is where previous stats, I think, matter the most. Yeah, we had a good T-side, but this might be another game where they really show why their Anubis is struggling, and that's really their CT.
I fuck your own boys!
It's a very common issue, though, CT Anubis. You know, it's like plantar fasciitis. You know, everyone's feet hurt.
Well, you got
no shame in that.
There's now 1,000 people Googling this problem. Oh, God. Do I have Plangarble Optionardas? Here comes the mid walkout. No resistance offered. FlyQuest, you've got enough utility to slow things down with smokes. But the feeling of control in Counter-Strike is quickly fleeting. And with 1 round the difference, you know it's probably gone. Dried up is that confidence. They'll swing. Well-timed, at least, out from camera, but still Heroic across the board, getting the better of trades. Vexite yet again to try to be this difference. But the problem here for FlyQuest is Tanier is on the field, or so he was. Vexite able to go 1 further and stop the highest performing Heroic player. Now Sun Pius clears that back Obelisk, and he will get caught. In's doing a perfect job of just re-rotating around, avoiding the threat, and getting FlyQuest back on the board.
Vexite was a bit of a superhero there for FlyQuest. In both kills, must grab. Second one, he's jumping up in the air. And how many times do you see Tanier give you more than 1 second to shoot back and get the kill? Vexite does an excellent job of finding this upgrade, holding his nerve, getting to an interesting spot really early, and not getting scared.
It's like that slight climb up on the boxes kind of catches Tanier. His shooting not as straight as it has been. Saw Watts in instantly. No more timeouts for him to cool the jets of this potential FlyQuest close.
They're going to turn heads if they can pull out in Anubis. That's what FlyQuest know. I mean, they're just worried about keeping this series alive. If they win Anubis, I'm sure they believe they can do anything when it comes to map 3. And even though it feels like Heroic are in the lead, they're not. They're just the scarier force here on T-side for now. 1 to get to overtime, 2 to win for FlyQuest. tripping distance, as we like to say.
Again, though, do you sign up for these fights? Do you just think that you can hold the bomb sites? How much control of the situation do you attempt to seize? Gonna bank on early smokes and no real aggression. And a totally open middle of the map. You know, we saw FlyQuest, that great deep mid flash out from Temple, the disruptive play in the last round that kind of set them up to close it. This time, nobody home. Flash towards A main instead. Ugh, not ideal. Regali able to hold it. He's gonna go just a little deeper, and he plucks LNZ off behind the entry fragger. Couple frag grenades for the feet of the A-hit. xCloud gets his. There's a pitch coming down from camera. This defense looking like it's getting shredded. Vexite with a chance. Sunpius keeps his head on that swivel with bomb on his back. Tasked with a lot in this approach. And Heroic, well, they have figured out the defense yet again.
That was a move of sheer desperation out of Youngstar after Regali got his first kill, but he couldn't focus on his one angle. His teammate was not covering that push, and that's what cost him the situation. Man, Heroic barely got away with this. After they missed their first flash coming into A main, that was a critical mistake, or should have been. But instead, heads up play from Youngstar. They don't get too scared about it. He gets creative when things get tense, and Heroic get to 10.
Terrorists win.
Yeah. Good on Sunpius. At no point did he let his guard down on that approach. It's a couple of times, though, FlyQuest's defense is just sort of like hanging on by somebody creeping through smoke grenades. We had it go down as well through the B smoke where we thought, oh, maybe they've lost track of him. I mean, in this case, Vexite hadn't revealed himself technically, but it really just goes to show this like presence of mind from Heroic that they're not going to lose to shenanigans like that. If you want to hold back a bomb site with just a solid defense, sure, we've seen it.
That's what you start compensating with micro that is a little bit more like, no, I don't want to say selfish, but individualistic. When you don't have the setups, you know the adjustments to make. And so people just feel like, okay, well, I just got to make sure I can get my 2 kills. I'll make up for this because I don't know what to do appropriately in a situation. Heroic are kind of taking advantage of that with their experience and their T-side advantages. With another good attack. But man, if they miss utility like that one flashbang again, I mean, it could definitely catch up with them. Regali got let down a little bit last round by his teammate.
Just better be careful, gun in hand. It's a quick scope, but there's already a player on the door.
What?
xCloud, okay.
He just got coaxed into swinging a little bit too wide with the spam through the door. That was enough of a bait for Sunpius.
xCloud ends up killing the player in the back of middle. Sunpius finds his op pick, and it's just going to look like a strong transition down into the 2-2-B split. There is no sight control here for Netic. An additional Molotov going to keep him completely out of this one. And it is that daunting decision to have to go for a save now. Heroic, it looked like Regali was in the middle of recovering. 2 flashy frags back. xCloud through the doorway. Sunpius on the bridge, covers his counterpart off.
It was very tricky, man. It was like that around on Ancient where he had the smoke on Donut and they started spamming through it. He's like, use me as a bait. He was shooting through that door. He really didn't have any intention of fighting an Opera right there. He didn't even know where Regali got off to. Regali, he thought, was looking for him, but even though he was unspotted. But a little extra safety on the approach is perfect, especially with your own op in the background. Forcing Sunpius, or forcing Regali to feel like he has to make a move. That's what they were looking for. Oh man, hunting down exits. And they don't have these. They've got no money left.
They've got a hold. Oh, 2 down.
Brutal.
1 gun left here for Netic. FlyQuest, your lead has dried up.
That's where xCloud fits, so nicely into this team. Even though for him it was just a bait. It's Regali who goes searching for him.
Me, many. 2 more.
Manny?
Manny Main. Manny Man. 9-3 once upon a time, folks. Just a swift reminder to the lead that FlyQuest had. And now look what they've got left. Barely any guns, but a missed shot from Sunpius. Do Heroic take their 12th? They're trying to slam their head against this B site, but you have just kicked the hive. And FlyQuest come attacking out of it. It barely wins that duel versus LNZ. Talk shit, get hit, kid. IGL with FlyQuest hangs on, but Regali throws caution to the wind, and now we've got a recovery in the process. Youngstar's got you stuck against the wall. Netic and Inns even comes through with another. Low health for 2 out of the 3. Tanir, a star in this series, looks to get that coveted 12th, and he gets off site. This cave play, though, he's found out the MP9, doubles back towards site, and he has pieced together the picture. Can he piece together the frags?
No fake plant.
A corner, plants straight up, nobody long any longer. One bullet would have done it. Netic's got other ideas. Wow. Heroic wanted a fight on B. They signed up for that, and it's a 12th given to FlyQuest in contrast.
Fantastic kills, straight up. I mean, there's not much more to it. They don't have the utility right there. They're coming in with what they have, and it's a value village buy. They have some good guns, but still, it's mostly the upgrades that help out. No recovery here for Heroic. And I think this kill from Inns was the big one. That was the real swing moment to the favor back of Heroic. But FlyQuest now have a map point. It's their best Anubis to date. And it's at the major.
Versus a team with a hell of a win percentage on it. But was that last round because Heroic cut corners? And what do they transition back to? Looking to take over bridge. Netic just announces himself as he goes stampeding down through Canal. That's going to serve as an activation here for Heroic. Total mid control off this. Very uncommon round in comparison to what we've had so far throughout this map. Something different for both to synthesize. Oh, this is going to get weird. Who's going to come out on top of it with 3 players inside Temple? The trade's good from Sunpius, but there's a lot of bodies in here, an unexpected amount. Regali blind gets it. Xcloud from sight is going to put that bottle down to keep you stuck in Temple.
With the bomb in this position, wrapping around.
What are you going to do?
Oh, Vexite, what a shot. Headshot on Xcloud. 2 up now for Heroic.
Youngstar's just got to throw caution to the wind at some point. You've got a player stuck up on stairs. They are trying to dogpile this bomb, trying to hang on from down under, and they do. Almost letting that slip through their fingers. The first win on Anubis for FlyQuest, and it couldn't come better in terms of timing.
A spanking is what we were looking for, but it was almost a spanking in the other direction than what you guys expected. It was supposed to be Heroic all the way in this
one. To be fair, what the opposite of what Regali expected as well.
Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, he told you, Mo, right, that he...
They weren't too happy about knowing that this map was coming today, but hey, they proved us wrong. They proved themselves wrong, most importantly.
Yeah, I mean that's a very nice game from them as well. And I mean a complete reversal, right? The hot start, that was great, and they did exactly what they needed to do, which is shut them down, shut Heroic down early and let them know it's not, you can't just run us over like you did on Ancient. Like it's a different game right now.
And the fact they were actually able to put up that wall early on against them and show them that we were ready for this, right? There was pushes like B main, like you guys were mentioning before as well. They were trying to throw some caution at them, but it was actually well held.
I feel like the main thing for me was the T side actually too, though, for FlyQuest. I feel like where they got weaker when they got Ints is that they just group up a lot more, okay? They almost play more like Aurora or like Eternal Fire, where they just form the death ball a little earlier. Like Dexter wanted to always feel the round out and everything like that. And this round, or this game, they were just hitting bomb sites with like 130 on the clock. They were going way faster. The tempo was in the faces of Heroic. And Heroic, if they know that you don't have any space, they're going to want to flank you. But if you go at 130, there's nothing to flank. You're already in the bomb site planning.
Yeah, you're attacking before they're even like setting up the plan to be aggressive and take that space elsewhere. Yeah, I mean that's one of the cool things about that calling is that change of pace, different speeds, different timings on those hits. It was really really nice. But T-sides for both teams were good. Heroics was sick as well. The comeback was very, very nice. You started to see some of those Heroic players get that confidence back they had on Ancient. You started like Tenier making his plays through smokes. Saw the clutch from LNZ to get things started. So yeah, it was looking good. I think this was just a classic Anubis match where the CT sides really struggled to find anything. Really struggled to find any success to build upon.
Very classic Anubis, but we're going to come to round 7, and this one was a nice 2v4 win coming out from FlyQuest. These moments like this, that's some brilliance.
These are the kind of moments that
you live for.
Yeah, you definitely do. And in many ways, I feel like FlyQuest actually needed. I mean, it got down to the wire at the very end, and this was one where, to me, it almost felt like a nail in the coffin. A bit premature, obviously, given how close the game got.
At the time.
But a great moment from Vexite and Regali. You know, two guys that feel like were having some difficulties finding their own form when Dexter was the IGL here. But Vexite, I love how he plays this late round situation. Goes into the smoke to catch Tenier, and this is one of those moments where it's like, I don't know if he pressed tab and knew it was Tenier. The thing is, like I said with Tenier, when his crosshairs trained on a spot, he is not going to just keep swinging it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He's going to slowly clear. So the way to get the better of him, just kind of make a random play like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least for Vexite, he gets this really nice performance, 21 kills for him, and I mean, just been a solid player for them. And I mean, he's one of the guys that has to step up consistently if they want to keep making these runs. I think he's got some game. Obviously, shows it here against Heroic, which is very nice. And now, look, they got a chance to go 3-0. This is pretty crazy.
That's not something people would have expected, putting FlyQuest in that position. They're a team known to struggle, but in this stage so far, it's looked good. And Vexite has been the standout player for the team.
It definitely feels like Vexite on these site hits in particular has been set up to succeed. Whereas before with Dexter at the helm, some of it was just take space in a default with maybe one flash. But now he's running so much more in on a full execute. And when you're set up with mollies in the right spots, flashes around you, and even your teammates in positions to trade, it makes your life just so much easier as an entry fragger.
Well, but also like look at it this way too. Like I think also we're seeing an increased performance out of Vexite because we're seeing an increased performance out of everyone. Like this addition of Netic and bringing in the firepower, in-game leader change has got everyone playing at a different level. Regali's hitting more shots, and once you start having teammates playing better as well, like that's where you get into a team where it feels really awesome to play with 5 people because you're like, wow, everyone's actually making me feel like I'm a better player, and I feel like I'm making them a better player. So you have that impact where like everyone giving their one extra kill, where Regali having better fights, Netic taking a nice entry duel. It opens options up for guys like Vexite and other players in the team to find more success.
And Regali's starting to really come into the
Yeah, Regali's really, I mean, been impressive, especially when you consider like when he came in, it was kind of like, oh, really? This? And then, but like now, yeah, he's actually got a really good position within this team, and the op is impactful, and 20 kills from here, this is a nice performance.
Regali, as a player, when he was on that Fnatic Rising roster prior to this, he took a long break, it felt like, from competition. I mean, he played on some tier 2 roster, I think, but all in all, like, the best aspect about him is that he's a system opper, but he knows when to break the system. He knows when to actually break the mold. He'll go for his own peak. It looks ill-advised, but he gets away with it in a lot of these games because Ince is developing a system that I think is easier to follow than Dexter's kind of spread out style of just who's going to find what when.
Bringing in that European philosophy, and the new in-game leader comes in and goes, all right, back to basics. Keep it simple, stupid. We're going old school.
Yeah, and I think Regali thrives in that kind of environment, truly.
Looking at this window and how important this is for FlyQuest, when we expect them to be dumpstered out of this, could this be something that now transitions them into, you know, riding that wave, actually having a chance here against Heroic?
I mean, they obviously have a chance. There's always a chance, and they just took a map off them, so I'm not going to like write them out or anything. I think it would be probably, I mean, it'd be an incredible accomplishment to go 3-0, and then we get to see them in the next stage. And I think beating a team that is probably the best in this stage as well. That's a good way to do it. Like you got challenged in your qualification game, you win that, fair play. Congratulations.
I want to look at Liaz as well, because he's a player at times where I felt he was quite muted. Are we starting to see a resurgence from him?
Yeah, Liaz in the late round moments for the FlyQuest side just looks like he knows what's coming next a bit more, okay? I felt like, again, when they were playing the last style, it just felt like he's put in situations where he's set up to lose. Like, he's set up in a 1v4, and he was the guy throwing all the nades for the execute, and then he's coming in late after everybody's already been decimated. He looks like he's a little bit closer to the pack now. He definitely looks like in the late round situation, he can play off of a teammate because not everybody is just dead upon his arrival. And all of these kinds of moments allow him to do what he does best, which is great teamwork and very snappy aim in these micro trades that he's going through.
And gives him a lot of room to make his own decisions, right? Like if you feel like you're getting left in like a situation where you throw all the utility and all your teammates die and you're not involved, then you can kind of go into the next round and say, all right, I'm gonna activate a little bit earlier this time. I'm gonna try and take a little bit faster on whatever play I'm doing, and I'm gonna try and be involved and try and help them get in. So you can change your pace in that way. And Liaz, with all of his experience, probably has plenty of ideas and plenty of plays that he likes to make. You know what I kind of find funny? for all the majors, the Australian teams are always like the F your pick'ems teams, like 'cause they always go in 3. But now they have a chance to go 3-0 and still F your pick'ems in a positive way because everyone's picked Heroic to go 3-0.
This is true.
So congratulations, FlyQuest. Shoes on the other foot. Now you've done it.
You've gone the other side completely.
And you still got to F all the pick'ems.
In some way, they might have a chance of doing that. Do you have them going through?
Yeah, I had him going through.
You had them going
I didn't
through.
have them going through 3-0.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely not 3-0, though.
3-1 or 3-2 for sure.
They've got extra motivation for this one as well. We know how much they love to try and screw with all of that.
I think that was Alistair that would yell that, though. So
we just continue
But
it on.
someone's got to carry on the legacy. Someone has to carry on the legacy.
Exactly.
Who is the player who should continue that one? Who's the loudest one now?
Vexite's been kind of loud.
Vexite's not done?
Yeah.
All right.
Medic's been kind of a muted. I think he's kind of a cheeky one with it.
But it would be nice. Nedic could have like a really cool spin on it because he is just ice cold.
I'd love that. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. We're going into Mirage next. We're going to a quick break, so come join us back for that and see who's going to win between Heroic and FlyQuest. Our qualification game to see who will be making it through to stage 2. It's Heroic going up against FlyQuest, and Heroic were in a commanding seat, but right now it's been switched around and we're going to decide it all on Mirage. And the thing I'm going to remind you guys straight away with this is that Mirage and the performance we saw from Nedic, especially against BetBoom, I know it's BetBoom, but that was something to be impressed with.
Well, it's a perfect thing to talk about because, I mean, the conversation that we had about those plays from Nedic were like, looks cool, beautiful shots, but it feels like you're overextending and you're putting yourself in bad fights at times and you're really trying to force the issue. And I mean, by Counter-Strike logic, eventually you're going to get punished by that, especially by the better teams, which Heroic is. So this will be a good test to see if Nedic is going to play that same style, be that aggressive, be that assertive, and if it's going to get punished.
He just won't be able to play like that. With Tanir playing short, like you're running into a brick wall right there. So that's going to be a very short-lived Nedic in these rounds if he's going to just try to play the exact same style. I find Heroics to still be the fairly heavy favorites in this matchup, even though it feels like FlyQuest is powering up, that they're beating teams like BetBoom, they're taking down European opposition, because I just feel like that core of just Tenir in middle with Sun Pius, that's just too strong for me at times. And with xFloud too, man, it's a lot of firepower on the most important part of the map.
But you never know like what might change, because I think, you know, between these maps, it's kind of funny, like if you're FlyQuest and, you know, we heard what you said about Regali, what he mentioned to you about how like, yep, we're shit at this map, we're shit at Anubis, we're going to get destroyed. That's a punish pick from Heroic that doesn't actually accomplish the punish whatsoever. So if you're FlyQuest, you're feeling on top of the world right now. If you're Heroic, you're like, oh wow, they have a 0% win rate, and that was the map we're supposed to just close this out on. Now it's a grind.
Would you expect FlyQuest to take that in some way and now like run with it a bit more, take some more fights, go straight heads up with them?
No, I hope not. I hope
just
they
hope
still
they have a
play.
game plan.
Yeah, I hope they just play as like a game. Like I don't want them to just go challenge everything. But
it is very group heavy. Just try to like barrel into a bomb site. Hope the firepower can push you through.
Yeah,
they've got some good flashes here and there as well. But Heroic, they're a little bit more well versed on this map. You know, they've been playing a lot of the top teams in the world for the last 3 months. You know, they played like Aurora. I think they played Vitality. You know, they're playing all these top 5 teams, whereas FlyQuest, they're playing kind of more teams in Oceania and everything like that. So I just feel like the disparity in experience is too vast for this one.
I think if you're gonna pull for the FlyQuest side, you'd have to say I think Regali is gonna have to have a good game with the AWP, gonna have really good positioning to cover his teammates, and then obviously Nedic is gonna have to have some of his rounds.
He's not gonna have to take down Tenir.
Yeah, he's gonna have to have a couple impact rounds in there.
For the Heroic side of things, though, they've been full of confidence. I'm sure this wouldn't have been knocked even from this Anubis, right? They will come in with the same mentality, the same game plan.
They're young. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, James. If this was a Heroic team that was with Cadian at the helm and everything like that, I'd say this is a different story. But really, the only guy that's a veteran on the Heroic team is Sun Pius, and he's still finding his way in some capacity here.
Well, let's find out what happens when we get into Mirage. It's the deciding map. Let's wait and see who will be the first team to qualify here to stage 2.
Yes, sir, indeed. Definitely could have been Heroic in a clean, convincing Anubis fashion. Mo, no longer the case. Has your confidence in Heroic wavered whatsoever with the way that FlyQuest brought that back?
I would say not so much confidence wavered, just more confidence towards FlyQuest. I think like them looking good on the first map, but not getting enough rounds to be impressive, and then them winning Anubis, where I'm surprised they even closed it out on CT side. I'm feeling like their performance yesterday was not a one-off. Today, they're looking more consistent. As I suspected, it's their fundamentals that are just very strong, because I think that's the only way you win a map like Anubis, when you don't have any wins to prove it. And so I think Heroic can definitely still win Mirage. I don't think they're playing bad by any means. But yeah, what can you say? Just you got to be impressed by what you're seeing out of FlyQuest. So if I had to pick a winner right now, I'd say I'd still probably pick Heroic. But we saw Mirage yesterday, man, from FlyQuest.
That we did.
Their biggest issue, again, was that they kept failing opening kills, and so their splits always got picked apart. They just won so many unlikely rounds. I just don't think they could get away with that again for Heroic, so hoping to see more openers. But if they keep winning pistols, well, they can make up for that, too.
That's the thing that I think the desk so accurately highlighted, right? This kind of Nedic, just Hail Mary situation he was so constantly thrust into. He was that, like, mid-round jackknife that bailed them out. We'll see if he can go up against the highest rated player in the series at the moment in Tenir. Damn near highest rated player at this stage of the major. Only being outperformed by Nikados at the moment. Four for 4 in pistol round wins. FlyQuest, can they do a flawless series? Oh, it's going to have to come back from man disadvantage. xFloud first blood, Nedic one and done. And now what's remaining of FlyQuest is trying to hit this B site, doing it well, right? You get that kill torch short. It's not like LNZ is given a chance to just peel back and hide and allow for the retake to come through. Now somebody else has to go deal with cat control. We're going to get that, but a good flash from In sets Liaz up. He loses his teammate right behind him, and now this bench player trying to get into the fray, but a reload back market still recovers and puts xFloud into an unlikely 1v2, 16 health. He doesn't even want to try this. He is away and saving a Kevlar and Incendiary. That is a great rebound for FlyQuest with the 3 players bottling into B site, just hitting it with conviction. The catwalk kill was key.
Vexite actually didn't see everybody that was really close by him, and after he lost his first duel, it was like, oh, you know, there's a lot of wind out of your sails, but they got the rotations in, so that at the very minimum really had Heroic believing that it was going to be the A site. And so LFZ, if you see the fight he takes, it's extremely awkward. He has to come back a little late from Cat, and then also I just want to highlight Liaz before this round is over. Wow, what an excellent job playing off of both of his teammates. Not just one with the flash and then swinging wide with his the teammate right beside him and giving him space, but coming back and then figuring out a way to take a new angle with a new teammate versus that doorway that felt like the easiest way to come in for the retake. I think he made that as difficult as possible. We got the baby wipes out. But this isn't Fluxo.
5 for 5, folks. 5 for 5 in pistol rounds. Regali has spilled something, it seems. You know, eventually these tournament organizers are going to start getting paper towel sponsors.
Yeah.
We can deal with this kind of an issue.
You know, I could think of one we could use for the blast bounty.
I know what you're talking about. Not to name a company, but
Charmin.
Yeah. The blast bounty. Yo, somebody call the get the marketing team on the line now.
Yeah. Well, if they're any good, they're listening.
Yeah. If. We'll find out. Take that idea for free. 2% commission to Scrawny and Launders. Forced by rebound here for Heroic. See if they can clean up the mess after losing pistol. Solo A defense into near. Easy. Nedic. I mean, that's that head-to-head we're going to be talking about. As Maui alluded to, trade frags looking good to the favor of Heroic. They're going to go up man advantage until that nade lands. A little pause in the action. Let the util do the heavy lifting, but all the while, Youngstar flanks. He just turned and catches wind of that timing. The recovery in full effect. Sun Pius versus 2.
Skinless Famus coming in for the 1v2. And something of a jump spot there for Vexite, but that wasn't actually to check CT. Covering it by patrolling back and forth, and he misses his chance. That allows Sun Pius to come through with the spray. Famus for both.
Selects the correct targets. A little unprepared for that one. Second guy's hands busy. Can't blame the planter. Five for 5 in pistols, but 2 out of 5 losing to the force buy that followed.
Hard to call it now, but may have been worth a fake plant because they jump spotted to see into jungle, didn't see anything, and they were planning obviously just for CT and hadn't had that cleared. Still great position for Heroic. So it's their second eco following a pistol, right? It was only the very first pistol in the very first map.
Yes.
That was denied a conversion, so good sign here for Heroic.
Quick dose of reality for FlyQuest.
That is something about pistol stats. If you won every pistol, but you got eco'd on every following round, that would be pretty much meaningless. In fact, there's an argument to be made the other team is even better position each and every single pistol if that happens. So here we are on map 3. Pressure's at a maximum. FlyQuest have just shown themselves they can win the series now. And with that becoming reality in their minds, that's even more pressure, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure that same level of pressure is kind of in the back of Heroic's head when we were back on Anubis.
Yeah. It
was starting to feel real. It's got to feel good to have the entire community essentially putting you 3-0. It's another thing to actually cement yourself in that position. Cemented on Sykes Youngstar. Feet glued to default. He's got teammates all around him. Here's an answer. Ince taking it personally that he goes down last round after the plant. Wasn't given a chance to shine because his hands were busy. Now he's got 3 kills to his name. Every Heroic corpse has 3 letters stamped across it. And he's looking to get off this plant position. Goes for the connector fight, but that distraction served up. Thrusts to Regali into the close 1v2. Knows the positions of both CTs. Can't get the better of LNZ, however. And that's Heroic to follow through.
Excellently done there from both of them. If there's one thing that's standing out about Heroic's play, it's always the baiting. The way that they do that purposefully, draw your attention, draw a spray, and it's all just a big ruse. They're great at playing off each other's contact. I think in some instances it's purposeful bait that we've seen from xCloud with the communication followed by, you know, a spam to nothing. But in this situation, I think they're just putting themselves in very favorable spots. And it was the initial spam from Tanir coming down in connector. CT was totally quiet. So Tanir said, here, let me throw the flash for you.
Nade set to just try and overrun this B site. We'll see what LNZ can offer us. M4 in hand, support over towards Catwalk. Tanir, eyes on window as well. Gonna give that supportive utility to cool this off. They will not pounce yet, but luckily they didn't do that with the nades they hold. They can play around with a different timing. We'll see the T's just go back, make sure that they haven't been found out. And that's not the case. There's no further info for Heroic. Now they are starting to collect it, but in doing so, they offer over a headshot. Ince is hitting Shaw.
He's on it, man. Big time. Best start we've seen so far from him.
The insatiable noob slayer. Group up inside of the apartments. That smoke's about to fade. Tanir still doubling back, looking to add that second M4 to the hold. Just 2 instant headshots out of him. Okay!
He's so clean with it, man.
4 kills on the hold. Sure, it's just the pistols, but another instance of mechanical display.
Yeah.
He just keeps racking up these kills. The time to kill is so swift.
It's so swift. It's almost like Zywoo with his aim. So little wasted movements. Very small flicks. He's always looking in the right spot to begin with. Great reaction time. And all with a rifle. It's very efficient. You know, the amount of bullets he uses, how little he actually has to flick. He's very fast with it. Triple threat.
FlyQuest had to wait to get these guns back. Now in hand, good flash, disrupts them. xCloud taking space, taking charge of the situation as well with that connector peek. He's just so bolstered by help. Youngstar with his hands full over on A, but no immediate follow through. Here comes FlyQuest in a 3v5. Problem is Palace still smoked off, so looking to join up with the Tetris player, but a great reposition, not a great spray. Liaz hits the headshot. Youngstar left a little bit desired. Vexite just falls down into his own fire. That's not ideal. So slight errors on both sides leads us to this 1v4 and a real chance at Heroic to take off on the defense.
Yes, and Tanir, well, he might run headfirst into this rifle, but doesn't get killed right away. Regali will grab that. With a minute left, we've got Regali on a bomb. Actually, lots of utility. Not going to totally count him out, even though this is a difficult one.
Now, Regali has put forward some of his best clutches in his career in this FlyQuest jersey. And at a critical juncture in a very important match, now's the time to do it yet again.
Did officially get spotted. Let's see if he can sense the crossfire on Cat.
He's got a good amount of utility to pull it off. A bit further damage. That next CT doesn't really want to have anything to do with him. He isolates fights, but xCloud's not going to give him that respect. Goes for the peek to try to pinch, and it works for Heroic.
It's a very, very strong map so far here for Heroic. Not really questions about who, you know, who's good and should be good. I think it's surprising to see Inns have such a good start, but you know, more consistency is definitely demanded of Heroic when you've got a player like Tanir on the other side of the map. Maui highlighted him for how he'll be an individual counter to the play that Netic might want to bring, and that's not a name that we're talking about yet.
Let's fucking go, guys. Let's fucking go. I can go left side balcony. That's also good. Yeah, I'm only Palace. Okay, so you guys need to smoke.
See both these teams just locked in.
Yeah, map 3, 2-0 matchup. Full focus. Half by.
A lot of FlyQuest's eco rounds are super simple calls. Actually, they just throw in a lot of rushes, so this is a bit more of a rare sight. Slow crawling default, attacking connector from these 3 choke points with a ramp and Palace in mind. And a touch of a fake here actually preys on the fact that they don't have cat vision. Window is slightly open as well. This will breed some insecurity in the Heroic camp. They're starting to look around.
Got to pounce on the timing as well. These 2 connector players emerge. xFloud unable to spray down both, but Youngstar's going to press the Colt against 1. The fact pistols emerge from 2 entry points on this site doesn't give Sunpius the confidence to stick around on his own. That's rifles picked up here for Liaz and Inns. Yes, health low. Yes, bomb not yet planted, but there are moves being made.
So early.
A push through murder hole. CT's double back.
Oh, clear!
He sees the back of the AWPer, doesn't pull the trigger. Tanir has the presence of mind to go clear this, and he's got that conviction, that killer instinct to just go for the frag. Wow. All 3 in this slowed down 3v3. Tanir steps up again.
Incredible awareness, man. That timing is so early. Yes, it was quiet, but still, a lot of players would have let that go a couple extra seconds. They have Sunpius watching it, and I guess that's why he felt like there's nothing else to do here. Why don't we just go and see? And it's perfect. Inns going to be frustrated about that. This is a winning position if Inns even gets 1 kill, and he could just disappear back into jungle. They take over the site. Player left in CT has to watch his flank as well as watch the site. My goodness, he really just saved the day.
Ooh, double AWP for Sunpius. Somehow gets out of there with only 9 damage.
They missed, yeah.
Well, why did they miss them, Londers?
See the throw it running. Yeah. Should still go to jail, though.
Of course.
Missing utility.
Them's the rules. Stomping towards LNZ. Awkward. Player makes it down. Tanir's going to clean that up. Distraction offered over. Here we go. We've seen him do what he does versus just pistols. Oh, beautiful spam back from Inns. Trying his damnedest to keep his team in this. The captain with 8 kills reopens this B bomb site through that smoke. When the looming threat of Tanir is out here, you know it's going to keep you scared. Youngstar's able to slip up though from Catwalk. Gets shut down by the IGL again.
Consistently good across all guns so far this half. Inns is the unlikely star of FlyQuest. Critical impact on this round.
Just the fact Tanir cleans up the first player to actually get their boots on B, then follows up in the window, then has cover through smoke, albeit thin. Felt like that had to happen then and there. Inns catching Tanir, reopens the possibility of winning that round, and he goes even further as they attempt that retake. What a demon this guy is.
I know, man. His spray is just... He kills 1 bullet faster than everyone else. But he gets outwitted with that smoke spam in through Get Right. Regali getting busy on the mic, and the flash is nothing. This will not help out at all. I think they made that one up, Connor.
There's been a couple of those throughout this series, I feel like, where Heroic aren't losing their angles because the flashes are just slightly off. Hell, the frag grenades into connector also slightly off their mark. Gave Sunpius a chance to maybe find something in the round prior. It's going to be Vexite to try to just creep his way out through ramp. Eventually, Liaz will come join him with bomb. Inz has been the critical piece of this FlyQuest attempt to hang on in the first half. Will he get his again? Sitting bottom middle, looking to join forces soon. LNZ, a little delayed on the smoke there, but he will be in that corner, and Vexite's gonna isolate two. Well done on his own. Whole pack of players right behind him. Inz makes sure that there's no retake, really, but XFloud still able to slip up, stop the first attempt at a bomb plant. Unfortunately here for Heroic, that op all too valuable. Sunpius wants to save it for the next one. FlyQuest are breaking through.
Take your hat off, Vexite. That was a wonderful play here for the 2 kills on the A site. And it's a second and third, but it's still early in this game, so they'll take it. FlyQuest turned that into a round win. 3 players alive means money is going to be pretty good as well. And you can see the paranoia here for Sunpius as he looks for a good place to save. But luckily for him, FlyQuest are just as concerned about their own bank accounts.
Terrorists win.
How do you think Vexite keeps that wet hair look? Is it just from being from Australia?
You gotta ask Zywoo. He's got them curls going too.
Yeah, that's true.
Little Australian spider venom or something. But this kill top stairs is what allows for him to follow through on the bottom of Balk. Inz yet again with a guarantee, climbing up through those windows. Be aware of the A push mid-round. See if Heroic start to kind of let themselves off the chain a little bit, but it would be a weird round to do it. We've only got that solo op on Sunpius. So is it the pistols that'll go take ramp? Ooh, looking at that radar. Sunpius heads the correct direction.
Now we have to remember that it was a bad flash that allowed Sunpius to get his kill because, you know, Regali trusts a flash like that. Oh, you can't blame him. My goodness, what a shot through the thinnest piece of that door frame.
Oh my.
Liaz dies in one hit.
And Sunpius is instantly transitioning that op elsewhere. Netic has floated out bottom middle with Regali. Gonna hear that utility usage. Connector smoked off. You'll just hold this window, but you lose the line of sight. Indicates the cap play. Inz is only going to have a pistol to deal with unless the connector guys try to split it, which they will.
Oh, speaking of line of sight, here's Linus up on Cat, and he's maintained now.
Okay.
For another great shot.
Sunpius gets right back to where he has to go. Kicks this round off with a clean shot through the apps. And now he's getting bolstered with pistols right behind him, his entire team with him. And Tanir just throwing caution to the wind, jumps over that gap, takes damage to the legs. Still a chance at a recovery here. Netic and Regali gonna have to keep it clean. CT's push, they're pressing into this. They're taking control. All 5 stand as Heroic take charge.
It's another opening setup. That's beautiful, but it's the shot. I mean, it's the shot that gets the spotlight. Incredible from Sunpius. Can barely see a thing. And with, you know, full x-ray from our perspective, you knew when to take it. But look at the moment that he has to react on, with it being a wallbang as well. Insane. Hard to say which one's even more impressive, to be honest.
Taking it to the B site. Okay, tempo, pace change. If there was an offer, they'd try to slam against it, but instead it's just the AK back site. LNZ tries to get into the smoke. Sunpius already on the scene. You've got 2 players corralled towards bench. He hits it, and he's gonna try to chuck out some util. They are stuck over there on bench. Netic down to 20. Bomb pick back up, but Tanir
back on the floor.
Always decides when and where on his terms. The response comes back out of FlyQuest. Youngstar's gonna try to creep up. Low health for Netic still. And he's in the middle of the smoke. Finds the better of it. Pistol connects for Sunpius, but this one goes both ways. And FlyQuest with conviction overwhelmed them.
It's back to B again, but this time the punch has a lot more follow through. in through the Van Pillar smoke, all the way to bench, and Linus thinks that he has at least delayed them a little bit with that fresh piece of utility, but they don't respect it, and it's exactly what they need to do. They finally find a way to overwhelm here where they couldn't for the last 2 rounds. And I think they distinctly respond to the fact that Senpaius has been perched out there looking for opening kills, that why would they try that again when I've been so successful from this point?
Good job, Corey.
They win the game of rock, paper, scissors. The call's brave and it works.
Mm-hmm. Got a clash set for middle here. A lot of bodies. Drop straight down into underpass. Oh, okay. Slightly different. Blind off. There's not just the one. M4's ahead of it. Tanir, you know he's going to swing. Netic gets the better of him. That's a head-to-head. The desk highlighted. Burning over towards the flames. Netic on his own will clear out underpass. What a perfect position for FlyQuest to try to tie up this half. 5v3. Denied by LNZ over on A. And xFloud hunts bottom mid. A freebie as Ince just goes jumping over top.
They can't believe there's a third player inside of middle after those 2 died in underpass.
3 kills now for Netic. Does everything he has to towards middle. A great recovery, all things considered. Ince going to be left scratching his head as to how he let that death happen. Luckily, FlyQuest maintain control of the situation.
Finally, around where we can talk about Netic, late bloomer in this series so far. It's not as if he's been playing bad, but he hasn't gotten the spotlight up until now.
There's a lot of mid-round moments yesterday where he was able to just kind of jackknife rounds, reopen the possibility of the wins. And this time, kind of cooled off by Tanir, definitely being outshined by the catwalk holds of Tanir, but not this time. And beautifully, the head-to-head to start it. Both players know damn well they're about to duel on that angle.
It's an excellent use of the Molotov and the angle coverage to know that you're not running away. I just have to figure out when you're going to peek. Trying to prod the A-ramp way. A little bit scary. This is not a full. It's a full buy, but they only get 2 MP9s out of it. And now a 4v4. They vacate Palace as well. And if you, on the T side, you leave a gun on an extremity, you have time to go to the other side of the map if you want to go in early. If you're not going to protect the guns, then that can come back to be a problem for you. But at the moment, Heroic are not playing greedy. They're letting it rest for a minute. It's really interesting. I mean, Heroic have not kind of moved from this setup at all. They're just staying close to the gun, but not actually getting in through Palace. I think that FlyQuest are assuming if they don't go and push this, that they wouldn't be stacking. That assumption isn't true. It could actually be a great call from Heroic, to be honest.
Smoke in hand.
They don't have the best guns, but they're in the right spot.
Youngstar puts that utility down at the right moment. Now he's just got to have to hold them back through it. They try to pop it open. Oh, excellent 5-7. Insta-kill. Won't be able to get the multi. Ins in the kill feed again. He is 13-7 on this half. Him and Liaz. Not the names you always expect to be shining. Frag grenade stops plant. Still 13 seconds. LNC, could have clutched, but a no-scope is how we close this. And it is game on in the 2-0 pool, folks. Tied 6 apiece.
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding Face It, solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right?
and I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metizport, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the Face It leaderboard, right? I was on top of the Face It leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so. We were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking. And of course, Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it, so it was like an obvious choice. Sampayas, who's been experienced, is joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with the sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited, I'm not too nervous, and just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like, I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them, so I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
Great little rebound from the FlyQuest guys to tie that half up. It is Inz and Liaz who have tried many a time at a major to progress. Well, here they sit side by side, topping the charts for this team at the moment. A challenge versus Heroic versus Tenir, the clearly most consistent. And the question remains, can they do it, Launders? Can they clean sweep the first stage of the major?
It's up for grabs, man.
Can they do it?
If you're playing better this half, you win. There's no specific favorite. 6-6 half, you're on Mirage.
Cannot separate these teams. One, the most expected to progress 3-0. And the other, some underdogs from down under. And you've got Heroic already in with a couple headshots, taking a quick tempo towards middle, up through window, goes X-Floud. You've got options open as well, because eyes over towards Cat.
Is this the first pistol that Heroic will win in the series?
Well, it's not done yet. Vexite and Liaz, but you are correct. It would be the first time, and what a time to start a half with a round win. Liaz tries to go over top of Ticket. Failed jump though. Gonna put them on high alert. Vexite, same position, no other alternative angle to retake with. It is a jump across, trying to figure out these positions. Liaz gets his. Now you know, and you're gonna press those Berettas up into the chest of the ramp player, but now you're stuck, fully displayed to the 3 remaining players. Finally, 6th time's the charm, Heroic win a pistol.
Yeah, their first pistol, and that's a great stat, but they also have the denial of the conversion in the first half of this map specifically. That helped get them some leverage in the first half. Now it gets really scary for FlyQuest. Their toughest test yet, and to be honest, even today, they've impressed us. What they did on Anubis is huge for their confidence, huge for what they can do in the rest of this stage, even if they don't win this map. But what they have to know is that if they play well enough today, they can close out this Mirage. The team who has all the expectations in the world are Heroic.
activity, though, from FlyQuest. Not just going to stay back in the shadows, rather making a move. It's good information, and it's an LNZ who's a little bit worried, cautious of that flank. Has a good reason to be. Thing is, though, is now Vexite's FAMAS, right? Critical weapon, considering FlyQuest low on guns, is stuck in a portion of the map where it can't really get in. And if he starts to rush the process, then they are going to hear him. So he takes his time, hoping the teammates slow it all down. LNZ's been able to get his. Now X-Flash pressing up through the smoke. Regali and Liaz both with a kill. There's Netic's Deagle. And we go 1v2.
They have the info. They know where Netic is. Spamming from the back.
Finds the FAMAS, finds a bit of damage with that wall bang, but it's a good jump from Sunpius to get over towards Ticket, and that feels like an insurance policy. But he steps a little closer, doesn't want to be too far off, so that they can swing together to join forces in this moment to keep this lead. That's the goal, and Netic can't quite piece it all together, but it's no gun in hand. Oh my God, Sunpius caught off by the proximity of the retake. Still, though, Heroic thrive.
Yeah, and he had an insurance policy. There was a player right there on default in their perfect crossfire to take aggro if he got peeked that way. Nice try for Netic here, but that would have been beyond to be able to win a round like that. And for FlyQuest in general, they made it get hairy. I mean, this is a spot where they don't have a lot to go off of, but they don't steal a round.
Nice!
You have to go do it the hard way. Full mid control here for Heroic. FlyQuest do not want to play this game right now.
They'll have other chances to hold back middle. This one, not really theirs for the taking. Deagle into the... Okay, AK, grab it.
Clean shot.
Right there. There's somebody covering, but it's the bomb. If he gets this kill, then that bomb is in a tough spot. Oh, he's trying for it as his teammates falter. Sunpius hangs on, had the lesser of the two weapons for that duel, but he picks it up, and now that bomb inbound.
Yeah, everyone would have been lost in the sight if that happened. So much rested on it, but instead, firm control, firm grasp on the situation here for Heroic. Nice try for Netic, but those are the moments for him. You know, if we're going to talk about how good this team is getting and when we see them at their best, how good Netic is playing, those are the moments where he's just going to need to shine. Vexite also 3 kills in this game right now.
And Regali only 6.
Yeah, gotta be happy about Inns, but I don't think Inns is happy about just Inns at the moment. Yeah, you said it. Him and Liaz, the two more unlikely players, right? They've got a bit more depth of talent. Those players are not the ones taking the spotlight right now.
We didn't really get to see it because we're fixated on this very important Sunpius duel, but we see Youngstar also doing a good job of clearing out sight, making sure that when that bomb does get the green light and the open door, no other hesitation to be had. 3-round lead here for Heroic, 4 from stage 2 in Austin.
FlyQuest will be handing over mid, it looks like, again, in exchange for a bit of a push up through B. And LNZ sneaks behind enemy lines, but we'll see if there even ends up being a duel off of this. Vexite wants to stay patient here. The B split will come in slowly, but my goodness, I really don't like the map here for FlyQuest with no vision on mid at all.
Feels like this immediate cat pounce is going to just overwhelm B.
Not blowing up the cat smoke. Liaz getting spotted now. Vexite has to get these kills.
Not ideal. Vexite gets instantly popped. Liaz trying to hang on for dear life. Felt like his teammate had to offer something, and now Netic, at least, able to slip into the middle of it all. And it's a fast one onto X-Cloud. Okay, Sunpius predictive spray. Netic's head gets just rattled. And it's man advantage post-plant here, Heroic. Double digits on the line. You've got this inevitable flank from Tanir, but it's also a little bit disengaged. So you better hope these CTs don't retake quickly. Sunpius just buying time. Gives it a bit of a jiggle. FlyQuest do this quietly, and as they get the Sunpius kill, they've given just enough time for Tanir to get to the scene of the crime. Regali in the middle of the two, doesn't even feel like a save is able. And so bomb ticking a little too fast, and nobody shows skin. Well done here by Heroic to just cool him off, give him nothing to shoot at, and make sure that ops goes down. 3 left here for Heroic.
Yep. Another good attack. Great round out of LNZ. He reads that someone could be close up, and it's moments like this where you might not be careful, especially after you see Liaz getting jump spotting or crack spotting from the vent. You'd think maybe your attention could get drawn away, so he does to go through all the proper protocols to approach carefully. He's the one player alive on the split that brings this to life. It's the second time the guy who's upstairs in B needs to get his kill to win the round, and Heroic do it. And so in this spot, if you're not playing in cat and you're playing 2 back on the B site and you're playing 3A and it's a really perimeter setup and you don't have anyone even watching the back of window, this is a position in CS2. If there's connector smoke coming up for the B split, you can blow this open. Regali's in a spot actually on the A site to watch cat. You're not going to get full vision forever blowing that smoke open, but if you have your timings right, you at least get vision on a player. If not, a great shot that can slow down the split, and that would have helped out tremendously. I don't think they really recognized how off Metizport we're going to go for mid control.
Okay, Tanir given a chance to glow. Him and LNZ very quickly into the underpass hold, and this one, Mohan, unfortunately, before FlyQuest starts to fizzle out.
Yeah, this is a half buy here for FlyQuest, but it was an aggressive opener, gets shut down. So when we move into this next round, it's got to be a bit more about mid, but
it's an op up front. That's just pistol versus pistol.
The Glock wins.
Apparently. Luckily for Liaz, picked up M4. Unluckily for Liaz, left alone. V4. First kill comes at no cost in terms of health. I like him trying to take that chance just in case somebody's standing on the Molotov angle, but he's going to have to concede this, and Heroic will step 1 round closer. And who other than Tanir to get that conviction going, right? 2 kills, holding off underpass. We see FlyQuest still trying to scramble to make these moves. It's another one where they look to just interrupt the cogs of Heroic's war machine, but not today.
I hope we see FlyQuest play cat ladder control more this round. If they're going to play a similar setup but really don't know how to defend from A specifically, that they just play inside of middle instead and cut to the chase, because there's been a lot of B splits. A lot of defaults are starting in middle, whether or not they're ending in B. So there's going to be action for a player up in ladder room. You can also cover window this way. And it's the one adjustment I feel like it's just really vulnerable and getting taken advantage of.
1 HP, 200.
You can't leave that big of a gap, like vision-wise, versus Heroic. The better team is always going to go for mid more often, right? They're not the team who are going to go for pocket strats and little ramp rushes all the time and things to keep it simple. They're going to be fine playing the 55-45 positions in mid, slow defaults into regular splits. And, you know, we can't have Netic jumping behind a smoking window and just spamming a little bit, then leaving. Which is kind of what he's doing right now. At least they've got Regali up on cat now with the op. But they don't actually come in for the reclear on mid. They aren't playing in ladder room, so they can't check things out too safely here. And that leaves both sides sort of equally vulnerable now. Ironically, reinforcing cat has made it so now Regali's in a more calcified spot and can be less helpful towards either site.
Wow. In steps into it. Next side, double molly, just doomed at this point. Or is he? Comes out, gets a kill and further damage, sets up Netic, but it's only his one. And so man advantage established with a good amount of time to cement themselves in sight. Or, hold on, he's tracking him by 90 damage, nearly dead. The Liaz nade just, oh, never mind, okay.
He's got it.
This guy can sense you. Thermal optics for Liaz as he finds him in the sight, denies plant the first time, and puts his teammate into the advantage. This is low health for the 2 players left of Heroic. This is a critical juncture, but a missed op from Regali's gonna offer the chance for that T to get off default. They nearly line up. Liaz taking chances. He's thrived through that smoke, but gets denied as the double up from Sun Pius takes them to 12.
That's how you get to 12. Oh, how often have we seen Regali miss in that situation? He had the perfect crawl up. 47 HP between the 2 players remaining. That one was damn near in the bag, but Sun Pius gets all the shine.
It's an ice cold 4K. 2 of them with 20 health or so. A post plant that felt like it was getting interrupted by Liaz's antics. And instead you have 6 chances to close this out. Some pious player down beneath you. Nedic's gonna get the better of him. Unleash this kid. 1 single kill. His multi-frags, unlike their last outing on Mirage. Vexite, a freebie. For a player struggling, that's an excellent kill to get. Tanir's on the chase towards B. Liaz, elusive, as he has been in this critical 3rd map, but Tanir's gonna clear out B. Back to another 2v2, but this time, FlyQuest have bomb.
Yes, they do. Vexite's here on the flank. Tanir walking in, back towards him. There's gonna be full awareness. We're still a minute 12 here. Both players have to be careful. It's very nice to be on an early flank, but it's not nice. It's dangerous to die or to even put yourself in jeopardy in this spot. But Vexite still exploring.
Oh, he's taking the move, huh? He goes for it. No, and he can't win the duel. Youngstar gets the better of it. Now, they are going to spend still some time to get this bomb back. Regali has impressed us with his play in this FlyQuest jersey. It is not a frequent sight to see Europeans head to Oceania for a chance to succeed. And some of the clutches he's posted in green, well worth his inclusion on this roster. Right now, unfortunately, the 2 heroic players join forces and sprint in the other direction.
Easiest route to victory here is going towards A. Don't even have to cross the scope of Regali if they don't want to. But they have no idea where he's posted up just yet. And they're probably tentatively concerned about CT spawn. Regali comes in slow and quietly as Youngstar plants the bomb.
Oh, still uncertainty. Now he realizes he's got to get this one going. T's gonna leave 1 player in sight. Youngstar head down, and then Tanir. Who else posted on the perch looking for his 20th frag of this map? He steps forward, and excuse me, it's Palace. A little more space for Regali. This is actually good. Able to close the distance, get up close. Has a frag, but nothing else, and he's gonna find himself in the open. So be it. Takes that fight. Tanir's got him low. Regali trying to fluster him out of this position. He's gonna try to jump up to take that fight to him. Bomb ticking quick, and what do you know? While some shudder in the spotlight, others step forth. Expectations high for Heroic. They'll close this. 3-0 for an organization that makes the best of little, rebuilt by Saw yet again, and they'll thrive here in Austin.
It's not easy to live up to expectations as high as everybody had set for Heroic, but even with this brand new lineup they have, and for FlyQuest also brand new to a lot of us, and for them to have this performance so far at this major has already been impressive. And to not win this series maybe was expected, but what was also unexpected was them winning Anubis. The fact that that's even got close is a feather in their cap and will scare the rest of this group when it comes to their next matches.
It's unbelievable to me that Tanir, you know, we talk about the expectations of the team, but on an individual level as well. The first opening stages of majors, we always talk about those who are cut from a different cloth. And coming into this event, it seemed like Heroic were that piece. And what do you know? Realizing that dream and giving themselves an easy sigh of relief. 3-0 for Heroic.
Heroic have made it through and qualified to stage 2, 3-0. The expectations were very high for you guys and what we were expecting overall from what this team could deliver. Just for this though, you must have expected it as well. Did you have to fight for a little bit more in this match than you were expecting, especially on that Anubis?
Yeah, I mean, Anubis side didn't go exactly as planned, but otherwise I felt like this whole stage so far has been pretty smooth. Not that we, like, in some way I guess we expected it, but to be honest, the expectations doesn't matter too much. Like, it's all about the work you're putting in. So I'm at least happy that we were able to show it now.
And you showed it in a very strong way. One thing I looked at is you do have quite some young players on this team, right? Even after losing Anubis, was the bounce back still quite easy for them? Were they still in good spirits?
Yeah, I think the mood was pretty good. It's obviously also it helps that we did a comeback on like Anubis T side, or we got many rounds and made it 13-11, but not good enough in the end. But I mean that got a bit more like maybe what's the word? Let's say motivation, but just hopes up for the last map and got some energy for that. So that was good.
I've got to ask about Tanir on your team, because obviously you scouted him onto the team. How did you find him, and did you expect him to be this good? Because he's looking really razor sharp. Is he even maybe beating your expectations?
Yeah, I think he is beating the expectations in a way, like how fast he's able to adapt to international team and everything that comes with that. I think, of course, like when watching him before this team, he already had good mechanics, everything, and you could see it really clearly. But it's a different case when you go to international team. English can be challenging, and then the play style and everything. But he has been doing like really well and adapting to everything. So really positive about that.
And right now, even with everything that's going on with like you and some players leaving, the team still seems to have such a good spirit. You know, everyone's fighting for this. With you going 3-0 here, how confident do you feel just looking at going into the second stage as well? Do you feel like this is a team that's got that capability of going further?
For sure, we have the potential and we are capable of doing it. It's not going to be easy, and that's the thing with these stages. Like every stage will get harder. So I mean, we need to show up even better and show better CS. It's of course like maybe it's challenging when you know that you're not going to continue with the same roster next season. But at the same time, it is the major, it's the most important tournament of the season. So the motivation is there and the hunger is there. So we are going to keep fighting.
Can you just tell me, though, what is challenging about that? You know, knowing that you're not going to continue on, like, what does that change for you personally?
Well, for me personally, it doesn't change much. And I think for the guys also, it's more like the mental side of it, that you know that all the mistakes you are fixing, for example, it's not going to be 100% the same for the next season. There's going to be new things coming up. It's that kind of thing where, like, the future, in a way, you know it's going to change. But yeah, it's still going to be important. And I mean, everyone is here together, and we have been having these important talks about how we need to focus on this tournament, because it is important.
It is important. It's working well so far. So just go out with a bang. I think that's the way to do it. Thank you very much, Saul. Congratulations. Thank you.
Measured words from Saw as the coach, as coaches tend to do. They don't like to get too excited or too depressed. They like to keep it right in the middle. Just chilling.
I just love that Saw is a guy that's more about the journey than the destination, regardless of the fact that he knows, everybody knows, that they won't be playing with the same 5-man lineup. He won't be coaching the same group of players. He cares more about the results in the moment, understands that the major is part of the totality of his legacy.
And in some sense, that philosophy might be perfect for the situation they're in, right? Because there's no like grand statement you can make about Heroic at this event because it's ending. So if you are part of the process, if your emphasis is on the process rather than like the end result, you're sitting here and you're like, this is the process. This is us going through it, and it doesn't matter what the result is because all we have to do is just focus on winning the next game. Good series, challenged on Anubis, but overall, Heroic's still looking really strong.
Some bright spots for FlyQuest there towards the tail end, but just not able to claw it all back after the vicious triumvirate of defenders in middle where it was too much for them to overcome.
I got to give you some flowers. You nailed the Tanir on catwalk. Like, he was a beast. Like, it really was just like, good luck getting past that.
He just handles him.
Yeah.
He handles him.
Yeah, he was sick.
I'm going to pose one just question to you before we go to a break, guys.
Sure.
This Heroic that you saw here, is this the team that can make it through stage 2?
Yes.
Yeah, stage 2, yeah.
Oh, okay. Look at that.
It won't be this easy, but they can do it, yeah.
Nice.
3-1, 3-1, 3-2.
3-1. So
for
you're
sure.
already warning
not your
people.
3-0 pick.
Don't put them 3-0.
Don't put them 3-0, but 3-1, 3-2, yeah.
Okay, I like where we're going with that. Well, we are going to kick it to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going from 3-0 into 0-3. It's elimination time. It'll be Metizport taking on Imperial. Abdi, you guys are down at the moment in a tough spot facing elimination right now. I want to just get a feeling for what you feel is going wrong for you guys. Because obviously when we look at the name value of this team, I guess we have higher expectations.
Yeah, we all have, actually, I would say. And yeah, we was a kind of rough day yesterday, but we talked it through, and today we want to show a better side of us ourselves.
In order to do that, what is it that was missing yesterday?
I would say some micro decisions and some proactive calling, I would say. That's something we need, and I think we will approach another level today on that level. Yeah.
Very positive for sure. Now, I also want to go back to the beginning when you lost Nilo, for example, right? Losing a player like that, never easy, but you guys have been constantly trying to rebuild. How confident are you with how the rebuild's going overall, and how important is it for you guys to do well here? Because it's been a bit of time now.
I would say the rebuild part is a part of the esports scene, because you can see many teams like rebuilding after like a 6 months period or 1 year. But I'm the coach of the project, and I'm trying to do my best. And so yeah, I think that's just a part for every organization.
Now going up against Imperial, what do you think of them as a team right now and just where they're at? Because obviously the individual in that can be very sharp. Is it a different change of game plan you need to go into this with?
I would say, yeah, Imperial is a really good team, I would say. We are two teams that I don't think that we thought beforehand that we'll go 0-2, but I think we need to approach the game by being more proactive and not so reactive, and I think that's the game plan for both of the teams, actually.
Okay. Now, coming into this, you're going into the best of threes. I look at the players you have, I look at the pieces you have, and I feel like this should be a game where you guys have a lot of confidence with as well. Do your players have that confidence after going down 0-2?
I think they do, because we already did the videos, and it's map that we feel comfortable, all the best of three. So they're in a happy mood, which makes me happy. I feel that people, when they are very quiet, silent, it shows fear. If they're speaking, if they're feeling it, that we need to prove that we don't deserve to be on this 0-2 pool, that's enough for me.
And what's the mentality like, for example, with Vinny? Because Vinny's obviously been taking over his leadership now for quite some time. He's had his time to work with these players. We've seen a lot of praise come his way, but I'd say maybe in recent results, it's not to the level we expected from Imperial and the players you have. So how's he doing?
I think he's focused. He knows that he did a good T-side on Inferno against B8 and a very bad T-side on Train. He was very angry yesterday, the way we played, but he's very good on reset his mental. He's very good on that, and I think he's in a good mood today.
And just what would it be for you if you did go out 0-3 like this, right? Would that be like a situation where it can't happen? There's no way you can see it. You know, would it be something that is fire under you guys to make sure it doesn't happen?
I think, of course, it can happen because we're in the 0-2 pool, but if it happens, it's going to be the biggest failure we could ever have in this lineup.
I believe Zach's dead on in that instance. It's the biggest failure you can have, arriving at the major to go 0-3, and especially as this Imperial formula is one where if we go back 2 majors to Copenhagen, Imperial were that driving force in knocking European slots off the major and opening it up for the new regions that now populate stage 1. So this, I think, for Imperial, you know, we see them, I think, at least personally, I won't speak on your behalf, I look at them as like that potentially 2-2 games. Like that's usually where I find Imperial kind of slotting in. And unfortunately, they just had a really rough day yesterday. But that's the beauty of this format, despite it being so cutthroat. A bad first day could lead you into one of those awesome runs back to 3-2 nonetheless. So we'll see what they've got in store for us, but obviously it's do or die here in this next matchup on the A stream, folks. Imperial versus Metizport. Swedes across the board, Mohan. A full Swedish roster at a major. Used to be a common sight. Welcome back, boys.
They were disappointed about the way they played. I can understand why. I think that they've at least got someone like Try who he could go supernova sometimes, and I think he was very frustrated on Train. I think the game plan on Train, they got outclassed by Namiga yesterday, and very fair. It was very fair of them to do that. I think they took a risk by picking the map. I think they clearly had ideas for it, but they just simply weren't better. So hard to see exactly why Imperial will. I mean, it's hard to see who's going to win this game because I think both teams have been disappointing, and that's why they're in this position. But there are some situations where the team's, you know, unlucky and they're kind of in this position. Hard draw and they're in this position. That's not the case here in this matchup. I think lots of potential left to show here for both Metizport and Imperial here at the beginning days of the major.
Ooh. Try keeps this one clean. I know Try loves a little bit of nuke, so we got to keep an eye on his individual level for this one. Okay, Lume. Descent, he gets just instantly popped. And no ways lost control of Hell, so we've got a little rebound for a second there for Metizport. Gets cooled off, back 3v3, open doors for Che. And now Vinny has to take up the position. Creeps his way to control stairs, finds the perfect timing for that peek onto Isaac. Plopsky waits back sight, supported from above, and the cover's enough to get Vinny off the angle. He's going to keep them on their toes, though. Opens up a timing for Try to attempt to get into this.
Oh, yeah, this is extremely awkward. They don't have control of anything right now.
But Vinny's done a good job of just flushing them away. He gives himself another chance. He's the reason they had to give up that back sight. He's the reason they're stuck trying to inch their way up ramp. Now, Vinny, do you want to just take this duel? Seems like it. Oh, I can't finish it. A bunch of damage in, but 4 health for Plopsky gives pistol to Metizport.
I love how Vinny's smiling, man. He's just always smiling. After that, it could be such an important round for the whole major, but he's smiling. And that's actually great to see. But that's got to be a frustrating way to lose. He was having pretty heavy impact right there from control side. And that looked like a more messy position from Metasport's perspective than it did from Imperial. Even though they only had 2 players, they had both single door and double door covered with a player each, meant that it should be as hard as possible to pull the plant off. Vinny was delaying so much time by playing with opening and closing the door repeatedly, and yet still Metizport won. So this would be the Swedish super team that Hampus had whisperings about.
Yep, this is the one. I think it's just cool to have Hampus back. Obviously kind of left NIP, needed a bit of a break from competition. You never know when people can or will come back from those sorts of vacations, we'll call it.
I think he was at the cottage in the Swedish woods.
I also feel like Hampus just kind of gels well with Swedes.
Eating berries.
Vinny looking to get into the action, but not too risky of a play. This double MP9 FAMAS buy-up from an Imperial pistol loss. Putting it on the table. He feels like he's tracking them. He's not wrong about it. But he also doesn't go all in, so it's going to give a chance for Hampus to lead this walk through hell. And does this eventually compromise the ramp players? They don't seem to be thinking that there was anybody. Maybe Vinny thought it was just a fake wall of smokes and nothing behind it. Che Jesus lucky to get 1 kill there. He's try holding both ends. How he gets that headshot, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But Isaac's down to 2 health with the bomb. You've already got a defender rotating down, but he's against the wall, right? Full display.
They got to run from this now. There's 2 players downstairs confirmed, but the bomb, it's left in such an awkward spot.
Damn, Metizport.
They just got a delay for Lumi to come in. But does he have an even door open to flank from is the question. Single?
I mean, an Imperial player would have pushed out. They closed the door behind them. Good etiquette. He's going to have to swing it. Clears Vinny off sight. This gets it back going, and you see the distraction it serves up. But still, no way finds the better of the timing. 15 seconds to grab that bomb. Feeling nigh impossible, as the patience from Dark is going to pay off here for Decenti. He comes through with the SMG, and the force buy works.
Yeah, big time.
Even though I would say Vinny kind of felt like he fell for it. You know, that ramp play was not ready for a flank through hell. And yet still, they ultimately recover this one. Imperial's force buy works.
So, as crazy as the try shot was, it looked like it was just as important as it was crazy. That flank was actually beautiful, classic Hampus timing. But it wasn't enough. We saw Hampus in the lobby on day 1, and he said, "This is Susp." Like, we know that's Adam Hampus, but good one.
Always the troll. Never the trolled. Chase not going to hold down ramp on his own. Luckily softens him up for try. Double kill on his behalf. And some utility to just keep the pistols back. Not going to get into the ramp room. But that scout will find its mark. What can you do about it? No bomb control, but an AK upgrade's not bad. Insta headshot here from No Way. Imperial going to convert it. You know, I think Hampus really is the kind of guy who thrives on LAN because he just seems like such a people person. You know, he's always the first person to say hello to everybody, introduce himself to new faces.
Yeah.
And also, like I said, does some trolling. I saw him checking into the hotel actually on day 1. And as he was checking in, the, you know, nice lady behind the counter says, "Sir, your room's ready." And he goes, "Oh, I get a room?" And in classic American customer service, she's like, "Yes, of course, sir, you're going to get a room. I can give you an upgrade if that'd be better." "No, I thought I was sleeping in the lobby." Hampus, what are you talking about?
Hampus, never change, Hampus.
Never change. Oop, well, maybe change position, though. Frag grenade, dunked on him. And these poor, unsuspecting Glocks. Not long for this world. An auto shotty in the hands of No Way, who then swaps to the USP as he climbs up onto the rooftops with the noob tube. That is a little bit of confidence, I'd say. Made more confident by facing measly Glocks. And Plopsky thinking maybe he can just slip the net into the bomb plant, but Vinny's got other ideas. Very comfortable CT side started already.
Mm-hmm. Again, we're waiting for this map to sort of speak for itself in terms of who's going to be good today. I think I talked to a lot of people who are quite disappointed about Metizport and how good they expected them to be in the stage. And us personally, we've tested some Metizport high moments, you know, in the last year. Eliminated Simple from the last Blast Showdown.
Yeah, okay,
that was pretty special. And of course, like a lot of rosters, they've made some pretty drastic changes since then. But they proved that their scouting was good in that moment. Ooh, nice try ducking into that smoke.
Yeah.
I think really actually baiting out a shot just to use that to be able to shoot back.
It's a very good sign for try to get off to a strong start. That Op Presence outer could have Metizport's hands full as this game goes on. But he does leave so quickly that a reposition's allowed. And No Way just keeps challenging. I mean, a distraction for the ramp player to push, that's just rude. An auto shotty pelting you for 25 damage.
That's a free punish as well. He's in the right place, the right time.
Pops up, missed third shot, but already 2 kills to try his name. And he's got a teammate to work with here in Decenti.
Yeah, his team play is looking amazing now
Yes,
for
sir.
Imperial. Like, they've got 2 players in positions where Metizport are expecting 0. One back, might be a little too late. Oh, maybe not. Now it's a 2v3 from a 2v5 and just under a minute remaining.
Damn, those are the kind of kills that you're not supposed to give over, but you're also not expecting Lume to come out and just crack that headshot as he did. Tees decide to separate here, coming at the site from both directions. Adam B letting the bomb get closer to sight before he rounds this corner. There is no help here for Decenti. He is the last piece on B. Gun is approaching, tries to clear it. Decenti trying to recover from a misstep, a missed jump, and Dow still 3 kills. 15 seconds left, unsure as to where the others are at. They are both right behind him, joining down from that upper site.
Now they're going to go in now.
Smoke's going to fade. Auto shotty just pops holes in the cover, and it's 4-1 Imperial. A nice attempt at the recovery there for Metizport, but 3 kills all they're going to get.
Yeah, that was a real band of brothers moment there for Luma. Just everybody, this is a pretty morbid analogy, but everyone just dying around him as he's getting these kills, you know, trying to fight his way through. And his kills were great, but unfortunately that wasn't enough to overcome what was actually just a very, very solid setup from multiple positions. Not even just like where Try was, but who was behind Try, even when he rotated around. They really had so many options covered. Felt like they were in the minds of Metizport as they were roaming around the map. So we're seeing Imperial playing better than yesterday. That's number 1. Now the question is, can Metizport meet them halfway?
I think there's an extra layer to the gameplay Imperial brought to the table yesterday. With that match versus Bait, like, they had more than enough chances to close that, and you would have closed against one of the 2 teams that has gone 3-0 in this stage. Bait officially progressing. Their Inferno, nothing to scoff at, won't take part of this series. Pistol able to get out onto the floor, way more space than they're supposed to be allowed to have. Still 2 players up in heaven. Gun advantage is very real here for Imperial, but to have to press them through smoke into a retake feels dire. Trying to just soften it up. Vinny hanging on to Squeaky while he can. There's also an AWP in the mix as well, so a bit of an awkward retake. T's not showing skin. There's the coverage, though, and they line up for Vinny.
He never moved.
They expected him to have pushed back through door to get the retake going. Vinny, though, cool as ever, lets them come to him.
Slick Vinny. And that was such a good spot to fight both those positions, honestly, not moving. As soon as they got uncomfortable by the vent, you see that Lume swings out to try to take a duel. It's kind of a spot that, it's like the more players you have alive, those are the power position advantages you have. You can come in slower, you can stand farther back, you can take your time. When you're low on time, you're low on players, that's when you start making worse decisions. That's where having the man advantage is the real, you know, percentage change in your odds. for these different positions in Counter-Strike. So a lot of confidence showing here for Imperial. I don't know when the blood stops flowing right now. Metizport have to get control of things. Wow, that couldn't have been a better place, Nate.
Hampus trying to get active fast, instead now sitting 1-7. Certainly not an ideal start to their map pick. And Che Jesus catches Plopski's back turn, so 2 free kills. What could damn well be a third. Op finds its mark. Try not missing too many of these shots. Nails the second. And Adam B slaughtered, leaves Isaac 1v5.
Isaac's another name in Swedish Counter-Strike. I was definitely hoping to see on the best Swedish team. He has he's always got better plays than his stats show, I guess. You know, he's never going to stand out that much as an anchor, but a smart guy when it comes to Counter-Strike. But so far, it feels like Metizport are just a little bit too obvious, a little bit too telegraphable. Everyone's looking like a genius here on Imperial, but I think mostly because right now Metizport aren't taking it to another level. Getting caught out perfectly on the timing outside. Their ramp timing was pretty much crystal clear, I think, once they saw Hampus trying to cross the secret. Yeah. They, like, Imperial at the moment, like a full level beyond Metizport in terms of their game plan.
A little awkward on the descent, but he gets there. Vinny having to deal with some utilities, but fine. Connects his kill, no way up from heaven, finds another one. A lot of bodies here just trying to overwhelm this A site, and Vinny just so disruptive with this utility.
Not too bad though for Adam.
Right? You catch Hampus outside last round, you hold them back in this 2 versus 3 that Metizport have left to work with. Player on site behind the silos, but a cheeky push up from Che Jesus. Adam B, it was looking good. Unable to go nuclear though, and so 7-1 secured here by the Brazilian team. All's looking good on day 2.
Yeah, getting nice and snug there right under heaven can make it hard to rotate in, but when we had that Che flank through the hut, that's all that Try needed to be able to get out there, get that kill easily. It's also a nice move and round from Vinny to get the first kill and a nade on the smoke for the second.
Quick little climb up onto the silo. Vinny wants blood. He's gonna elicit that fight out of Plopski.
That worked out so well for Vinny. He pushed up so far, bought himself some time, went back, got the kill in silo, left unnoticed, and now they've got to properly re-clear outside if they want to take this over. 5v4 from such a winning spot already. 7-1 here for Imperial. When it rains, it pours. Are they going to do this cross with one smoke in hand here? They've got Hampus. I mean, we have a passive spot from Try. I mean, they're sitting to play reactively, so
they get away with it.
World, my goodness, yeah, they're just going to just try it.
I mean, that op could have owned you on the cross. Instead, they're lucky, I think, that Try's slightly out of position for dealing with something like this. Ooh, and he decides not to hang on to that garage peek.
But they're suddenly, once they get into garage, they're suddenly trying to play a much longer round.
Sure.
If they went committed to secret, 30 seconds, okay. But they don't even have their mini split in place for this attack. So are they going to try to go up through heaven or go through lower? The ramp. I don't know.
Try gives it a chance. One player creeps through hell. Now another one's coming, but he starts running. You give Try all he needs to know. Okay.
What a play.
3 kills. Try alone. Looks like he's under pressure and dealt with, but he just holds it off.
Oh, destroyed. Unreal.
Those 2 extra steps, they go with speed.
Yeah, that was just silly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They didn't.
But I think it comes back to what you're talking about, where it's like this suddenly becomes a play that takes so much longer, and they had already had to burn time coming back from what was once trophy control to clear outside, to cross over to garage. It's like I can follow their train of thought 100%, but they even themselves had to know, damn it, this isn't where we kind of wanted to get ourselves.
And if this was the move from the beginning, then they should have left someone back in the lobby to help with that split, or get someone into mini as a first step. They're just missing something there.
It's like a sunken cost fallacy. Feels like they have to follow through, and you run into a Try who's simply not missing. 15 kills. Che overwhelmed. Try here to help, but Adam B and Plopsky open up this round. They're going to try to contend with B, it seems. Descenti already deep in the corner of Dark.
Now this can be a good split lower because they've got one incoming from Secret as well. They can take their time clearing things out. Descenti gets into the most typical but safest position. That's catch all for a CT to find. And they don't really believe that he's here right now. Oh, they do. Okay, good clear from Adam.
Yeah, Plopsky had eyes on it. Adam makes sure to go deep. Man advantage secured off this one. This is just a simple swarm of ramp room that gets them into a post plant. Retakes on here for Imperial. Certainly have the leeway to go for a round like this. Certainly have the utility as well to keep it likely. Trajectory and spotted. Backside, you know there's one up on that shelf. Molotov with his name on it. That's going to flush through the post plant. Doesn't win the duel immediately. Gets enough damage for the fire to find the kill. And you've got a hot-handed 12-4 Vinny versus an incredibly cool Hampus. Smoke for the bomb, back turned the wrong direction, but it's just the Tech 9 trying to tap him off this. Vinny's gonna go ahead and stick the knife's gotta find the mark, and he stops him at 0.9 seconds. Hampus, 2 kills into this map, one of them by way of Shank.
Yeah, and he was shooting just the wrong side as well. Definitely unnerving moment there, but they deny the 1-on-3 attempt here from Vinny. It's a scary round still from Imperial in terms of bringing it that close in the first place. But look at the entries. That, you know, Che not getting a second kill and then Try getting a frag as well. It felt like that's pretty much all they were going to get this round. That, you know, this would slowly be Descenti getting one and then not them being unable to plant, but they survive it and they're excited about it.
Fast at it yet again, already an off position behind that red box. Try announcing himself if he steps into this line. Ooh, could have been his death. Instead of flash post Try to the angle.
Yeah, this is getting a rook on the file. They have to respect the flashes.
Goes back and forth.
Yep. That one not quite as efficacious, but he's got a new spot to fight from, and they're slightly missing all of these nades blowing up the smokes. The spot is good, but the timings are better for Metizport.
We've seen Try give up this angle to go hold ramp, but right now doesn't seem like he's too worried. Oh, I say that, he does double back. This is the same sort of opening that got them in his grill.
The thing is, they know that there are termites in the floorboard, so to speak. They just can't see them at the moment. The problem is I feel like the map is too quiet. Oh, and the op from Luma as well.
Try waiting for his angle, but it's actually approaching on the other side. Descenti just gave over the timing as well. That gap was being held up until Metizport pushed past it. Now you wouldn't be surprised if Try gets caught off guard. But then again, on an individual level, he is simply better. However, writes off that threat of Hampus being out there too. We go to 25 seconds, 4 versus 3.
Adam has the bomb, he has to come in.
Metizport knocking on the A site from 3 different directions. Great distraction offered by Hut. That player turns. Main's held onto. Missed op shot.
Oh.
Descenti pushes into it. He knows there's one in heaven. If they can recover the bomb, then there's still a chance to clutch this. They will go and grab it. Che opts to give them the space. He could have cut him off and there would have been no support, but instead it's post-plan.
Just hoping that there was no time, and now it's the full 1v2. He sneaks up the vent quietly. They're playing opposite, however. He's not clearing this.
Ooh, back exposed and turned on. I thought for sure he would have tried to stop that bomb. You know the other player's outside hell. No help for that bomb carrier, but he just tries to play time instead.
Yeah, I think, he just miscalculates, or he's told not to peek, or whatever the case may be. I think the one way you don't want to die is flying up the vent if there was no time left over, because they have to go upstairs.
Yeah, fair.
Oh man, when that op shot gets missed, it looks like a disaster for sure for Metizport. It's a miracle they recover it.
It is a huge recovery from Hampus, in fact.
Yeah, it was like 1 in 6 or something.
That's a 4K for Hampus last round. Still just enough in this half to give Metizport a chance. CT side. 5 players stack in trophy. Hate to break it to you, Che. Your hands are about to be full, but he's also got support inbound. 2 players from Hell to try to help this. Adam B gets the quick entry. Vinny reveals himself with no real impact, and Che's already burned down to a third of his bar.
And his rotations here from Descenti.
Yeah, at least the CTs continue to bolster these lines, trying to help one another out, but nobody walking away with kills so far.
Okay.
Spamming through the doorway to limit his options. A single door that could swing. Vinny's gonna draw attention with this ramp flank coming through, but again, it's just the one and done. Descenti gets his. Down goes No Way. And so 3 kills left to take. He challenges from the side of smoke, gets away with 50 points of health, and unfortunately swaps out. AK-47 in hand, frag for the door. Opens the smoke. That could cause problems if that plant wasn't comfortably behind the silo. And you've got a player up in rafters to try to cover this hole. There we go, an invitation. It is indeed another here for the Swedes. 4 rounds is certainly the recovery Metizport were hunting.
Bait have made it through to stage 2, and MPL's the man to lead them to do it. Just, even after you guys won, it wasn't like a huge celebration. It was kind of felt like you guys expected it. So was that the mentality?
No, we just destroyed them on last map, and that's why we didn't have emotions. Maybe when if it was a close game, we had some emotions, like it was a hard game, but it was an easy game on last map, so yeah.
On the first map, though, of Train, it was very difficult in there, right? And there was a chance for you to be able to take it. Are you still proud of how you guys were able to perform on Train?
I'd say we started this BO3 like a bit nervous, and we didn't do our things properly. So I'd say that's why we let them win that map. Yeah.
And then after that, it was all plain sailing. Just tell me, for you, as being able to lead this team through to this, how much of an improvement have you seen, say, since Kenzazor's joined, and now you've had time to work with this team and boot camp and do all these things? Like, do you still see huge potential in what you guys could achieve?
Yeah, for sure, a lot of potential, because I said on interview, I think for Blast, I don't remember well, that we are the youngest team on this tournament, and we still have like that gap, like 2 or 3 years to like improve, and like just every player will improve, and yeah, we will be better for sure.
And now you're going to have a little bit of time off as well, right? To probably practice some more as well. Are you guys just trying to get as many extra games in as possible, keep practicing, keep grinding the whole time you're here in Austin?
Actually, I don't know. I think we'll talk about this later, because we didn't talk about this, and I think then we'll see. We'll practice, or I don't know, chill. We'll see.
You should chill a little bit for sure. Is there anything you want to say to the fans supporting out there? Anyone else who's just watching at home?
As always, thank you for your support. We always feel it. Thank you.
A good start for them here in stage 1. Let's see what Bait can do in stage 2.
Hell of a recovery there from Hampus specifically. Poor guy was down 1-6, gets a knife kill for his second, drops a 4K in the third to last round of the half, and then goes ahead to call a great close to that T side. 3 rounds in a row to end that half for the side of Metizport.
Standing on the podium in 3rd place, popping champagne.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that would be Hampus. Yeah. And so now gives his team a chance on their pick to actually make this comeback happen. Let's see what they can do, Metizport. A CT side on your map. map pick should be the comfort zone. But there's quite a pace to this one being set by Imperial. They'll lose their first player as Plopsky doubles down on it. 3 versus 5 for Imperial to have to handle. You've got bodies out here on the A floor, and Adam B is just rocking Vinny at the moment. So it's a bit of a catastrophe. Imperial will rebound with 1.
They're cooking up something nice now if they actually score this pistol.
Yeah.
A lot of work here for Try and Shay, but nothing comes up for them. So, well, this is pretty promising now for Metizport. He decided to look forward to the pistol. Can they even survive the conversion? This is all going to be because of the Hampus antics.
I like that.
Hampus antics.
Hampus antics.
Sounds like a drug. I want some of that. Ask your doctor about Hampus antics.
Side effects may include. Single flashbang here for Try. Talk about desperate. Poor Imperial. And Glocks in a flash with Isaac as an anchor. Now, Isaac looking for his Hampus moment. Chance to turn around a very slow first half. Lumet gonna draw attention in, and now Isaac feeling confident. Yeah, easy pickups. He damn near doubles his frags in a single round on the anti-eco. All hail Isaac.
Yeah, and you know, it might be Hampus is the rubber, Lumet is the road, because he was the guy who was hitting great shots in the first half, but to no avail just because there was no team around him. But everyone's starting to wake up a little bit right now. They might meet each other halfway.
Adam B said it, Hampus is best. And that was that streak of round wins coming out of Metizport, that 4K that really got him in. But I still feel like Try is best.
Yeah, Try is best, Try is best.
In terms of this server at the moment, there's no denying Try's impact. Question will just be, can he continue forward on the T side with it? Time will tell. First gun round out for Imperial. AK in the hands of Try. And I put him up there as one of those capable hybrids.
I just want to know if he skates boards when he doesn't play CS.
Obviously. Adam B, solo door hold. Lumet trying to find an angle, but then the flash makes it a bit awkward, so he'll just allocate himself to backside. He's got teammates around him to help out, and he's even, does he need it?
That's what I'm talking about.
2 kills made easy on the hut exit.
His rifle work was looking so good.
You got Isaac up above. There's a chance to redirect here. 0 attention over towards ramp for the defense at the moment. This is indeed the right venture for what's left of Imperial.
At least Hampus preemptive rotation lower, but he's even going back to check secret first. So actually understaffed way. Well, interesting because I think when they left upper and it feels like Imperial are expecting them to rotate down. I am not sure. I can't even believe Hampus is coming back upstairs in this spot at 20 seconds. This is actually the most natural rotation for Imperial, and Metizport are a little slow to the jump in terms of thinking about it. So, not even joking here with Try and Vinny alive. The site's open.
The level that they're playing at.
Yeah, like this is just going to be
it's back. It's a fake
hard
plant, but they do have single door control, and because of that delayed ramp presence, it's an easy slot into the after plant. Don't you dare lose this, Metizport. Try's going to swing out, single kill. And now Vinny, unfortunately working with the Galil and players coming at him from 3 directions. How does he isolate this? It would have to be so clean. And luckily for him, the kill on Isaac was bullets through the floorboards from down beneath. Hampus maybe given over a little slack to the T's in that case, but hey, they clean it up, and Metizport cuts it down to the 1-round lead.
At least fair enough that the retake was excellent. I mean, they came in 2 invent, had 3 choke points they're attacking from. They are coordinated. It's just that they also give up the plant, so it's probably something they could have avoided in this situation. We'll see if it matters as this half rolls on. They're more obviously concerned about just taking the win, and I get that. But I didn't think Metizport would have any chance of winning this game a few rounds ago, and suddenly that's all changed. It was the Imperial T-sides on train that were a little disappointing yesterday. Their map choice.
Metisport's map push, actually.
Go. Throw it away then.
You think you can just sneak through main like that? Luckily, the cover is offered by Adam. Flopsky in a bit of a pinch. We've got kills back. And that's an edge here for Metizport, but it's also an A site taken over by the attack. Bomb included, they could go for it. They're gonna try to plant around. Nah, I don't think so. Heaven retake in full force. Try just nearly slaughters everybody, but I thought he would plant on the side of Hut with the way his teammate left. I guess you're worried about main as opposed to 3 players Heaven, but they just go for the swing because they're 3 players strong. If they're not 3, they don't swing that. So they just catch him off guard, and the T's come up short again.
The power of friendship playing together. And here's Try showing us his might, but again, because there are so many players coming in, they have a really good position, a spot to say, well, this is our peak. We should be able to just get out wide here on Heaven, take these players down. Zach getting in the mix. It's the first time out is called. Now for Imperial. Already quite late into the game. Only a timeout apiece used. Metizport logo jersey mix kind of reminds me of Microsoft XP. I like it. Windows XP.
Sure. Where are my Gates fans at? Just repositioned there ever so slightly. Descenti could have had his head popped by Isaac. Chalk that up to some unfortunate timing. Good idea. Wrong time. God, Try is an animal, huh? 21 kills. Not able to finish off that last round, but still 2 of the 3 on the Heaven push.
There's a lot more impact on impact in the first half, so it's like kills now, same aim, everything like that. Not even coming in too late or anything, just no teammates to help, but the kills aren't translating to round wins right now. See if that trend changes course. I like the map a lot here for Metizport, as we can see, with very light outside presence, doubled up on ramp, pretty heavy on the upper site defense. Hampus ready to swing up the ladder as well. This is not the best time to go for an upper pop, but you know the nature of upper pops. One guy makes a mistake upstairs, suddenly it just gets flooded.
Fire at their feet at 25 seconds. Adam's got to go for the reposition. Flopsky's going to hold off to his entry point. They're able to get behind Vent, though. Adam dropped. They are so ready to hit this. It's going to come down to the wire, though. Tons of targets for Flopsky. Heaven player killed. Che Jesus looking to be the solution to it all. Bomb gets picked back up. Fire towards Heaven to stop anything else, but Metizport aren't nearby.
They didn't go for a push in through ramp. They have actually no way to go to retake this. So that second kill from Che Jesus wins the round here for Imperial. There was a lot of time actually bought by Adam when he was just outside the opposite vent molly, got in, got his kill, and there was still no movement from the ramp players. So something disconnected about that from the perspective of defense. Now, you could say the ramp players are the least important. They're still at 3 players basically upstairs, Hampus right by the ladder and everything like that. So they're only meant to come in as a contingency plan later if things go sour. But in terms of option coverage, they bet a lot on an upstairs hit, and they were correct about it, but they couldn't stop Che.
You saw for a second there too, Plopsky just kind of swarmed by 3. I think he did a solid job, but just a little too much. We don't actually end up seeing how Adam gets isolated in the corner. He chose to drop off Hut to play behind Vent. He was the first piece of the defense to fall, and the piece that fell with nothing to show for it. It's Imperial to take their lead back. This buy is kind of ugly. Defense banking on the 2 save guns.
It's a minimalist buy, okay?
Oh, minimalist.
It's in vogue right now.
Sorry, minimalism. Yeah, right.
Less is more.
Good position from Isaac to catch them off guard. Does damage for the nade to finish up. And hey, it's not a lot to work with, but if you can pull it off, more power to you. Op finds its mark. Hampus goes for the lobby crunch. It's a lot of out of control, though. Look at this expedition that Vinny's on. Where will he end up? Question will be, do the 2 players outside who are just letting Vinny go for his journey?
Hampus is drooling right now because he knows what happens when he gets into spots like these.
Yep. And he takes it.
Oof.
Oh, just perfect execution.
Hampus's best rings true once again, it looks like. Plopsky helps out with the final kill, but that flank is just the one to seal the deal. 9-9 now. As Metizport, yum for yoy.
Felt like everything, unfortunately, just slowed down a bit too much once they had Vinny going for his clear. Hampus making moves at the same time. What a recovery from Hampus. Officially tied 12 kills, 12 deaths. Same player that was 1-6. That 4K that gave them just enough runway to try to stay in this map pick. Battle of the Oppers queued up towards ramp. Wall of smokes for Che to get over towards Secret. We'll see if Hampus decides to remain adamant about the fight. Oh, he's just gonna let him go.
They do. Now, they've had some problems, I think, like understanding when something's been taken and actually responding to it. So now they'll get a move to drop in a lower. It's pretty perfect with Isaac coming into the ramp. I think this is, yeah, actually not too bad for Metizport. A bit better than last time they tried to make a move here.
Oh, Plopsky's still stuck on the stairs. He's got to fight this off, and he'll do so well.
He's got teammates behind him, too, actually really well stacked downstairs.
Waits the fire out, is able to retreat towards control.
Gotta come back upper.
He's going to take a sniff at this A site. You've got Adam B, who's been rock solid on the defense, playing site itself. One member of Metizport to support him from above. Missed op shot out of try. Uncommon. Oh, beautiful headshot to the player's stairs. Now he's going to just try to lock it in on Hut, but he can't do it. And that attempt from Hampus is delayed. Now there's a second player with him, but who's going to get this back in control for the defense? Isaac slips out slowly, but too slow and to no avail because it's locked in here by Imperial. Lume is going to try to come back towards main so that both don't have to scramble up the vent. But unfortunately for Adam, he holds off the first, can't hold back the pack.
Yeah, getting spotted in the middle of the silos, I think, by Descenti, crossing out through heaven. Unlucky or just really good from Imperial? It's hard to say. They had to work their way out onto the side. I think Adam set himself up for a great position to get one more kill. I think the spray was, or the burst was a little funky the way that he took it, but he was right. He needed to get active because he was actually the only player in the back of the site when the round started to reroute towards him. 3 players had rotated downstairs. It was a good first adjustment. Plopsky got this kill and stayed alive, which was huge, but I think there's been a lot of pressure on rotations at Metizport. They've been making a good rotation, but there's sometimes also like lackluster ones within the same rounds.
I was a little surprised to see Hampus not try to like trade out Adam, but rather wait for the second Heaven player. Felt like there could have been a stoppage of the Hut play instead, but he just gave over that little bit of timing, and Imperial thrived within it. Double digits taken over.
Oh,
that's an invitation. Isaac just spams the smoke, and Che Jesus lines it up.
He waited for that, man. He knew what was going on.
I think it's fair because it's not the first time Isaac's gone for that exact spam. And I was trying to highlight it like, oh, Che just missed the timing, kind of got lucky. Well, now he weaponizes that starting move against Metizport, opens up the ramp, 4 players deep within ramp. Yes, we've got Metizport awaiting them on this B site, but Imperial so prepared to charge down B. Just enough grenades to support the attack. Lume gonna have to do something special. And The bomb faces him, but he misses that first op shot. Supported by a rifle, they're gonna swing, and no way he's gonna keep it all honest. Unfortunately, no chance really here for Metizport to stop that bomb plant. Plopsky's got to double back to hold off vents. They'll run the gamble that single is occupied.
This is, yeah, kind of wild. They just now took over control side, but yeah, no one in single to fight back against this. Even with the smoke, it'll be an encouraged save here for Metizport. 3-on-5, no chance you're going to get this retake going. And Imperial grind out in 11th, and as you pointed out on Metizport's map pick here of Nuke. Brazil's a region where the talent is very spread out, and that's why we've got so many Brazilian players here at the major, but no teams that people have likely to make it to the top 8. Each team has,
let alone the top 24.
Each team, yeah, and each team has like, and I mean, in this case, of course, we've got the Argentinian talent, Try, that, or is he Argentinian?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right? Okay.
Yep.
So I remember 9Z, there was like 5 different flags on that.
Yeah, a little. I think we had a little Uruguay sprinkled in there.
Chile, right? And well, they relied on the right guy. He did an incredible job in the first half, and still here with great aim in the second. But now it becomes more about the team. I feel like the second half has been more about Vinny's actually organizing the troops really well.
Effectively pulling ahead of this Metizport defense. 11-9. It's obviously a top-heavy performance from Try, but round win still coming through. And I love the conviction in that last round, right? Again, I think you've kind of figured out one of Metizport's ramps play, so they try to change it up themselves. We've got Luma on the angle, and Isaac slips against that forward wall. Battle of patience. And obviously, in the nature of Counter-Strike, it's the T's that will have to make their move. There's always that question, though, in the back of your mind. How long do you commit to the same idea? Are we missing something else? And a wall of smokes outside will start to put those questions in Metizport's minds. Something's going to have to happen.
We'll have this push. 2 of them, and they both work.
Both sides of lobby get crunched. Ampus was popping nades open outside. 3v5 demanded of it. Che not going to get away with that antic. Plopsky puts the barrel to his head, and we could be looking at a flawless round here from Metizport as Plopsky, if you give him something to shoot at, he seems to be collecting heads at this point. Top heavy in Try, but tell me, how does Try get into this round? He's not a point of contact at all. So you've got your highest performing player in the backdrop waiting for something to happen while we look at that kill score across the board from Metizport. Everyone contributes in 3 different directions, and they themselves will close that lead again.
Just the moment they decided to investigate right there, that's exactly when you had Metizport say, it's time to interrupt. That's beautiful here in terms of the timing and the call. And the cohesion pushing from both trophy room and inside the hut simultaneously.
Laser beam of a shot there from Plopsky to make sure nothing goes wrong. Total control of the situation, barring the 1 player saved.
It's just that any outside plays with smokes involved have to be disguised, right? There can't be players spotted outside. And if your lobby gets taken over, there's almost no point in going forward with like that lurk that Che tried to do. But he was really just trying to treat it as a soldier, just follow the game plan.
Yeah.
You can see how easy that was to find him.
It's a bit of an act of desperation, maybe, 3v5. Try's gonna sit on the same angle that him and Lumi were just creeping next to last round. until that wall of smokes went up outside. There was no reason for Metizport to make their move last round. We'll see how they adapt to it again. It was with these smokes that they went in for that lobby crunch and get away 5v3. Not in position to do that this time. Lumi's op not over towards ramp, just Isaac on his own. So instead it's Secret that gets peeked. And Che able to hold that, keep Hampus honest. Imperial, though, not too concerned about it. They're going to go straight into the A site instead. Adam comes out from behind Vent. It's a one and done on his behalf. Plopsky from the corner has a chance to shine, and so do the Heaven players. Into the fray, they'll throw themselves. It's Isaac and Lumi, and it's Descenti popped at a distance. Isaac getting the headshot puts the highest performing Imperial player back at bat. He sprays away.
They gave him a chance.
Gets the Opper dead. Now it's him versus Isaac, both in 70 health. Swing about to come around that corner. Isaac plays it slow. Tries to hunt him down. Gets caught in the open and still hits the headshot. Finally a chance to shine.
The tie is denied, and because it's only 2 players, Try has a real chance. And that's exactly when he seizes the day. In the 1-on-4s, 1-on-5s, it feels like, oh, he's just not having impact. He's coming in too slowly. Well, here, his team set him up for a real opportunity, and the clutch came through. This wasn't a real double peak. It was a little messy. 2 1v1s, 2 good players to take 1v1s, but neither better than Try.
You know, I asked one round ago, like, how is Try meant to get in on this? It's going to require somebody getting openings for him to give you your closes.
He said kill at least 3 players. Then I got it.
And he does. Delivered. Gift wrapped with a bow. 12-10. As Try hits 24. Told you Try loves nuke.
Oh, he did say that.
Big piece of his previous team's formula on this map. Oh, but Hampus is making moves. And there's been so many passive setups outside for Metizport. They've allowed them to get away with this positioning before.
Are they going to come back and clear this? They kind of watched that pocket. They're going to swing across.
Hampus, it's got to be him. And he's got a shine. And he'll get his 2, but executed from up above. Vinny returns the favor. Still, man advantage Metizport, thanks to Hampus.
Yeah, it's solid. Puts his team into a perfect spot. And Isaac in a really nice one-and-done position.
But stepping out, they didn't see it. He goes back in, blinds it up, does a ton of damage. So even though he gets dropped, he's put the last remaining Imperial player onto a quarter health. Fake Loud steps towards Hell, keeps them over there. But remember, Bomb's outside in the open.
Yeah.
The op can hold off the door where he was last spotted. The rifle will hold that bomb.
A car or a passport to get there, I think.
Or a smoke grenade? Not to be found.
Got to have a fast forward button.
Little Ferrari peek, perhaps. I mean, you got to scoop that, get back to the A site.
They're not watching it anymore.
Yeah, no, the rifle should be.
Okay.
We switch to Adam's perspective. He's just holding this outer yard. Or so he was. Now they're kind of switching it up. He's going to go to ramp instead, but still no bomb, so he's not even playing for the win here. This one's going to fizzle out. We go round 24 with Metizport on the heels of Imperial.
You know, if it's middle of the game, they would definitely just go and try to grab it with his 23 HP, but we're actually talking about a situation where every dollar matters as we come into this final round of regulation. Metizport create a real chance for themselves. Remember, just a round to go. It was what the heck?
What are you doing?
Are you doing, man? That's crazy. You're not going to take the chance earlier? All right.
Ooh, you down here? Hey, bro.
All right. Well, doesn't die. No problem.
That's the sign of somebody who wanted to try to make that clutch happen.
He did, yeah.
But alas, last timeouts called. You know, we said they didn't use them early. We saved it towards the tail end of this game.
Yeah.
And so we go round 24 with a quick break before the action resumes.
I think this is a moment where, well, Vinny's up on top of Silo, but I think he's assisting them trying to get into Secret. And because they had that smoke, the gap on the smoke, I think they assumed if someone was playing here, they would have shot earlier, or they would have stopped the cross, but instead, Hampus just playing it cool was good enough. Vinny probably has some regret about just not checking it just in case.
But it's always so scary as you're on top of Silo, worried about Garage. You know, anybody could peek you at any moment, to just throw caution to the wind and check beneath. Hampus under their nose gets away with a multi-frag. Overtime or bust here for Metizport. Luma's got to be careful because they're approaching this quickly. He hits that shot for half health. He'll follow it up. 2 bullets needed, but Che's down. And now Luma down to 2 bullets, but he is still fighting. And he will not get a chance to fire that last one. Nobody else offers kills, but Try will connect for 2.
He's too nice with it.
Man advantage here for Metizport, 3 versus 2, but Decenti's got this bomb. Now, what's he gonna do? Wait for Try to double back through lobby, or does Try come back to him?
They want to let this round breathe because right now in ramp, they threaten both upstairs and downstairs. The CTs who have been getting a little confused as time goes on. I like Plopsky's spot here just to sort of passively watch the ladder cross. He's got a good angle for it. And he nails his kill. That's the bomb spotted and knocked down.
Gonna need 30 kills and an ace in round 24.
Yeah, and Try. I mean, he's given a fight there. Plopsky got some extra damage in. I mean, I'd be have a little bit more trepidation about taking it early with Try, especially in this form. 2 players left. He gets 30 and the map win if he seals this up. Is this even possible?
You are meant to be the star, and you have a glorious chance to shine. Another separated 1v1 backside player. Oh,
there it is.
Clinical with the peak, and we go overtime. Ooh, they had him on their toes. It felt like Metizport had run that round 30 seconds sooner.
I just say that, like, Lume, great shots, but, like, he's supposed to get mollied in that spot.
Sure.
He missed his first shot. No one uses utility to approach him. Of course he's going to be able to use this unbreakable box to take in some new fights. Whether or not the shots are hard is another question. Look how many different angles he can peek from, right? One molly, and his day is ruined. He cannot hit a shot, so... They're coming in for the ramp play. It was nice that they got out, but then they got a little sloppy. A little individualistic.
Plopsky first blood in overtime. Just keep poking and prodding this lobby control. That's one part of Imperial's plan that really hasn't gone as per their expectations. Che gets through both smokes. Back turned to him. CT's gonna come clear it. Plopsky finds good timing on not only opening up that squeaky smoke, but then controlling the play outer. So another 5v3 here for Metizport. This comeback continues.
Yeah, man, been liking Plopsky's gameplay. His HSP's got to be quite high. I feel like his awareness and timings have been pretty pristine so far. Another player who's grown and evolved a lot in the last couple of years. And Luma, sound performance throughout this game. Another one here as we get into overtime. Another walking player knocked down like a bowling pin.
No moves to really be made here. How many times are we going to watch Try be the last guy up with no real openings ahead? How much can you ask of one soldier? This was an 8-1 lead for Imperial once upon a time.
Yeah, no kidding, man. If not for Try, like some of these rounds are just literally...
I say this.
I mean, this game's over, actually.
Yeah. Ooh, nice clean one from No Way. Still just enough time to try to piece together 2v5s. It's overtime. You go for them. But as the bomb crosses over, it all gets cleaned up. Rock solid stuff from Adam again. Not his first, and it won't be his last succeeding on this A site.
Yeah, and if it's only Try on that side, but you have Luma and you have Plopsky, both fulfilling much different roles and very good balance between the AWP and the rifle, I think you've got a stronger individual level over on Metizport. Not something I thought I'd say halfway through that the first few rounds of this game, but it's got to be a frustrating watch for Zach here. They felt like they had that in the palm of their hands.
Felt like this was the point of contact that could have sent it spiraling the other direction, but
just tried that lurk too many times, right?
Yep.
And just
yeah, I mean, he's done it like towards A main itself. This time, obviously, through the smokes into credit card. The exact positioning has been changed up, but it's the consistency of that move, I think, that's starting to make it a bit predictable. Plopsky is on it. At some point, he's going to start surpassing the likes of Try. 3 players on 20 kills or more for Metizport. Clearly, the core of this team is gelling better than that of Imperial in the frag department. No way dodging flashes. Metizport have been doing a good job lately, I think, of kind of taking a peek towards trophy room. Che punished them once for trying to get up in their faces on lobby. But this setup, we've seen it more than once. And Lume not afraid to come take a little more. Wide swing in an instant. Isaac just kind of announces that attack, looks to join forces with the Hut push. No way gets a double. Vinny trading out towards Hut was the plan, but Ramp is still held on because Hampus slides into the corner as needed. That went so badly on Ramp side, but not from Hut. Adam B thrived in that situation.
And the bomb is back outside in their spawn. They've got to come back for it. Both through Squeaky right now. Adam not moving from his post.
He holds on to it, and they're going to find him out. And knowing that Hampus was once over towards that ramp, he's going to take up at the heaven instead at 30 seconds.
But it's Hampus who doesn't know where the bomb is, right?
Yeah, but he slides out.
Yeah.
Opper over towards the vent. They could just dive down vent and go B, and in doing so, they've gotten away from him effectively.
There you go. All right. Now it's close to impossible retake, but it's one you're absolutely going to try. They can play however they want. Time will not be on Hampus' side, so he'll decide to just run it.
Yeah, he stomps there. Op clears vent. Op's going to double back down over towards control, but within that timing, Hampus could have extended out. How do you exit single, though, with a player perched on silo? Such a desperate way to get out. He'll try, as he's given an extra chance there. Few missed shots from Che. Tied again, 13 all. Imperial answer.
Yes, they do. That's one back. I mean, if not for Adam, that was just a done deal. Now it's the fragging level that's coming through from Metizport to make this look possible. And you pointed out their trophy push wasn't shut down before, so this is a nice improvement for Imperial. No way gets both kills here on the trophy push.
Oh, first blood though. That Op no longer stuck over on ramp. Good fight for Che to finish off. Instead, Hampus wins it. Vinny here to clear again. Vinny always getting that trade back from above. Unfortunately, it's man disadvantage for Imperial nonetheless. Plopsky reels back already. We've got Descenti out from Squeaky, stuck behind vent.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on Plopsky's position because he has to watch outside, but he needs to be worried about lurks like this. And they're coming in to clear this spot. Descenti sits and waits, but you can tell they're halfway nervous about it. They're not coming in close. They're not spamming the Squeaky door at all.
In some way, letting them have it.
And they got one through secret, but the bomb's still in lobby, which means they can either try to make a connection through the vent or try to get over towards Isaac. A late smoke into Squeaky as well. This is kind of a weird spot because it's just simply Metizport with a man advantage, so they don't have to move. But it's not necessarily like the most crafty position for them. They're, not full information. Oh, that's such a find. Where was they even going?
Felt like he wanted to get into main, but at the same time, Descenti, who has taken such a long time to make this play active, finally plays his hand. No way he's allowed to emerge from Hut. There's Plopsky dead inside of main. Molotov just in case there's another. Imperial, I can't believe they've squeezed an opening out of that like 30-second Descenti burn from behind the vent. Nade nearly kills No Way. That could have started the unraveling of this post plant. It's a double heaven retake with Isaac up above and the Op down on the floor. Easy kill in sight. Trajectory from the grenade lets them know still. One towards Squeaky, but you've got to go get these kills. That main peak happens and both players dropped. Imperial tethered to perfection.
It's yeah, that's one word for it. I mean, patience definitely, and I think it's essentially, that's what it was. And Metizport beat themselves by having 4 players alive, decent spot and coverage, moving to outside that late into the round when actually late squeaky, 30 seconds of really natural timing. They never cleared out Descenti in the first place. They should at the very least been paranoid about it. And to be honest, for Descenti, it's just his only move. You know, he's got to get out of there at some point. And why are there late round rotations? You know, you normally make those when you don't have a player advantage, when you're lacking information like they were, sure. But 2 players going out that way and both getting spotted, that was the round.
Felt like Plopsky was so much more cautious about that threat, but then when the new guy shows up, he kind of lets his guard down slightly, and you can't put your guard down now. Descenti learns that. Lumi plucks the first kill off this round, 4th in OT1. CT's head lower already. Try's gonna give space. Very much looking like a ramp hit. Defense wants to go clear secret. Hamp is gonna have his hands full. He commits to this fight, drops no way. Won't be able to get the second one. Che's gonna hear this. There's a chance that Try finds perfect timing. Beautiful spray from the M4, and the op connects again. We talked about Try's impact. We talked about the clutch. Well, Plopsky's tried to throw his name into the ring as the counterpart. Here comes that pressure again. Try remaining on the play, but Plopsky gets the better of him. Headshot on the opper. Now you gotta go grab bomb.
Oh.
He's gonna try to molly the player off the spot. Vinny on the railing.
How's he ready for this?
Sick off angle, and he's gonna catch him off guard. 15 secured for Imperial by way of Vinny. Plays it chill as ever.
Yes, right place, right time. Doesn't overrate his position. Doesn't get outpatience like Metizport did to themselves last round. And another good one for Try with his 29th here as we get into post-regulation.
That's crazy that Descenti played 40 seconds behind Vent when he was on T-side waiting, switches over to the defense and tries to get away with a squeaky push. No flash, nothing.
Yeah.
Settle down, brother. You're about to throw away a round in OT, but luckily for him, great recovery. That push over towards Secret.
He's looking to skewer them. Try's going to get involved in...
They're already out.
Yeah, they're out.
Big attack here for the Swedes. Trying to keep the game going, but already shut down inside of the A site. Imperial seemingly have had enough. No longer are the antics of Metizport going to keep them in this great trade potential out from Descenti, just keeping that pressure at an all-time high. Imperial, they get blood in the water, and they're looking to seize it. They get Try all the way to 30 kills. There has been more time for the others to catch up, and namely Vinny. 21 frags as he closes out that last one. Lume, can you do it? Player up in heaven, senses them on this A site, but the thing is, they have his bomb. And the op's already on the angle. Who other than Try to close it? A bit of a labored affair considering this one started 8-1 for Imperial. They give that false sense of hope back over to Metizport, only to rob away their opponent's map pick.
Imperial started off Nuke incredibly strong, an 8-1 lead, but that wasn't going to be the ending result here. We go dragged back all the way into overtime. A strong fight coming out from Metizport. They did have signs of life in this one, but Try, well, what a huge performance from him. He carried them over the line, the real defining factor for Imperial.
I mean, for the longest time in that game, he was like kind of the only player really popping off. You know, everyone else was kind of doing their like average, like just getting the job done, and Try was the only one really cranking it. So Imperial obviously desperately needed that because he carried them through a long stretch of that game. And obviously you had some people chipping in here and there, but I mean, carrying you to the end and having the whole team kind of come alive at the end. They played some very smart rounds down the stretch in overtime and just able to shut it down from that position.
For that to have turned into a wasted effort from Try would have been unforgivable for the side of Imperial.
It would have sucked.
If they let that one slip through their fingertips, I don't know how they would have looked at each other in the post-game break before map 2. I mean, Try was just spoon-feeding them frags on the CT side. He was such a formidable defense force on that outside presence. I mean, he also was able to catch some of the good mid-rounding from Metizport too, like awareness and just realizing there's a timing that's available for the opposing team, catching them as they're trying to lurk into hell, little moments where he just knows what's going to happen before it does. So good effort from him, and I'm glad that he was able to net a victory because of it.
And they just needed this kind of a performance too to like sustain the fact that Metizport came back in that game. Like having such a huge lead and having that comeback be so emphatic, you know, like go on such a crazy run. To have Try like maintain this level through that and keep them alive, it's very impressive performance. That's a great job from him on map 1 to avoid being eliminated here in Austin.
And some of the supporting cast on there, right, we can see the scoreboard come up. Vinny, despite him being the IGL, he's still got that experience, he's still got that ability to help them claw their way into this, saving them in some moments.
And like Decenti, that round, they were like, Galanders was talking about the patience behind the vent.
Yeah.
That round's sick. I love watching that whole round. He was so chill about that and just waited for his moment, you know, found the timing. It was absolutely perfect. This would be really cool for Imperial. They have, in 2025, they have not beaten a team not from the South American region.
Wow.
They have yet to beat a European team, on land I should say.
Yeah.
So I mean, this would be avoiding elimination and kind of getting over that hump of like, okay, yeah, we can do it. And it's just like, this is just one of those like 4 Brazilian teams that at some point become like a little bit of a chore to talk about because we feel like all of them should be better. But it's another one that just disappoints.
Yeah.
They haven't even been at very many events this year. They don't have a whole lot of reps at Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
No, they don't.
But then neither does Metizport.
Right, yeah. both teams can be said about that.
Yeah.
Probably why they're in this 0-2 position. But weirdly enough, this game didn't actually play out towards the tail end like I would imagine a 0-2 team does. I mean, I feel like the mid-rounding from Imperial and Metizport, they were trying to test each other, trying to pull rotations. You actually saw just the lack of information, the fog of war, and how both teams would sometimes, you know, miss up. They think that it's going to go one way, but the bomb's actually lurking towards the B site, and there were a lot of really clutch moments here.
I think that's part of the problem with Metizport. When I watch them, when I look at them, I'm like, you know, we talked about this a little bit. I feel like their riflers are all like, if you look at the experienced riflers coming from their former teams, like most of them are just like they were role players in all their squads previously. So now you're coming into this, and it's like, which one of you is going to be the star? You'd think obviously the Opper. You'd think obviously someone like Hampus, who we saw have like star performances in IGL, but he's only been in the team for 4 months with Isaac, so he's got his attention elsewhere, and like he doesn't have that ability yet within this roster to break out and be the star player.
That's the unfortunate problem with Metizport, where it's that the star players that they had, the young up-and-comers, the Susps, the Nylos, they were the ones that were poached, and then they ended up finding replacements who are more of the old guard of the Swedish scene now. Isaac, Hampus himself, coming in just 4 months ago, and honestly, I feel like Metizport getting to the major already in itself is an accomplishment. Like, I feel like when you're gutted like that, when you're essentially a farm team for orgs like Heroic, orgs like Wildcard even, who want to just find your players and just grab them, then to get to the major, you've given yourself another lifeline already. And that, I'm in a way celebrating the journey of them even arriving here in Austin.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a really good point and a really good context to have when you look at that team. I think certainly if you're one of the players, and especially having known Hampus over the years, he's like neurotically competitive, you know, like that. That context doesn't really matter to him. He's here to try and win everything. But obviously, I think just needing more time, because I feel like with Imperial a little bit as well, but I think mostly on the Metizport side, I think they just at the moment are playing like very much within like the textbook. They're just trying to get like the fundamentals down. They haven't found a way, and they haven't found individual players who know how to like break out of that textbook and cause some chaos and cause some kind of a play. Everyone's kind of the one who's like, I'm just going to be the smart guy. I'm going to be the fundamental guy. They don't have anyone yet who can be that like star who can just destroy.
But Plopsky was able to do some of that work in putting in the numbers up for him. And right, this is a player who at one point was one to sing praises about, now trying to find his way back in with his team as well.
Plopsky's rotations in this game were fantastic. He was a big catalyst as to why Metizport brought this back within striking distance, the way that he was playing down towards lower in some of these moments, calling out the opposing plays by throwing nades right at them through smoke, through the fog of war. He clearly had a great beat on what Imperial were trying to accomplish in the majority of the rounds, which is why the frags aren't really flashy, but he's just in the right space at the right time.
And I mean, it continues from what he was doing when he was in NIP, like when he started his career. He was another guy that was like, again, not gonna blow your socks off in terms of watching any highlight reel, but just a smart, fundamental player, makes good decisions. So he's just kind of continuing that trend. I think, I mean, when you look at this Metizport team, the thing that kind of a bummer, I mean, yesterday they had a terrible day. They won 5 rounds across 2 maps that they played at both best of ones, which is just insane. But I think if you're in the Metizport org or the GM, you're looking at this and it's like, we have some cool pieces here. Like, we have some really good, like, in terms of Hampus as an IGL if he comes back, Plopsky as a role player, Isaac as a role player. And then I think around that, you're kind of like, out of this major, who's going to be available?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, we need firepower.
What you're trying to do, I feel like, if you're Metizport here, is you're realizing we have a stable enough core, a core that can actually make it to the major here. But you need to go into the depths of Swedish talent. You need to find that FPLC grinder. And you need to find out, okay, who's getting replaced next? Because
even though there were some bright spots for Metizport, and again, I'm celebrating the fact that they got the stickers, that they made it to Austin. If you actually want to continue and try to continue to sell players, you need to find a little bit more talent.
Yeah, some of that maybe young Swedish talent to try and find come through the rest of this team that has a fair amount of experience on it. What do we make of Lumi, who's on the screens right now, like the AWPer for the team?
I'm not really in love with Lumi. I feel like he has been a weak point for them in some of the games that I've caught for them coming into this tournament in terms of online play. But this was a good map for him. I'm going to say that. I will say that he was able to at least get some multi-frags from positions where it feels like he's just committing a little hard to the spot that he's in. Like when he's back at the bottom of ramp in a spot on a gun round 2 where they really should just use utility to flush you out, but he gets a multi-kill. It's like if the frags are presented, yes, he's going to get it, but I feel like making the jump for him is difficult because he doesn't have that extra X-factor element of just hitting ridiculous flick shots, but still a good performance for him here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be happy with that. I don't have any big picture kind of ideas about Lumi, but I would say I think an AWPer is another one of those players who's really heavily affected by. Remember, this team is essentially 4 months old.
Yep.
I think as an AWPer, sometimes having to know where you shift and which angle you take to protect a teammate, which angle you pick up when a teammate rotates. I think all those kind of protocols and those details take a lot of time, especially running through the reps so that they just become second nature. I think the AWPer a lot of times suffers in these kind of teams, these new teams that are building up because none of that's in place yet.
Well, let's find out what they can do when it goes on to Dust 2. It is the pick of Imperial coming in next, and will be taking place after this break. It's do or die, because if Metizport can't fight back, they'll be eliminated here at the
Metaphor?
Metizport.
Just curious. Metaphor something?
Chai, yeah.
Do we add the Jesus?
Yeah, Chai Jesus.
Chai Jesus,
yeah.
okay.
The first time I played with my father, I was 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play, and then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing in the block.
Is that hard to switch from those two? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you're a lurker, your POV is more chilling, you are just holding, and when you are playing in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have a pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that one's my first one. So I have a pressure because of that. The same way, I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, I know major starts tomorrow. It's my first major, and I don't want to be overthinking in my mind, I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
fighting for survival. These two teams find themselves in the 0-2 mode of things. But Imperial, they bought themselves a lifeline, fighting out in overtime to get themselves the win on Nuke. Now it goes to Dust 2. It is their pick. It is a map actually where they have faced some non-Brazilian competition, but it wasn't good results for them. They could fight on it against some, I guess, notable teams. I saw BetBoom in there as well.
Practically the entire game plan for Imperial on this map, from what I've captured, is that they are setting up Try, which is great because he's already popping off like crazy.
Yeah.
They are throwing double nades at smokes for him to just hold angles with the AWP. They're basically trying to do everything in their power to give him boosts, to make sure that he's able to get picks down mid. Everything is about him. So this is probably where the series ends in my eyes, just because he's on a heater right now, and they're going to keep him on that heater.
Yeah, I think if you're Metizport, I mean, you have to have some kind of a game plan, but I'd want it to be like pretty pared down, I think, coming into this, which could be an elimination game. I think this is almost where you sort of throw a lot of it out of the window and like have your kind of game plan of how you want to handle the op and like the plays that he likes to make. But I'd like them to like have this conversation, just be like, guys, we're one map away from elimination. Like, let's just let loose. Like, I want to see Hampus be like, I don't want to be an IGL. You know, I'll call some things, but I'm going to make my plays. I'm going to be way more aggressive. I'm going to try and actually make things happen. Because I mean, if he starts getting on a map like Dust 2, if he starts sliding into those seams in the defense on rotation, Hampus is a guy who can just wreck you. So I want to see that now. And I guess there's no better time for me than when you're facing elimination and potentially your last map.
So Wild Hampus is coming back, calling his own game, calling himself.
Hopefully, probably not, but that's my dream. That's what's going on in my head.
I don't know if he's really escaped the mold that he's created for himself.
Probably not.
He's already an out-of-the-box player. I don't know how much more out of that box he can get.
Bro, be like Taco Bell. Get way outside the box.
If you're looking at the Metizport problem right now, though, right, with all the things we spoke about, this is now a losing battle for you guys. So are we looking at maybe they just try and find themselves a new way of playing in this, right? In a new way of approaching the game? Because Abdi said himself, they know how to approach what they want to do, but it's not been working. That's what he said on the interview to me.
That might be something for after the major. I feel like it's pretty difficult to just completely revamp your style.
Especially in the 10 minutes between maps.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that...
Hey, that time to prepare early up there.
They probably went into Nuke thinking they were going to win that, and that this would be, you know, a little bit of a cushion for themselves right now. I don't really expect them to go too crazy right now. I would like, if anybody, beyond Hampus, again, I want to see a little bit more from Lumi, because he's been a little bit quiet for me throughout the regular season. That was one good map I've seen from him. That was probably one of the better maps I've actually ever seen from Lumi. So to continue that, at least go down with a fight where he takes down Try a couple of times in the head-to-head.
And just try and match him in the impact, right? Which is going to be hard, because as you mentioned, all those plays they have to set up Try probably isn't quite yet in the playbook as well coordinated, as well oiled and drilled on the Metizport side.
Right.
One player we didn't talk about too much on this is Isaac. If we think of like the positives of this player before he'd gone into NIP and now coming in to Metizport here.
Add him to the list, James.
Another one.
Another one ruined by Nip.
Just killing careers.
This just happens.
Can he bounce back though here? Like, that's a player who in his role is very good. We're not going to expect anything more from him here, but he was one bit more output.
He was okay at ramp on that defensive side, but when he swapped over to the T side, I mean, it was, or vice versa. He started heating up on the defense, but like on T side, I feel like he doesn't really know his position right now. I don't think he really knows what the overall strategy is, and so much is going on in these Metizport rounds where Hampus is trying to find his lurk, Plopsky's trying to play a mid round. I feel like they need to maybe simplify the playbook just a little bit so that Isaac can really take over that closer role, which he was good at on Gamer Legion.
That's why I'm saying kind of like throw a lot of the playbook or game plan out the window if you're Metizport, because you're going to Dust 2. Like you can pug this map. Like if you're not really on the same page, like you can actually just kind of mentally switch into being a little bit more puggy, and you'll probably be actually well coordinated because everyone knows what everyone's doing. Everyone knows the concept of this map. So that could be fun for me.
It's going to have to be getting off to a very good start though here on Dust 2, right? They can't have the same thing happen on Nuke.
Can I touch on your thing about Isaac? I think my big thing with Isaac at the moment is I think with the positions that he's playing and the roles that he's in on T sides, I think so much of his opportunities are dictated by how successful his teammates are.
Okay, so he's like after the fact.
Yeah, he's not like necessarily like the late round clutcher they're always trying to set up, but like he's in positions where like somebody has to create the rotation. Like somebody else gets the kill and then they start moving and then he gets to pick and choose where his timing is. So when you see him kind of have bad games sometimes, I mean, sometimes it's going to be a bad game. I think sometimes as well, it's just sort of like, I don't get as many opportunities because team-wise, we're not having as much success.
The one thing I would guess that Metizport does try to do is just keep force buying. I feel like if Imperial's game plan revolves so much around the AWP presence, the only way to assuade that, if you're not actually just like meeting the plays head on and counter-stratting them, is just keep force buying to keep the money low on the Imperial side. So just play the CS2 meta, just keep buying, don't stop.
And then you're just riding that edge the entire map where it's like either we're eventually going to break them or we just never get a full buy.
No, yeah.
But I don't disagree with the sentiment.
But what you guys were also saying about Metizport, about the fact it's only been a few months, right, and time for them to still find it. Does it be like the end of the world if they go 0-3 here? It's not. You're not going to hold too harsh against them.
No. I mean, Metizport as an organization to me reads more as a farm project where you have a core of Swedish that can bring up the next generation. You sell off those talents, you continue business operations, and you keep giving opportunities to these IGLs who maybe are over the hill a little bit, although I don't think Hampus or really Plopsky think that either.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how it goes. Down, we're moving to Dust 2. The game is ready and set, and maybe we get some wild, crazy Hampus, hopefully.
I mean, wild, crazy Hampus is kind of always Hampus.
I like the segment from Moses for once. No, he's actually been amazing on the desk, but his sentiment about Hampus, I honestly think of the calling in this stage. These two teams have been some of the weakest on both ends, most inconsistent. Hampus, I think when his playstyle expired is when he did the same things for too many times over like the course of a year when he was before his break. But I think it's been some time since people have really seen him try to go ultra aggressive with the lurks. And this might be a great opportunity to open up and try to go back to some of those things. Because again, I think the only reason that they started to fail was just there was only so many routes that you could take and Hampus's timings became clear. But we saw lurks in that Nuke game that were a bit more tempered than he used to be, but actually super effective. And I think that might be what Metizport needed to take it over the edge. Unfortunately, look back on Nuke, it was a close map.
Yeah.
It went to overtime, it was possible, but they were missing a little bit on the team play.
Well, wasting no time here. Into the tunnels they'll push from lower. Plopsky on a hell of an expedition. Thing is, it's been heard, whether they know that or not. Decenti hears all of that ruckus, and regardless, Imperial gonna go playing for long instead. So Adam B head tuck, teammates near him, fire at his feet, kind of forces his hand, they blast him through the windshield, and that will be a 5v3 pistol situation here for Imperial. Vinny's gonna go ahead and extend that advantage with a kill onto Hampus. And I think that the conversation that the desk started and that you're building on with Hampus is great and all. But there's a problem that they're going to face, I think, as this goes on. Make sure they win this pistol. Yes, concluded. And the problem is we just had Try play so incredibly well. And like Maui Snake alluded to and highlighted, the game plan for Imperial on Dust 2 boils down to just put Try in round-winning positions. He is going to bring that back-to-back maps, in my mind.
But then you put Hampus behind him.
I don't know if you're ever going to get there, man.
Boom. See, the thing that went wrong on Nuke, everybody dying except for Try.
Right.
And then you get behind him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they can piece it all together.
And that's what the lurks and the flanks are for. But it's like if you have one really good opper, Dust 2 is your map, man.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's like back on Nuke, it's like, yeah, sometimes Try ends up being on his own and he can't open it, but that's because like you're in lobby, your ramp choke point fails you, the outer kill happens. Brother, we're playing Dust 2.
Yeah.
Try will take openings.
Let's take that same situation. Nuke, he's in lobby, it's a 1v4. Let's take that same situation, but now he's on catwalk in a 1v4. Oh! Let's go, Lumi. Damn.
Desk said, let's get that head-to-head going. Well, Lumi will waste no time.
And he had an amazing Nuke, honestly. Great sniper as well. Outshone, obviously, no shame in that. That is so cool.
USP to open the smoke and then scout shots to get right through it. Hampus and Lumi.
Now we're playing CS2.
Combining like some kind of transformer here, some sort of Swedish IKEA war machine. Scouts and USPs get themselves a couple of frags and sure, it's going to still flush them up. This is what we're talking about. Try on the entry. Try with the bomb. Try as you might, Metizport. It's still a post plant for Imperial.
And let's see if you can show that in post-plant situations, low numbers sometimes isn't even a problem. This retake isn't guaranteed.
That scout, those downtown. Oh, yeah. Try's got him along the wall. Isolating these duels to damn near perfection. Decenti's going to stop off the CT spawn. Bomb planted here for the catwalk post plant. And if Try's down, then Decenti picks it up. Triple kill to his name. Plopsky desperate to find that bomb. Gets shredded by No Way. And so 3v5, they still break through. Yeah. But credit where it's due. Awesome USP scout kickoff here for Metizport to at least make it a bit sketchy.
Yeah. I mean, they're planted the perfect spots. They're taking all the right duels. They have that fresh smoke that allows Try to get creative with it. And this is such a good Eco, essentially, you know, they have a couple of scouts to work with, working together to get that info back through the mid-smoke. Lovely stuff, but ultimately, they still don't have great guns for a retake.
MP5.
MP5, that's a rare sight. Huh? I'll change Jesus in his interview.
What'd you just say?
Chase Jesus.
Okay. That's your Jesus.
Robitussin. In his interview said, it's my first major, just trying to enjoy it. I know I'm going to be a little bit nervous, but it looks like he's still willing to be himself. Carved his own path out with the MP5. Lovely. When you play with Vinny, I think you're allowed to use any gun.
Yeah, he's not going to be the kind of guy that puts his foot down on that. I remember seeing Blade's face whenever JL buys revolvers.
Yeah, it's not going to be looks of disgust from Vinny. It's only going to be intrigue when you bust out the revolver.
Vinny's going to look at that thing and try it out for the next 6 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, he really, so people don't even know that joke essentially, but when he played on Furia, he was just he was the kind of their 5th best player.
Yeah.
And he would pop off on Inferno, that was Vinferno, and he was also known for picking up the AUG when no one was using the AUG. He would use the gun that no one had even explored really, and actually make it viable throughout maps. Like he was really trying to champion forging out new metas, which kind of makes sense for why he's the IGL.
Dude, I can remember it so clearly. It was Furia at IEM Katowice 2019.
Okay.
Your and I's first RMR, or minors at the time they were called. We're casting minors. There's this upcoming Brazilian team that's got promise, and there's this really friendly guy named Vinny that's just using a Krieg. And he was such a nice guy, it felt like nobody wanted to tell him, hey, idiot, stop using that.
And then it turns out it was broken.
Yeah.
And he was just first.
Yeah. Vinny has always kind of held that place in our hearts ever since.
Yeah. So yes, he will be encouraging.
And that was 6 years ago.
Yeah. Now he's older and more responsible and less crazy.
Now he's, you know, a captain, an in-game leader.
Yeah.
The evolution of those rock stars. Apex was an entry back then. All right, guns up for Metizport. Let's see what the defense has. Oy, oy, oy.
And a wasted smoke with it, and an upgraded gun in the smoke for Vinny as he gets away. Oh, can't find the gun, actually.
Just tries to pull back.
Oh, another gun.
That is his 6th sense here from Vinny. He just backs up.
No,
right on it.
Vinny!
Come on. Triple kill through mid doors. Hampus just burns out.
Brother, how did he find
that was weird,
that
man.
second kill?
That was weird. That was some spooky stuff, man. They say Austin's weird. That was weirder.
He's keeping it weird, yeah.
Just like that vacuum effect where he walks into the corner, can't find it, retreats, and then... I mean, the player didn't make a sound.
Heat-seeking.
I am Vinny.
Ooh, damn. Was his head really even showing there?
Apparently. Top of the noggin gets popped. Adam B not allowed to hold on to the M4, so the first gun round here for Metizport gets wiped away. And our analyst said this is where the series ended.
Yeah.
This continues, that's the case.
It's only been like 3 minutes.
Schmeep schmore.
Oh.
Nice!
It's incredibly annoying and beautiful at the same time.
Zach's like, all right, Vinny, I don't know how the hell you did that, but do it again.
That wasn't in the notes. That's what I like to see.
Now, it's been cool watching Vinny become an IGL. I remember speaking to him in Cologne when he was kind of picking up the reins for the first time, and I was doing the lobby segment where we get a chance to kind of just talk a bit more open-ended. You know, it gets edited, so there's no pressure on the players. And I was like, all right, Vinny, like, who are you going to copy? What are you going to do with this? And he said, honestly, man, I have no clue what I'm doing, but everybody is just being really supportive. So I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah.
And with time, he has grown in the role. Flash on long gets Imperial out through the doors. And that's going to send Metizport flustered back to that side. It's all about the Hampus scout.
Got the tag off on try in middle. They've been consistent about that much, at least controlling middle with the scout. But sort of feels like the round lives and dies with Hampus here in this position if they're going to take long. Oh, actually, this will help out a little bit.
Hampus still waiting for his, but fight's going well elsewhere, and there's only 3 players here. We've still got that one Tunnels member for Imperial. Creepy little AK play. Gets shut down by the Deagle. Plopsky catches no way. Now all you've got is Try at this distance. Hampus' scout comes through with 1, and that lower tunnel player now all that's left over 1v4. Metizport, how have you managed to pull this out of the hat? If you have, can they finish? That's the question.
I mean, the bomb's in a spot where he can fight his way to it. And, oh, okay. He's got that covered. No problem.
Sketchy stuff for a second, but Plopsky's going to be the MVP. 3K on the round, and you take that to the bank.
It actually says Metizport on their jersey.
So it's because Metizport is a place, last I checked. So it would make sense that Metizport may be a company in Metizport.
Okay. And okay.
Right?
Oh, they actually have a sponsor from their city.
Right?
Right, okay.
I think. I could be lying.
You do lie.
Often.
Not often, even that was a lie.
Google Maps, Metizport, Sweden, nothing came up.
Oh, that's because they're Norwegian. That wasn't a lie.
All right. We're also in the USA, so things have different names here on Google Maps.
It's Metisoft, and the software they make is Windows.
Okay. Creepy. Walk out into the B site.
Oh, we almost got both of them.
Try clips Isaac. Plopsy's got the kill back, but that bomb can just come join Decenti on site. I mean, the cross is what's dangerous, but the fact he's here on platform, this is going to catch the window player off entirely. Perfect crawl out, finds timing, really creating an opportunity here as a single piece of this attack. And it's the fact the bomb gets swept into the play as well, so good call on Decenti to run a risk, because that's what it was. A risk to walk into B alone at the perfect timing while Try's getting into his antics through that mid door. Death talked about how Try is kind of the guy set up to win rounds. Decenti wins this, but it is off Try's contact and distraction from mid.
Yeah, I think in terms of court IQ, you're going Try, and then you're going Decenti right after really key moves. I think Decenti, maybe won that nuke map by picking his timing so perfectly, especially that one vent play that he had on T side. So they do have outs with him, and Try and Decenti here, 7-2 to kick it off. There's pretty much nothing you can do. Someone snuck into your B site. They kill your, anchor as the bomb is exiting tunnels. It's just too swift. You're not getting a retake. Not when you're all the way over on the other side of the map. Well, that'll be called. They're rushing lower, though. They're really going to run forward into this. Okay, they're waiting. Okay, no, they're waiting for it. I was like, they fully saw someone jumping. That's just too much of a clue.
What you up to, Plopsky?
Yeah, that's a cute angle, but it's a B hit.
Yeah, Isaac's got to hold this. Kind of gives him a little gap there. Off patient, but misses his chance. Try's going to be far removed from all the action. And Plopsky good on him to catch No Way as well. Now, it's at max. 3 players inside this B site. You could just try to throw the retake now. Try still concerned about CT pushing through T-spawn. Lower tunnels held. Vinny's got to press this barrel against the retake attempt because it's coming. And it's Adam B at bat first. Off the flash, Vinny walks in one. A good amount of damage to the window. Che and Decenti locking it down, but there's still the swing to be had. Lumi could not afford to miss that first shot, or else this happens. 6-1 Imperial. This T-side made to look easy.
Barrel stuffed inside the windows. They had a plan for exactly how they were going to defend against that. It looked really messy, but that just favors the T side. Everybody has such good angles to fight the window on the door. It's really on the CTs to get their hard kills quickly, get flooding out into the site, and then cause chaos. But they couldn't make that happen. And when they do that, they lose 4 players. You know, these are players that could have saved. So there's a big risk that comes with it. It's a game that's now 6-1. It could be their last map of the major. I mean, you know, if you're down to 3 players, you don't attempt a retake. With 4, you still know you're probably going to lose. But the calculation of do we save with 4 is just so hard to tell yourself is the right call. But you can see why it's just so difficult.
It's B-side getting bullied. I think like the Des, they didn't throw Isaac under the bus, but they said like for him to succeed, he kind of has to be supported by teammates. Yeah. It feels like inside B-side on this map specifically, that's happening again. He's also 0-7.
That's true.
So that teammate much needed because B is getting bullied. We've gotten a couple of consecutive targeting.
I actually agreed with Moses on that point. That really, I just think he's a really smart anchor, but it's true. He's individually got a site that he's defending. This should be the kind of place where he can put up his end of the bargain, but it's not working out for him specifically so far this map.
He's got Hampus to come help him. Hampus walking through the doorway. That unannounced swing again from Imperial. Really just trying to find these openings on unexpected timings. What a haunting experience that must be for Metizport, as you never know when the attack's about to hit. You gotta stay on your toes. And as I say that, Lumi actually gives up the cat angle that seems like it's gonna get tested. Not just yet, though, by the looks of it. Imperial gonna go for some mid presence.
Man, they're low on utility. Adam has a molly in his spot. They have no flashes to counter the cat play that's coming in. So even though Imperial are down a player, they need, I think, this Plopsy rotation. I think they need this HE damage. And I think they need the full commitment.
Yeah, they're not buying that it's a mid-play. Lumi comes back with that off, waiting for them to extend beyond elbow. 20 seconds to this clock. We see the bomb getting passed up to the front of all of it. Can't afford to miss that. Plopsky could be the hero. If he climbs through this smoke with the right angle unnoticed, then big chance right here on his plate. But he's still kind of stuck on the climb up. Everybody's guns are back out. Now he ends up looking like a fool. Just emerges. Who can save it? Isaac gets his first kill of the map. Hampus right here with him from that B site. Now the long players come back as well, but you got Try alive and kicking, attempting to hold this at bay. No way down to 8 health, and Adam damn near lower. Tries to get up onto the site. You've got nades just flying over top, whittling him away even further. Time starting to cause issue, and Adam B has to concede it. Knows he's not going to win this round. It's another where Imperial just squeeze into a site.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately for Plopsky, that just was more awkward than anything else. It was like if he had jumped up and got it in a nice early timing, it seems like they would have been still watching it because they had good spots too. And they had already taken down Lumi on long, so there's no one is going to be drawing attention for Plopsky to pull out a play like that. And so he ends up just sitting in it to the point that now it's totally obvious, right? There's essentially facing the smoke with no other targets means you're going to be watched for sure. So overall, a little awkward. Unfortunately, individually, Lumi was great on Nuke, had a nice shot this game so far, but that's a moment where he's just got to hit it. Oh, just like that.
Try showing no signs of slowing down from map 1 to map 2. Lumi, at the very least, will peel him off top middle. No chase instantly from Decenti, so that allows for the Opper to retreat towards site, but he's making such a loud rotation. Decenti, I think, for sure chases this out. You know that's the Opper that just ran away.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to be following this lead entirely. And the smokes are down because they know Lumi's gone out over here. So, oh, no punish either. And now he's right side of the door.
But bomb's top middle. That's the one weird thing.
Yeah, it's actually not in a position to go long either. So these lower players, they could do something tricky here.
It's just running at this. They have completely written off the possibility of a 5-7 in that corner. Great reaction. Vinny gives cover. Decenti's deep angle finds Lumi. And now they can just size up their options. Odds are, yeah, Adam's down long, as he tends to be. They confirm it, and they'll double back towards B instead.
Look at Vinny just wanted to go fight. Oh my God, they're actually risking this, but all right, they'll end up winning in the end, 8-1, no problem.
Alrighty then.
I was thinking they know Adam's probably on A, but they still, in the 3v1, wanted to try to just end the round. I guess that's the confidence they've got with the lead they have.
I mean, talk about confidence. Decenti chasing the Opper.
Yeah.
That was a round-winning push-up catwalk, as long as the lower tunnel didn't end up getting this wild kill on bomb, etc. But he ran that back so loud.
Nice.
Which is funny because Hampus is the guy who used to bark.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Stealing his whole flow, bar for bar.
A couple dogs in this house.
So it's not the cleanest game of CS. You know, both sides are leaving some gaps here. But luck in those moments is definitely leaning towards Imperial consistently.
Don't do it to him. Don't you blast Lumi's head off.
He doesn't think he was spotted, but Lumi, you know, full attention now. Oh, perfect.
Get out of there. Oh, and then Try gives the cover to the 2 rifles that trade out effectively. Vinny making sure Adam doesn't get a multi-frag. Descenti continues to have his way with the B defense. That is Hampus down 3 and 9.
And Che could just straight up win this round if he's careful about this next fight.
It looks like he will be. Comes back at the cat push. Catches out Plopsky. It's low health on Vinny.
They know Isaac's the B anchor. Descenti's just lurking in tunnels. They probably assume he's left, but how far could he have gotten off to, actually?
It just hurts, I think, because you never want to see a team so outclassed, but it really just feels like Imperial are playing with Metizport.
Agreed. I mean, even Descenti, you can see how not scared they are because Descenti's still waiting here as if he's to punish exit.
Yeah, like a 2v2 is guaranteed, and honestly, they're not wrong. Metizport just going to go for the save instead.
Wow. Going top mid is definitely the right route.
Imperial having a field day. But I also remember a time back on Nuke when Imperial were winning 8-1. And we still went overtime.
That's true.
So that is one of those, but I think the nature of the rounds, though, do just feel different. You know, not to write off Metizport before the elimination. You know, you can't call him headless until the guillotine drops. But Descenti's having a field day, chasing Lumi in the last round, doing what he wants inside of tunnels, yelling at the opposition.
Would be a sad way to exit here. Metizport don't get a map. But I'm not really seeing a way for them to make that happen. Let's burn those timeouts. And throw in a tech. Knowing that at least Lumi can win a head-to-head duel versus Try is one thing. That's can be more than step one for sure, but I think the slight gaps in awareness sometimes when, you know, Lumi's making a rotation and he's heard, or yeah, his next move is telegraphed, or, you know, he gets baited on a shoulder spot and then punished by Try afterwards. I think there's a lot of demand for him to get more than one kill, even if one kill is Try. It's an Opera's playground out here. And Hampus hurt on the cross. If it wasn't bad enough.
Still down by 8 rounds, trying to make these moves on long, trying to keep things fresh. JG's locked in on the doorway, though, and we've already started to get Imperial taking a sniff towards Catwalk. Met by a smoke at a minute. Still making moves, but Vinny's going to go ahead. Just exits through that mid doors. Damn near simultaneous to the Adam B long push. There are backs turned to him. You know, they've kind of let their guard down a bit, Imperial, because Metizport have just been reacting instead of getting proactive. Plopsky, double. That's what they need. Some kind of individual moment here to reignite the thought of this being possible. They put the last 3 rounds of the first half on the board back on Nuke. That's what inspired the comeback in the second half. You've got to be able to tap back into that mentality yet again. But this one's no guarantee. 2v4, Descenti and No Way trying to hit this B site. Well-timed peaks, they've got it. A second round for Metizport. 3 is the best case scenario, and they need it.
1 round later on the recovery here on this map, and that 1 round might be 1 too much. 8-4 on Nuke. It's very different than what could be the 9-3 here, and potentially still 10-2. But a nice flank from Adam B. It's obviously, sometimes it's hard to get active when you're playing long. You don't know when you can flank. The worst thing you can do is die trying to go for that long flank, but it's your ace in the hole.
Well timed, dude. Oh,
wow.
The remantling of that boost. Timing is just to perfection. The insta-kill comes out from Che. Hampa is going to try to hold off on the door, and he's unable to get that second. And Descenti has just owned inside of tunnels. Every time CTs try to get active, what do you know? I can hear Machine and Sponge in my ears. Bomb has been planted. All right. Adam B left. Descenti reminds us as to how easily he has dominated this T side. That's 10-2, folks. It's smooth sailing for Imperial by the looks of it. difficult to keep up to the likes of Imperial and specifically Try on a map like Dust 2. I think the game plan was clear. Analysts painted the picture so excellently. This was going to be about Try dominating you and finding those openings and really allowing for all of Imperial to flood towards those sites. That's what we got. Difficulties in the B holds, unfortunately, here from Isaac, and it just felt like Descenti could do no wrong, regardless of where and when he decided to attack. So that's why we get to this lopsided score. A slight silver lining in that Metizport showed comeback potential over towards Nuke, but you can see the odds here, and I think that's fair. It feels like Imperial have total control.
Yeah, and they showed so much strength on both sides of the map. I think that was the big thing. I'm wondering when they let off in that regard. We're seeing the bomb staged up in tunnels with a 3B lean. I mean, look at the A site. It's pretty much vacated. Looks like they've got a great setup. Demo read off the study for this defense.
Flash comes over the top. Vinny's just going to leave them in and even shuts down Adam as they approach. Now they've got to try to push through smoke. I mean, couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, that's just straight up great preparation. We give Zach some credit for that one.
Dude, on top of all the things I just tried to highlight as to why Imperial are better right now, and then they give us that. A perfect counter to the unfortunate attempt here of Metizport. 5 players still standing in this one. A damn near unwinnable clutch for Hampus.
Yeah, we might be a few rounds away from...
No.
Oh, maybe that's Meta's airport, unfortunately. With the knife on the pistol.
That's messed up.
There's some special quality about getting a knife kill that just brings light to the team, no matter the situation.
But you get that knife kill, and then you look up from your computer, and you see the face of 5 guys whose dreams are about to get crushed.
That's what gets me off. That's what gets Jay off, baby.
Try drops Hampus. I love that he gets the knife so he can buy the op round 2. Talk about confidence here from Imperial.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
You know, I tried not to paint the bleakest of pictures, but you can tell by their decisions they are simply in the driver's seat, and they damn well know it.
This is what's called the flow state, folks. Going into that op as well. Looking for the $500 ace is Try.
I think the desk had an apt conversation as well about Metizport, even despite this potentially being the end of their road in Austin, where they go from here, being able to put Swedish Counter-Strike back on that map. Descenti, he's going to just lock down the mid play. No entries allowed whatsoever. Poor Lumi in a 1v5. And then all of a sudden, it is just more of the same. Imperial taking it over.
Wow. I mean, yeah, it's nice for Imperial because this is such a strong way to close out.
Yeah.
That, you know, this helps. They're still thinking about their life in this major. I think they still have to level up to beat some of these teams.
For sure.
In this stage, for sure. They haven't really shown us that much, but it is just 2 best of ones that got them to this position. Now they survive, and they honestly, they don't lose the map. The second map looks even better than the first. So maybe there are reasons to be optimistic here.
And also the start they had on Nuke means this series could have been so much more lopsided. That's sort of what they had going versus Bait, a team that ends up going 3-0. You know, the promise has clearly been there for Imperial. They've just got to work out the kinks. No way in Descenti. Gonna slaughter the first 2. We've got an answer from Tech9s. It's a good site control, and Adam B, oh no, just gets barrel stuffed by Descenti. His 20th kill collected. Plopsky thrust to the clutch. 2 players to topple. It's a ragtag gang of Swedes put together for this attempt. The most amount of Swedish players that we have had at a major since Katowice 2019. The 3rd largest nation here in Austin, and the first all-Swedish team in 6 years. But all those accolades put to the side because Imperial shows stark improvement from day 1 to day 2, and they will send Metizport packing.
Yes, it was fun to watch. There were spots that were promising. It was good to see Lumi on the op. I think unfortunately Isaac, you know, didn't bring some of that experience that he's had more recently than others. And Hampus's return, at least he's made it to the major, which again, that is such a victory in and of itself. But unfortunately, not much more than that. They end their tournament run 0-3 here in Austin, at least with smiles on their faces and good sportsmanship, of course. Wouldn't expect anything less from the Swedes.
When we zoom out as well, just for a different topic, but the economic side of things too, I think it's great to see an organization like Metizport who has provably taken chances on lesser known entities within Swedish Counter-Strike and tried to prop back up a nation that belongs here in the top of CS. But that is it. Say farewell to Metizport as we hand this one down to the floor.
It's always tough in these situations, especially when it comes to a major as well. Hampus, you've got a smile on your face right now, but this way of going down, especially with how things went on Nuke, you know, a bit of a slow start, a way to fight into it. After it went down that way in Nuke, is that something where you felt like you let the opportunity slip away?
I mean, not really. I mean, they were obviously the better team. Every team we played was the better team, so it's just, you know, the better team won and not much more to say.
You're being very nice, you're saying the better teams won with this, but can I ask for you guys why it wasn't able to click, why you weren't able to fight and in a better form?
I don't know. We have had a lot of problems in our team. I think we, leading up to this tournament, we did some bad choices in how we prepared. But it is what it is. Like I stand for it, how we did it. But I think we did bad or wrong. And I mean, this is the result of it.
In terms of that result, though, coming away from obviously being a Swedish team that made it to the major and having that success in there, is there a bit of pride you guys can have in being able to do that and bring some life back into Swedish CS, which has been struggling for some time, mate?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm very happy we got here, right? Like, this is the first time in 6 years a full Swedish lineup has done it, and we've done it with, you know, minimal resources compared to Tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm proud and happy we got here, but I'm not so proud of the result, you know? Like, we got smashed every single game, and only Nuke was close. It was the only map we played the game on, so obviously disappointed, but I mean, it is what it is. We'll see what happens now.
What does it mean for what happens now? What happens next for you guys? Where do you go from here?
I have no idea. I know some people's contracts are running out. I know some people have offers and stuff, so I mean, I have no idea. We'll see. Like, I don't really, like, in this moment, I don't really care. We'll see. We'll find out.
You'll find out. Anything you want to say to the Swedish fans out there who are still cheering and supporting for you guys?
Ja, men tack alla som kollar. Man känner verkligen kärleken och det är skitkul, men tråkigt att vi inte kunde göra er stolta.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
How can you not like Hampus? I'll tell you, I think he stole all my talking points. He stole each and every one of them in that interview. Because like I was sitting here, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just talk about they only played one map at this event. 3 of the maps they had a combined 7 rounds. So just a disaster. But I think you know, getting away from maybe the more negative stuff, it's cool seeing him. It seemed like, to me, I saw like a feeling of pride in his face when he's talking about the fact that the only Swedish roster and kind of being part of the project.
The fact that it's the only one in 6 years for a 5-man Swedish lineup, I mean, it's impressive that, one, it fell to the state that it found itself in for the last handful of years, but then for him and this Metizport crew to bring themselves back. And he's right, they don't really have the resources of a Tier 1 organization. They aren't even set up as well as, say, somebody like NIP is, where they're providing facilities, providing boot camps. I'm pretty sure most of these guys are just playing from their homes day in, day out, grinding it out through the online circuit. And for them to have peaked at the MRQ, that's a success in itself. For them to just make it to this major, it's the singular bright spot of their season, and it actually led to the greatest accomplishment possible, which is getting some stickers.
And also, yeah, that's what I was going to say, is like, if you're the organization, like, making the major is just so massive, especially when you talk about not having resources. So, I mean, I think if you went to these guys 4 months ago and with Hampus and Isaac joining and said, you're going to make the major and you're going to lose in stage 1, I think they'd take that in a heartbeat.
Exactly.
So, I mean, yeah, they're going to be bummed today, probably tomorrow, maybe the next week about how exactly they got destroyed at this event. But I think at the end of the day, you have to put it in the context, and those guys are going to be like, we represented Sweden at the major. We got into the major with only 4 months of this lineup being together, and let's see what happens. That's with Hampus. He's like, I have no idea. He's like, I have no clue. We'll see.
We'll see, you know, maybe part of that rebuilding process. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, you guys have got more action coming your way. Chinggis taking on Fluxo is here on the other stream before we can find out what matchups can be taking place tomorrow. So enjoy the action. We'll come back to you at the end of all this.
Just pops off, quad kill, and Controls runs into Kai. Hits the first headshot, is another one. Teammates holding, Art's ready. And the round has been seized by just one man on A.
All right, well, do they want to give Mulzen, a young lad, another major rookie, a chance to win this? A 1v5 goes 1v3, and individually spread out Fluxo now.
Oh, what is going on? You know where Mulzen was, and you know he has the bomb. The unknown entity is PJ, who's walking under. Oh, it looks like he's going to catch the timing. His control's got this flick in him. Has he got that lizard brain flick? You just flick without even giving it a second thought. He's definitely not pre-aiming this. His back will be presented. A valiant couple of shots. But PJ closes.
Okay, well, looked stressful for a moment there, didn't it? But Mulzen, massive round from him, 4 kills. Then the fact that it gets down to a 1v2 situation, it's crispy from both of the players on either side of the server. But that's 11 rounds now. Bomb doesn't go down.
That's a great shot, well flashed as well. And the fourth pretty spicy too.
The fourth stage loss bonus is going to come in too late. So right now we're only going to get the 2400, 2900 into the next. They'll limp in. Couple of AKs, couple of Galils, very light in the util department right now. Oh, and just a shot through the smoke.
Yeah, can't catch a break, can they? It's a nasty opener to stomach. Such a high-stakes game for the Chinggis Warriors. Limited resources. Now a player spammed through a smoke to start you off, hamstrung, and Art's getting cheeky with it. Flirts with aggression. In spite of that man advantage. Oh, Zevi just averts his gaze and now controls his across his sightline. This might be a bit of an element of surprise. He can just park himself in ladder. Are you call for the finish, moves that bomb towards B. That's the fight Rue was waiting for. Art gets a little aggressive, a little impatient. Oh, and Kai steps into the crosshair as well. Awkward, very awkward. A man advantage just spirals out of control. There's only one man here, it's PJ. Messy spray, what's he got, 9 bullets? Puts them to good use, gets 2. USP too much to ask. But that's a little sign of life out of the Chinggis Warriors.
And when Control's got the 3 kills in the last round, now they make good on that. It's actually put Fluxo in a really tough situation as you get the what is becoming a classic head shake out of Art. So the fact that they lose so many casualties in the previous round that they did win, there's the opener from Zevi. Looks great, but the fact this one's battled back, it's always been said about Asian Counter-Strike that individuals can shoot. So when the fights are coming their way or they're getting to take the jewels on their terms, they're able to hit some big shots. Now, it's only 1900 lost into the next. Mulzen, he's left a K left over. There's 750 for Art. It's hodgepodge right now. Chinggis Warriors aren't out of this. It felt like it was going down the gurgler. The momentum was taken away, the competitive nature of the match gone, but right now we're back on. As long as they can get past these light investments. Not only do they have a chance to get up to the double digits of 10, they win this, and like I said, we'll have to go for a similar looking purchase or maybe even lighter into the next. That means we can tie things up at legs 11 down the stretch. Chinggis Warriors, stand to the namesake, not giving up. Staying strong and looking for the fight.
What do you make of this angle from Kai? I mean, I think that's quite cheeky with the unbroken vent. You're probably going to start focusing your attention elsewhere. PJ gets it. Okay, so that's a very pushed up CT. Finds himself in the mouth of Palace. Ariuka will relay that information. You need to recover, and Kai going down to controls is a good start. Rue will hold on to that jungle murder hole rotation. Controls tasked with CT, he gets there in time. Now Coolass is going to be asked to plant. Where are you looking? Looking the wrong way, still gets his. Zevi gone. PJ's flanking from the ramp side, so this is actually going to be very difficult for the Warriors. Two from CT. Held by that AWPer, he's going to be a quick flick up. Perfectly executed. Coolass has hit the shot necessary. There's only Art. And there's no hope here.
That dink at range. There's 80 damage there on a Coolass. As Art wants to hang around and try and find some damage, but probably would have been better holding on to the AK. That's going to be 1 round the difference now. And as touched upon, that loss bonus situation puts them in a very, very tough position going forward on the Brazilian side of the server. So they didn't go for the all-in force. It was a little bit of a weird investment, and then they do find themselves now having to take an eco again. So they didn't go all in.
Maybe they went too far?
Yeah, look, this is the thing. That they always were going to be in this situation because the money's been broken late, but I'm surprised they didn't just force everything. So you're either going all in or you're not. As right now, Chingus Warriors have found some pep in the step. They're just going to hustle their way out. Controls. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely not backing down from any of these duels. A great flash, but Ariuku recovers in time. And this one of the quickest rounds of the map so far. It's just PJ. He's going to be noted.
And Ariuko doesn't play scared. Dude, there was a nade coming for you. You had low HP, you had a Mac 10, and you still get the kill.
Okay, well, this is it. We really could be going to a third map right now.
That's right.
This is very much available. Chingus Warriors have the possibility to go for another bye even if they lose this round, so they can vie for overtime. But if they win this one, and there's no saves coming out from Art and Co, it's only 2,900 loss bonus into the next, which could see Chingus Warriors snatch this away. Remember, 5-map loss streak on Mirage. Do or die, elimination, first major for all 5 of the Mongolians in the server right now.
And in their first major, will they be able to pick up a map win up against these South American counter-strikers? Good nade. Actually, not too much damage, just 40 spread amongst 2. Right in the ladder room, safe from the flame.
Looks like an ace split on the table. Ariuku ramp, Coolaz through Palace, the other 3 to come up and pipe in through Connector. Keep your eyes on Zevi playing retake over towards Ticket with the AWP. Mulzen in jungle connecting with Art, so that crossfire be able to set up between Window. Kai might have to push short to deal with the Connector players because they're starting to trundle up. This is all going to happen quick.
Mulzen hears them. He's tucked and they're not looking. Good find from Rue. It has a little premonition, a sixth sense, a tingle. And now Rue should be able to get that bomb down. Efar's provided the cover, taking the fight. He's taken 2. Art and Kai gone. Just Zevi with that AWP. You talked about the saves, Chad. I think that's the conversation now, is how many can you get away with? The round is locked. I mean, where do you save?
Look at Efire, though. If he goes back through the B apartments, they're going to try and hang around. Boys, you need to make sure that you're not pushed here. And fortunately for them, they are going to get to retain these guns. So Ariuku, Coolaz, both passive where they started the round. Ramp as Palace, Rue heading over to join Efire, and he's going to be miles away. So bomb is going to go off. That does mean if these 2 players stay alive, with 2,900 lost, they are going to be able to drop 2 M4s.
Yeah, big
They
difference.
can have a full rifle round to try and push this into overtime. The Brazilian's not dead yet, but this is crazy that Chingus Warriors have been able to pull this game back into contention.
Oh, Efire had a HE. He gets around the corner, spots them. Damn. He actually nearly got there.
For Carnage right now, the coach behind, we've already seen him celebrate a pistol win and get told off. I think if they do win this map, he should be able to celebrate. The game will be done and dusted there, but talk about tactical timeouts, the last 30 seconds. Carnage, an opportunity for him to talk, and that's at virtue of Fluxo taking this tactical timeout.
I mean, I'm still kind of baffled after what you'd highlighted regarding Mirage specifically for the Chingus Warriors. This is not a map that they've had much success on in the last 3 months, just a 17% win rate. A single win versus the Huns. Everything else against, you know, domestic and international competition has not gone well. And yet here they stand, 1 map away from elimination at their first major, and they're putting up a fight, an impressive fight.
The question for me is about Fluxo's approach to this next rifle round. Are they going to try and dictate the flow of the game? Are they going to be aggressive in middle, get the mid control? Are they going to boost somebody up towards the B apartments and start leering in? Or are you just going to sit in a passive setup again? Well, the AWP starting over towards B early could talk about that boost I'm talking about. Yeah, you boost up Zevi, he takes an aggressive line, and now you can call that side of the map clear if he starts to investigate. But during all of this, Control selling the mid control on his lonesome, the GOAT. He's going to set the boys up while Coolaz ready to throw AU tilt. The rest are going to waterfall out Palace. Here they go.
Yeah, Mulzen, what have you got for us? Oh, Efa, did he poke his nose out? Yeah, he does, but somehow hits his shot. Takes down Art. Mulzen does recover the AK, dips down, trying to establish a crossfire with PJ, but behind a smoke, Controls arrives. Comes in, clears it out. Quick headshot found. This is for everything. This is to take us the distance. Only 3 members of Fluxo can stop them. And that's an opportunity. It presents itself. PJ in and out, gets his. Bomb down, retake on. Zevi's AWP, and an only kit on Kai. He's coming in from con side. Controls fighting for CT with that deep smoke still up. PJ's going to either walk through it or play the fade. Just walking through. Genghis Warriors taking a Mirage when their life was on the line. It's tantalizingly close now. Despite this man disadvantage, PJ brought low. Light on time from Fluxo. Good pick off. Kai gets it. They're playing for the OT here. Just cool after the 1v3. Stopping the cross. They were counting, banking on it. And the defuse will come through in time.
Oh!
Yeah!
Oh, they got it!
They've done it!
Genghis Warriors, they break the Mirage losing streak and they push us the distance right down to the wire. Fluxo stunted at the final hurdle.
Less than a 0.1 of a millisecond between that and OT, but we will need 3. Fluxo, it's not a guarantee. Genghis Warriors have won a Mirage and we need Nuke.
Oh, the intensity of that one. And look at Fluxo, they are coming unstuck right in front of our eyes.
good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. We're back with a third map. Unbelievable scenes. The Chinggis Warriors have forced us the distance. It was an expectation set by Chad Sponge Birchall, who's sitting beside me here, coming into this series, that Mirage was not going to be a shoe-in or easy or even likely that the Chinggis Warriors had a chance on that one, posing Ancient as a must-win. However, they conceded that, and a map with just a 17% win rate for the Chinggis Warriors, they managed to pick it up when their major life was on the line.
And we've already seen some frustrations from the most experienced member in the server so far. That's Art of Fury of Fame. Once upon a time, not happy with his troops throughout Ancient, which they did win, and then the same coming into Mirage. But here it is, Nuke, third and deciding map. Elimination on the line, and everybody wanting to know who plays who tomorrow in the major. Want to see the conclusion of this one. Waterfall smoke on towards main. P250 in the hands of Cool Aston. Hart already opens up the account. He's either finding him or giving him, but this time it's the opening kill on the pistol.
What is going on? That was a jump just to get his feet on the ground. Ariukal. Oh. Get another one!
Never the burst!
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, but the burst, it's audacious.
It was a multiple burst.
I love it, though.
Significant amount of burst.
I know I said never the burst, but sometimes
the burst, yeah.
And this pistol round is going to be falling in favor of the Mongolian side, the Chinggis Warriors. Just have to get past the Zevmeister.
You're disrespecting Zevi like that. It's crazy. Ooh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, he's bugged. I mean, understandably, trying to fight the GOAT like that, it's just gonna, there's only one outcome. Controls will pick it up.
And look, there's a reason we're calling Controls the GOAT. His level of input and impact on Mirage was huge. He had one fumble, one slip up, one massive mare. A free kill in the back from Market on a B flank around the world. But guess what? He shrugged it off, and he continued to deliver down the stretch of Mirage to break a 5-map losing streak. And now they're on a 5-series losing streak. 5 players, all rookies, first major. Is it the first series win?
Well, let's find out together. I think just something I want to highlight regarding Controls and why we are calling him the GOAT, although little tongue-in-cheek, is also just because of the underperformance we saw from him on that first day against Legacy. He was at the bottom.
He was shaky.
He was shaky. You could see that it was very much influenced by the stakes of the game. Kai's 5-7, they're asking questions of it. The smoke though, do you really want to push through a grey screen? They have. Flash is enough to facilitate.
Yeah, did well at limiting his op. What is this? The founding Mac 10 in your face, Ariukal.
Yeah, but hey, Art's flanking them. He's already fast in this. Yep, loud about it. Gets punished. Controls, slaps him away. Like a pesky fly.
All right, well, you don't need to now trudge into the depths of the lower site. Olsen and Hart.
Yeah, just timing, isn't it?
It's just no wombo combo.
Nice shot. Tracks that swinging Mac 10.
Oh, the GOAT's down. Ariukal and E-Fire low.
Ooh. Weird state of affairs for the Yard duo. It's PJ on one side, E-Fire the other. Mulzin anticipating Heaven for the finish, but they've got time to pivot. And pivot they shall into Kai. Messy on the 5-7. He really did have a golden opportunity there. If that first one's clean, perhaps the round would have gone Floodso's way, but instead it's just fallen into place.
Not ready for that one, was he? Running knife out into E-Fire, and it will just be the save of the Mac 10 from Mulzin. So 4 players to stay alive, and they might even try and track this one down. E-Fire is on the search. He's not too far away, to be completely fair, just encroaching the T boxes. I'm sure he'd love to hold on to his weapon as opposed to giving a Galil over, but that's going to be the 2-0 start out of Chinggis Warriors, or CW versus FX. Network television. You can watch it on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch, you can watch on Blast TV. It's 4K on Blast TV. Get your major simulator in there, your fantasy, your counter-strickle. Good stuff as they've identified his position, but no point overstepping the mark. Just chipping through the smoke with a couple of peppers on that Galil, and there you have it, 2-0 into what should be light investments. A Mac 10 could be dropped across. A 5-7 also available. And trying to stay to his old tricks, which he was once known and loved for. Been a fall from grace since then.
Back in the day, wasn't it Art's Furia that were unable to throw the wall of smokes?
Yes, they never went outside.
Yeah, that used to be a thing.
Yeah. So I am interested to see what the T-side approach looks, but we've still got a whole half before we get there. Nice little openers. There's really odds on screen, and damn, this is close. Maybe closest odds of the day, Alex.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's battle of the 0-2 teams.
Oh, back up. So show themselves lower, or at least make the steps to do so. eFire sells it with the Molotov, but they just pivot back in towards A, and that's an open runway. PJ, not very procedural in the way that he was rounding that corner. Controls will make sure he is a non-issue, as eFire could be set up for the double trouble. Bra and
blah.
All right, well, Kai, you were the star performer on map number 1.
He dropped down loud. Was like, oh, that was a bit loud. Should probably go up. Oh, I'll go back down. Actually, I'll go back down. Now he knows where I am. And I'm not going to be able to see him. But 3-0.
That's all right. They get the rifle back, so they leave the MAC-10s on the ground in the previous round. And now we get ourselves into the rifle. Zevi equips the AWP. Now, I know it feels like I'm isolating him here, and I'm definitely not trained in body language or anything along those lines, but I do know what a frustrated in-game leader looks like, as I was one for many years.
Yeah, every time, you know, that black mirror of the screen pops up, you saw it.
So we'll have to keep tabs on Art.
Okay, so you're smoked off, eFire. You're going to have to respect that, right? Or is your teammate lining up one of those cheeky pop flashes? Imperial's in a very forward position.
Right through the smoke.
Yep, free frag. Oh my God! What's the opposite of free? Expensive.
Mentally taxing.
Yeah, that's absolute.
If he just stood still instead of...
Was he wiggling? Did he do the...
Looked like he was...
He did the period shuffle.
He's A and his D keys there.
Ah, yeah. Well, you get away with it sometimes.
If your name's Donk.
Yeah.
Kiyosuke or Magnajez or...
Any of that lot.
Not PJ. Okay, we'll forget about it.
It's fine.
No, again, this was one of the earlier talking points, the amount of rookies in this matchup. Yeah. 8 out of the 10 players in total. This is their first major, and that's really only afforded by a 32-team major. But still, you get your stickers in the game, and you're in the biggest level of competition you've ever been in.
I think the stickers in the game point. I mean, surely 32 teams just means that more players are being supported in pursuit of
Oh, yeah, it's
passion.
definitely not a bad thing, is the GOAT's going to plant the bomb backside. That's a cheeky smoke that he's dropped. He's heard vent rotation. Controls. Combined with Ariukal. There's a molly for the post plant. No smoke for the bomb.
Lurk, but where
no
are
kid,
you?
Alex.
Where is he? Okay, coming ramp now. His 4 HP isn't much, but could be a useful component. That smoke's a bit suspicious. Controls is going to have so much work to do here. Okay, drawing attention to himself. Ben gets active. Good trades, good frags. Kai double kill. Jobs are good. And that'll be Fluxo's first CT round.
And see the coach there, Carnage, in the back. He did get a bit of a whack on the nose for over-celebrating a pistol win earlier in the series. So definitely going to have to restrain himself as we find ourselves in map number 3.
Can you look frustrated? Or is
I think you can, but you just
joy
can't,
we don't
like, you
like?
can't be moving around. No, you can look joyful, you can look frustrated.
Sound.
But you just can't gesture.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Okay, so
I'm glad I've got the rulebooks downloaded in your brain. I can just reference it any time. That's lovely.
Definitely no clapping.
No clapping.
No hooting and hollering.
Absolutely none. No nices.
No finger guns.
Nice! Nice! Go me!
Guys are rushing A. You typing go B.
Yeah.
All right, well, smoke wall erected once more. Cool ass with the AWP. We didn't see a lot of the AWP on Ancient. Definitely starting to be more of a fixture on Mirage. Looking across the smokes. eFire on the timing. Lurk smoke dropped out of Squeaky. Lots to consider if you're Fluxo.
So you get your bodies down. There is someone down there already. On that jiggle with the smoke is PJ.
PJ!
No! Oh, he's mishandled that.
That's one of the rookies, Alex. The nerves are getting to him.
Yeah, he's been thrown off. That was messy. I think he saw them and just second-guessed it. Now Kai, though, he has been solid. Make no mistake, Kai is not affected by the pressure. Oh, and he's going to amplify it now. Denies the plant. Nulls it, holds on.
Oh!
jumps in the vent for the AWP to collect. Stralis plants Zevi in the 1v2.
Baked it.
Planting the smoke, safe to elope. E5 doesn't want to give this one away. He's just going to be holding for himself, holding for his own push. Zevi eye pressed to the scope as he tries to clear through. E5 finds the tip of his head and straight back to winning ways. Chinggis Warriors, we thought it ended on Mirage. We thought Fluxo would have a 2-0, they'd see play tomorrow, and instead the Chinggis Warriors have disrupted the dialogue.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this. Regional head-to-head. Yeah, this is they said two very, very, very rough moments. The lobby push, Squeaky push with the ultimate whiff. Making controls look good, really, from his attempt on Mirage and that one right there. So the speed wobble's coming in right now. This is a regional matchup. You've got Asia from the VRS going up against that at South America. And currently, Mongols, or Mongolian Counter-Strike, I should say, is definitely delivering. Sure, it's scrappy. Sure, it's not the most polished, but going up against Fluxo, who are also lacking in that department experience.
So just to clarify, the fault of PJ there was just not trusting his instinct to drop that smoke. He had like a secondary, because I've always framed that as like a impossible to counter play.
Also, think about the way he pathed.
Yeah,
like, you want to drop that smoke and then start going back vent side, not over towards double door.
No. Okay, yeah, so just stressed. And the art signature M4, it's out.
Look, he hasn't changed his ways since in-game lead in Furia, so he needs to find impact. He's actually the yard rifler. So this is the thing. There's a lot on Art. If you're going to take the start positions, you're going to need to be delivering, not only having to make the calls, but having to find the frags. Now, there's a lot of people here not to watch these teams succeed, but to fail. Remember, the pickups, the community's favorite part about all of this. Both of these teams considered to be 0-3 possibilities. Blocked for now, but still with plenty of time on the clock. They don't need to force the issue. There's one more smoke on Zevi, as PJ is going to try this once more.
Valuable info from Art and his push.
You've known you've lost the lobby control. You'd love to have the M4 in somewhere that can be a little bit more instrumental. Now, if it is going to be an up heaven finish, it's tough for Art to get involved in this. Zevi's smoke, unless it's used towards main, I can't really see it offering up too much. And he's considering that right now as E-Fire sells the B play again. Molly lands on a player into the 5-7 of PJ. Crispy.
Very nice first.
PJ's first kill as well.
Yeah, Art. Oh no, goes down empty-handed with his hero rifle. He may not have changed his ways, but he may want to change his name. Because Chinggis are coming for him.
This is 5 rounds on the T side already.
Already, Chad. I think from what we've seen, just at the output of Fluxo in this first half of our third map, it's showing that of all the teams, you know, of all the candidates, you just highlighted it. Chinggis Warriors, 5 rookies attending their first major. And yet the speed wobbles are coming out of the team that houses experience.
Yeah.
Devi, Art, they've been here before.
Yeah, and those two, in terms of their contributions, haven't really been anything to write home about. I've enjoyed what I've seen from Kai. PJ had a couple of moments as well earlier on in the piece, but all in all, Fluxo not in form. Could be getting sent home in last place alongside of Metizport. The Swedes eliminated by the countrymen of Fluxo. Imperial getting to play another day. We need this one to conclude to find out what the 2-1 matches and the 1-2 matches will look like tomorrow. Third day of Stage 1 just around the corner. 8 teams will need to join Stage 2. You've got your Falcons, your Phasers, your Furias, your MIBRs, your Pains, your 3D Maxes, your Virtus Pros, and your M80s. Did I get them all?
I think you did. That sounded like 8. Look at that smart glass. You get a little glance. Get to give him a wave, a wink in between rounds.
Now might as well be a wry smile because you've got a huge haul on the T-half already. How many more can it be?
Oh, you know what? Aggression is an attempt from controls. Aryuka will at least strong-arm a little bit of a response, but it's just shaped up perfectly here for Fluxo. Change of pace and change in results. Fluxo will take this one convincingly. It's just call out Zorp, and what an incredible first shot. He is going to be caught by the... no, he's not. They just turned around.
Why?
They've given him room.
Why have they allowed him to leave lobby?
I'm not so sure, because now he can kind of make something of this.
Yeah, he's been given runway to pick up the bomb.
Which he will do. To heaven, Molly. They might push. They might push on this. He's not looking. He hears them now and just gets overrun. Okay, a second necessary round here for Fluxo.
Okay.
Triple kill out of Art, by the way.
Yeah, maybe Art called it off, so then they dropped back and made sure they regrouped to play together. Regardless, they are able to convert the round, so it's just a 3-round difference right now. But the big conversation is, when are they going to be able to make a dent in this money? Well, one more CT side rifle round, and they'll have humbled the finances of Chinga's Warriors. They will have to eco going into the next. Now, obviously, that's going to depend on the lay of the land.
Yeah, how do you play this one?
Pace change didn't work. Coolash just taking a fight outside. Art sat on his ass immediately. In-game leader watching from the side. Now they're in round.
A golden opportunity through the HE. Starts to unload, but the Zebi's there as well, and he gets caught. Overrun. Controls a necessary one onto the follow-up. Molten goes down. A nice quick tap from the lobby.
1v1. Minute 20 on the clock. PJ racing to try and get down that vent. No, he doesn't know exactly where it is. Penny drops. Down he goes. Cool. Controller's the GOAT. Can he do it?
Should have this one open the door. PJ just 2 frags, but this one is worth its weight in gold. Denied! Controls keeps it up. Top of the tables. Untouchable. First on Mirage. Comes into Nuke. Does not dip in form. He keeps the output high.
What a lightning round this is. Coolash playing ahead of the smoke wall. Catches Art off guard. They're able to brute force through ramp, going 1 for 1, but it's Controls. We can't stop saying this kid's name. And Coolash getting fired up with that 6-2. Pressure back on the other foot now as the finances bleak. M4s are plenty. Scout in the mix. Util light or not. A single incendiary to stop a top rush.
Oh, you've got such a golden opportunity right here and now. They've put all their pennies into this. And you have an advantage. And you've got 6 rounds on the T side. Will you find a 7th? Art's taking a nice opening. Gets away. E-fire. Slow in this one. Caught by Art.
One will get down.
Oh, just between the wickets are 2.
Unfortunately, nobody peppered upon as they are across. And look at Controls. He's just doing whatever the hell he wants. Now he's in hut, patrolling the rotation.
I think he saw his foot. Oh, maybe he didn't.
Okay, well, Rue's the loose piece. And Art's gone down, so they should be able to get in towards B. Kai to respond from ramp. He's up next.
Doesn't want to overcook it, overcommit it. Wants to wait for the rotation of his teammate. Zebi's coming down with that scout. Oh, they get the info as well. He dips out through the flames. He's not interested in being isolated here. They know they've got that man advantage, but Rue is a little bit of a joker.
They need to stay alive towards... Oh, it's going to be back-to-back in a second. I don't think Rue's going to get cleared. Now they're trying to clear... What? What?
That looked crazy. What? That looked like he had X-ray. Nice find, but you're overlooking another, aren't you? Yeah, don't worry! Zebi's dead! It's Rue! His moment in the spotlight.
The round is meant to settle. Rue's meant to be given the opportunity to play. Coolash keeps fighting and finds a kill. Then Rue activates. Yeah, why not? Instead of just taking 1, I'll take 2 and we'll take the round with it. 7-2 the scoreline now.
I can't... Can you explain why that Coolash frag looks so dodgy?
I don't know. It did look strange as hell.
Yeah, it looked weird.
Like it was sliding into it.
Yeah, it didn't look normal.
Let's go back to map number 1 of Ancient. Remember, we had some translators, some lovely individuals in Twitch chat who were letting us know, because Art was going off his tree, right? Yeah. It sounded like he was definitely having a lot to say after certain round wins or losses. And the communication coming to us, which we do trust our lovely people in Twitch chat, was saying that he was saying, just shoot them when they're in front of us. Let's just fight them. Yeah. That was essentially the sentiment. We're trying to fight them now. You got nothing. They are hitting hard. Mongolian Counter-Strike here to play.
Controls out of the round. Who steps up? Art steps in. This is the shot. He gets the shoulder and it's moving. That's why. He was just moving.
Looks odd as hell.
And then he gets 2 from Rue on that lovely flank through heaven. Or I should say hell.
Sending Fluxo there now.
Yeah, it feels that way.
That was a round where Fluxo had very limited utility to go around the weapon.
An opening kill, bro.
Yeah, sure.
You had the 5v4, and you couldn't make good on it. You need the rest, and look what you're bringing in. A saved M4 and a smattering of other SMGs and pistol.
Oh, smokes. Waterfall's missed. Yeah, you can see it here. It looks like a marshmallow.
Yeah. Morton, he's managed to find some more. Very cool. Okay, the fight's come through. There's just 1 from main. Kai in lobby. Arc could join him, but he's here on the steps, entering the site from main and just in the open, wasn't anticipating the fade. Kai, aggressive! Oh, what an opportunity.
8 rounds, T-side nuke, map 3, elimination on the line, and Chinggis Warriors about to send Fluxo home in style. Nothing can stop him right now. Sure, that was a lighter investment. The gun's about to come back out, but they're in the doldrums. Art's not even bothering with the critiques anymore.
Holy intensity, Batman.
Nice!
Oh, they're locked in. Chinggis Warriors, a third map, and Fluxo to be the first team eliminated by a Mongolian opposition. Stage 1, baby. If they can keep this up. Smokes arrived just at the right time for Coolhouse to keep his walk up. He's just going split top. Yeah, that seems to be the play. PJ. Oh, the break doesn't expose him. Walking through now, mis-executed that. The flash did come through. Is that a team flash? Okay, PJ pops off, gets 2, just walking into his crosshair.
Most impactful moment from PJ so far.
Yes, sir. Kai is that ramp anchor, and he slipped off. They have no intel about the descent secret stairs, so it has given them this window of opportunity. And now Kai gets more than info. He gets a bullet between the eyes.
Good util for this. They get Molly stairwell, smoke single.
Yeah, but look at the disruptor. It's more. PJ wants it. Slams the door shut.
Actually allows the smoke in.
Oh, this is not easy to retake, Chad. This is not easy.
The smokes have just gone down, and there's even more.
Molly single. Oh. What is that? Guys, stressed. Rue, stressed for sure. Control side after plan. Channeled them primarily through the double doors. Rue to take the first contact here, but he's active on the line. Spots the thigh. Good pre-aim. There's a trade out of Ryukul, and now PJ's low. Puts the 25. Art goes swinging. It's Ryukul comfortable. A 9th round is theirs. PJ, despite his best efforts, he's gone 2. Big impact round out of Ryukul. 3 in the afterplant. 9 already for the Chinggis Warriors.
That's a 5v3 situation. PJ gets a double kill. He deals with this lurk coming through. The combo of utility, it was just a little bit off the mark. PJ holds the wolf at the door as far as main's concerned. Kai comes up, they're silent, they contact out ramp, the jump on him, the util's still there, and they brute force in. Post-plant victory, 9-2.
What do we think is the reason for the Kai fallback there? Do you think that was just the moment someone said they could be down secret, and that's when he reacts?
I really just think they're lacking some base level protocols and rotations right now. They'll be getting caught off guard by that.
No nades, no art. Okay, controls is gone. Aggression is the remedy. But you've traded places, so what the hell is going on? 1 minute 35, there's a T basically heading towards hell. Xavier's going to be smoked off main with no intel, but look how ahead of the play he is.
Yeah, there's been so many of these rounds where we've gotten into it so quickly. This is a minute 20 on the clock, and you already have a player about to peer in from the heavens.
Like, Xavier's just going to be exposed, right? His legs will just be sticking out.
And now you have a player on T-roof about to bear down behind them.
See you later, Xavi.
Now they can usher in main.
Pulls in.
He's going to have to drop and make noise.
Did they hear that? Did they clock it? Kai in the lobby. Pulls in. Yep, down already. Comfortable find from E-Fire. There's PJ, reveals his approach for the retake, comes up from secret stairs. The nade will make it clear where Kai is coming from, and yeah, impossible. That's only how it looks, and even more so now. There you have it, 10-2. The Chinggis Warriors, everyone's condemned them to a 0-3, but they're here to change the narrative. They're here to knock out the Brazilians. Fluxo on death's door. Fluxo, heading into this major, they came in with a point to prove. They couldn't handle the Australians, they couldn't handle the Americans, and now they can't handle the Mongolians. They've taken a trip across all the continents in this Stage 1 affair. This is the best of 3, though, that most expected Fluxo to have the edge. The bookies, everyone. Keeping Fluxo as the favorite, but here come the Chinggis Warriors. Third map that we never saw coming. Look at the odds blown out in the Chinggis Warriors' favor. They are just 3 rounds away from picking up an unforeseen best of 3 victory. And seeing another day of play here in Austin. Out the door, aggressive with the Glock, handled well for the first, and there you go! It's already fallen apart! This is what it's been like from Fluxo here, map 3. Just running to their demise, running at them with knives, controls. He wanted to finish it off with a knife kill, and now it's Mr. PJ punishing their arrogance. 3 kills is great, a 4th asking a bit too much perhaps, but there's low HP on Coolest. That's probably what he's just said. Ariuko, chill your jets. Cool off. Position now for that hut. If he re-emerges out of Squeaky, he is dead. So backs away. The bomb is under CT control, right?
See, he's taking a moment right now to compose himself. PJ. Early stages of Nuke struggled. Some absolute mess, some misplays. His confidence as a rookie looked like it was an all-time low. Right now, a 1v5 on the pistol to breathe life into Fluxo's T-side.
Silent on the ascent, held by that low HP on player who's just looked away, and he actually exercises the trigger discipline. He knows where they both are! Oh, incredible! Oh my God! 4 of a 1v5, how often does that happen?
I don't know how the coach of Chinggis Warriors would have been able to contain himself when I see my players running with their knife out. It was a 5v1 situation. The hard work was done. Knife into the hand there. We catch it from the GOAT's perspective.
Oh, he hit some bangers.
Absolute beautiful shots there from PJ on the Glock, but the final frag couldn't be his. A great attempt.
He really did save him there. I mean, that would have been a real momentum shifter. You don't get more mad, more salty than losing a 1v5. Especially when the game's right there for the taking, but especially when that pistol should just secure it. That should be the nail in the coffin here. Well, if it's not that, it will be this.
They had to force buy in, no option about it. An AK for Artshaw, but here's a pick from Roop.
Oh, headshot FAMAS, but covered by the D. Zevi, that's an important frag. Puts another weapon into the mix as well.
Art hanging around and putting bullets through the smoke with the AK once he got dinked down to 20 HP. Audacious maneuver, but still Art. 2 players down towards B in there. Collision course.
Yeah, okay. Ariuko's actually going to go investigate. They're holding for this, so this is going to be a headshot anyway. Okay.
Instantaneous deletion.
Nice deagle headshot from PJ. E5 waited long enough to catch Mulls in. Oh no, overstay. Controls has been punished, and now B side should be accessible. Quick rotation down the ramp.
Does Kai call them back up the vent?
Yeah, he might.
That's the bomb.
The bomb's just gone down on B.
Peter just ran out the door with smoke in hand and allowed the bomb to trundle onto the floor of the site.
Yep, there it is. You see the flash. Okay, Coolast has just...
Now they're both here!
Yeah. Oh, in the 1v2. Seems like a guarantee. With 20 HP, Ark would be doing something impossible. Turned around at the wrong time. Knife out, knife to a gunfight. And poor play to a major. Fluxo are in trouble.
Pack it up, pack it in. Let the Chinggis Warriors 0-2 spree begin. Some great shooting, but not enough. And overplaying their hand again. 8 rookies in the server today. Stage 1, 32 teams. An awful lot of nerves in a matchup like this. But Chinggis Warriors, after losing on Ancient, have really turned their fate around. Fought hard on Mirage and have come locked in on Nuke.
Yeah, they were close versus Legacy. That was their second loss on this very map. And oh, Kai, he seems aware that controls could be coming, but a quick switch has cost him. Opening death for Kai.
Some famous people live in Austin, Alex. Matthew McConaughey and Owen Wilson. Controls living in the head of Fluxo right now.
That's for sure. As this one's already over. All of them on the floor. Chinggis Warriors live to fight another day, and they throw the knockout blow. Fluxo's a major without a win. 0-3, bottom of the barrel. Controls is a highlight for me. Ariukal, the stop on PJ's clutch, I know it was practically already over, but I've got eyes on Ariukal. Across the series, I think this has to be something that will be admired. Carnage, Coach Carnage getting, abused by the admin for having a good time.
Yeah, well, he can celebrate tonight. Look, there is going to be a crazy performance to even consider Chinggis Warriors to make it out of stage 1. But the fact that they get a win on debut with this roster, another Mongolian team in the mix, and it's just seeing some of these individuals, the highlights that they were able to deliver, and the fact that mentally they're able to pick themselves up and get back into the game. On the other side, you just have a shell-shocked looking Brazilian roster. Led Fluxo, Zevi, the other of experience, the others all new to this. And they were definitely nervous, they were definitely shaky, but the shoe was on both feet for both teams right now. And it was definitely Chinggis Warriors who delivered a higher level of Counter-Strike today.
That's absolutely right, yeah. We're going to go ahead and jump into an interview. Fantastic work from the Chinggis Warriors.
There's always heartbreak when it comes to the majors, and this one definitely going to sting for Art, who you've been through this before, but with this one going 0-3, I want to start by asking, the first map obviously looks good. It's their pick, you come through strong, we come into Mirage, and it felt like it was in your hands, especially with the T side you were able to put up there. So can you just talk me through where you felt it went wrong, especially on that CD side right to the end where there was almost a chance of overtime?
It's hard to say right now, a lot of things going through my head. I just think overall it comes down to playing shit CS. We need to play way better if you want to be at the top in Brazilian scene or even competitive globally. So I think you just play better.
You say about playing better, we saw a lot of frustration. I know you were trying to rally the troops together and get things going. Was there a lot of emotion in this game for you?
Yeah, definitely. I think Mirage came down to it. We had the control of the game, we had the economy. We were just letting it slip round by round. Economy-wise, we throw some 2 rounds and it's just close game again. No, there's definitely no way of coming back after mental is broken.
Yeah. You said the mental was broken. Is that why Nuke went the way it did? Because there was not any fight from you guys on that.
Yeah, it has to come down to it. There has no explanation. We are playing City Nuke's always favorite side, so it's kind of just player. Each one has to play their own side and just defend and just sort what they're doing out. And we're just struggling to even do the default. So it just gets hard after there is no ball. They're playing very well as well. So if they're playing the way they're playing, we need to play better.
Now, Art, you're a player who's been at the very top of CS. I can see the emotions in your eyes right now. How much does this sting for you? Is it as bad as it feels, as bad as it seems?
It's definitely fucking worse. It's just bad, We want to get better, do most big things, but it's just struggling. You cannot do anything about it. It just feels bad, man. As of for now, it's just, I don't know, anger, depressing, it's everything.
But you are a man who's been through this before. I'm sure you can pull them back out of this, right, going into future events going on after the major. Do you know what's next for you guys after taking a bit of a break?
Yeah, it's now play break. Nothing we can do as of right now. It's the last tournament of the break. We cannot do anything right now. We just need to reset and then sort things out during the play break. And after play break, just come back ready with different mindset, something.
Thank you very much, Art.
Thanks, bro.
Well, I tell you what, popular pick Fluxo to go 0-3 and be eliminated early from the major, but you wouldn't think it by the look of devastation on Art's face and in his words. He had much different expectations than most people with Fluxo.
I bet some of those people that picked 0-3 are going to feel a little bad when they see what Art is giving in terms of how he perceives his team, how he knows they didn't play up to the standard, and the level that got them to this tournament. But for me, I would celebrate every team that's here. I feel like Art, as a leader, has shown that he can now bring, I don't even want to know what to call it, third-generation Brazilian talent into the fold. Like, it's not even the LGSK wave or the Furia wave, it's the guys after it, and now he's leading a new group to qualify for the major. This is a stepping stone for them as they begin their journey, many of these guys rookies here in Austin.
I think we saw it too after like the shocking loss they took on map 2 before going into map 3, and you can see it now, like Art's still just like trying to work through these issues and still being like, this has to be this way, this has to change, this can't be like this. I mean, you saw that frustration, I think for Art too, probably compounding frustration when you consider coming from Furia, playing with Queserado, playing with Fallen, playing with Yuri, playing with all the top dogs in Brazil, and then having to drop down 1 or 2 rungs to try and retrain the next generation. That's going to be extra frustration on top of everything else.
Yeah, it was a weird one because when I'm talking to him there, you can feel the sadness, but you can feel the frustration, I think, because he knows they had them on Mirage and it just slipped out of his hands and he didn't have the answers.
I respect him more for this interview than if he had just shrugged his shoulders and said, we were not the favorites.
No, he was honest, right?
Yeah, he wanted to see some dub in the column as you walk away from this event, even though so many of us, myself included, did pin them as an 0-3 likely.
Yeah, and this is it's a weird situation for Art as well. Like you mentioned, Moses, he was at the top of Brazilian CS, and then you're trying to build your way back up with some young players. He's obviously seen more potential in these pieces, right, than what they were able to show here.
I think too, like I think the perspective I hope he has is like I got to kind of view this as a sort of challenge that you need to overcome, right? Like as you mentioned, like developing some leadership skills and being that leadership figurehead. Like this is an area where you have to find a way to make the team better moving forward, and you have to find a way to bounce back and make sure everyone still feels part of the family, part of the team, and that everyone's going to be working towards the same goal. So I think it's obviously a bummer here, and it probably won't look at it with this perspective for some time, but I think for Art, if you find a way to come out on the other side of this stronger and a better team, I think that's going to go a huge way to you as the captain of this Fluxo squad.
Now, there are positives on the negatives as well, right? When we look at today, we've had qualifications as well as the eliminations.
I'd like to stay on the depressing stuff, James.
You want to stay on the depressing?
Sad.
All right, we'll start.
0-3 barbecue. 0-3 BBQ. Let's go.
I don't want to sit in depression, so I'm going to start with heroic FlyQuest and on the positives of this all, because it was positive from both sides in many ways. The fact that we got 3 maps is what I wasn't expecting out of that one, and FlyQuest still with a fighting chance throughout all of this.
Yeah, and looking pretty good while doing it as well. This is Heroic obviously going through qualifying 3-0. That was like kind of a lock, right? Like that was the team you looked at and you were like I can't see them dropping a map, but even if they do, it's not concerning in any way. So they're able to breeze through off the back of great performances from Tanier, from XCloud, some Pius with the op delivering great calls from LNZ. Like they're just playing great.
The more I see from everybody on Heroic, the more I like. XCloud's multi-kill ability, the rotations, the way that they even play off of each other, they trade in different ways almost every time they take space, whether that's on top of each other, a delayed swing. Like they all have these fundamentals that makes Heroic even stronger than the sum of their parts. And some of these guys we know are bona fide superstars, likely top 20s for the future.
And then we've got to look at Bates' qualification there, because the full Ukrainian lineup who struggled when it came to the Armada, they changed one player when we now come into the second major. Obviously, Shanghai was Heartbreak. Kenzazor, you can see in the background there on the screens. That's the difference maker, right? A little bit more fire to the team, a little bit more experience under their belt, and a lot of grinding.
Bait were a team that were just held down by the pressure for so long. That's how I always perceived it, James, that when they play online CS, they were one of the best tier 2 teams in that sort of CCT circuit. It's just that the big moments, the Shanghai RMR, the qualification events, the fact that they even had to go through the latter stages of the European MRQ, beating Astralis in a crazy back and forth game off the back of an Alex 666 clutch. Like all of those moments, finally the weight is lifted off of their shoulders and they can play the CS that we know they can.
And who knows what they can do now that they get a little bit of confidence beneath them as well. Like every team that's on the rise, there's like a win that like flips a switch that gets them to a new level. And I mean, maybe qualifying to stage 2 is theirs. So we'll have to see what they do in a couple days when after they get a chill.
Now the much harder fights begin for them. But Moses, guess what? We're going to your favorite part.
Heck yeah.
The depressing parts where you get to see Metizport look sad as the all Swedish lineup.
Why do you like this, Moses?
I know.
Why do you enjoy this? I thought you were a nice guy.
No, I'm sick and twisted, bro. No, I mean, I just look. Like is a strong word, but
like is a strong word. Okay, I beg to differ, but okay.
no, the emotion of like the moment, like the emotion of the loss. Like I mean, there's something romantic, I guess, about the devastation when you see, like, because we know too, like with all we've seen these players around the world at different events, the sacrifices they have to make. So when you see how much it means to them in these losses, I think it really gives you an appreciation for how much effort and how much time and how many sacrifices they've had to make to accomplish this goal of getting here. So a lot of these teams we've already talked about, and contextually probably didn't have a whole lot of hope of going super deep into the major, new rosters, roster changes, whatever it might be, a team that's not really ready. But celebrating that they're here is great. and I just enjoy seeing I enjoy seeing the devastation just because it is like a sign that they just care. They just love it. They just want it so bad.
Yeah. I mean, Isaac looked kind of happy, weirdly, after
Did I style that out? Did I stick the landing? All right, great.
At the end of that, you really saved it, Moses. You've got experience in this. And you know what? You specifically requested this. He wanted to see Fluxo's losing moment, even though we just saw it again.
That's so not true. But actually, now that you say it, I do.
That was actually
rock and roll.
No. After that heartfelt interview that you had with Art, I don't really want to see any of these players suffer in this kind of fashion. I know the reaction shots are where the blood, sweat, and tears are what these players give to the game every single day as they prepare for moments like this. But unfortunately for Fluxo, not quite enough. I think the players that are more in terms of less experience, the rookies here, are taking this in stride. But to see Art really despondent in the fashion that he was at the end shows that he is a competitor through and through.
He is.
And I mean, and now you have to tap into that competitive nature, because now you got to go talk to the boys and come up with a new plan and see where things went wrong here and come up with solutions to all the problems. It's not a fun job.
Not fun, certainly not easy as well, but we get to now keep moving on to seeing what our matchups will be tomorrow, as more chances to qualify, more heartbreak to be had as well, and look what we've got. So you can already see all the ones we've talked about, who's gone 3-0, who's gone 0-3. Interestingly, let's start looking at that 2-1 bracket. OG going up against NRG. Now, NRG did well against Complexity, but that's a big scalp to go up against.
Nikodas is a big scalp to take. Okay, without he's been performing at this
Just
one.
Nikodas.
Yeah, the juggernaut on the other side of things. NRG finding themselves in a position that I don't think many people pin them in. I think most of the experts online didn't include them. I was close to putting them as 0-3, but I'm glad that Daps bullied me out of that decision.
Yeah, I didn't actually even put them going through either. I wasn't really sure what to. They're another one of those teams where it's like, I've liked watching your rise within the North American region, but I'm not really ready to like kind of stake a claim against the.
You're not jumping on that one with the flag in hand.
No, but like, I mean, you got to say 2-1 right now. Give me a good game against OG, and then we can start talking about some belief. We can start talking about that bias that we like to meet us halfway, baby. We'll get there with you.
I'll quickly go down the rest of the matches, and then we can get into some more detail on it. So after that, we've got Bait taking on Wildcard. Wildcard obviously putting up a good fight against Bait line.
That would be BetBoom.
BetBoom, sorry, thank you very much.
I did it yesterday.
You've done it for me now. This is great. And then we got FlyQuest going up against Namiga. Then going on to the 1-2 side of things, Complexity taking on TYLOO.
Is that Lin or TYLOO?
No, that's TYLOO.
Oh, TYLOO.
We are so blind.
No, it's just the monitor's small. Okay, I'm not. Oh my god.
The Swiss bracket graphic. There's a lot
Can we
of
zoom
things.
in on the dot?
There's a lot of things on this.
And then
I'm wearing my glasses.
Then we've got Imperial versus Legacy, and then we've got Chinggis going up against Lin Vision, a inter-Asia matchup on that one. There we go. We don't have to look at that screen anymore. That's fine. The hard part is over. Can't see anything. It is greatly difficult on that. What is quite interesting there, though, is FlyQuest going up against Namiga. That's a very good game for FlyQuest.
Oh,
they already took down BetBoom. This Namiga lineup, I don't think, is ready for a best of 3 against FlyQuest, who've been performing like we've seen.
Nedic will humble Risky Bob. You heard it here first.
I don't know. Risky Bob had that MP9 round the other day. That MP9's fierce. At least for the one round.
No, Nedic's better. Nedic clears.
Nedic does clear.
Ints will humble Lear.
Yeah, it'd be a great win for FlyQuest. I think on some level, I think everyone in the world roots for like those underdog regions, like wanting to see a good Australian team, wanting to see a Chinese, like no matter what, like who they're playing against, you're kind of like, it'd be great to see these guys have a good win. That'd be great.
All right, well, guys, we're done for the day. We've got to the end of it all. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you've been enjoying the major so far. There's still plenty more action to come, more heartbreak, more success and cheers. We'll have to see who gets that heartbreak and who's going to be cheering tomorrow.
It's stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and that means we've got a whole lot of major rookies. So let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, My Name Is.
Hello, my name is Kamisu.
Hello, my name is Spook. How would you define yourself as a player?
Quite versatile, I'd say. High energy, but also calm. Surprising. Just surprising player all around. I'm young, a little bit talented, spend lots of time more than normal people, I guess.
Now, when did you start playing Counter-Strike?
2017.
I started playing CSGO in 2015.
Oh, 2007.
I didn't take it seriously until like 2018, but before that, I was playing casually, you know, when I was like 7 years old probably.
2016. I first started playing when I started first time I played I was 7 years old.
And where does your nickname come from?
Sue, like SUE, is from like a museum in Chicago. It's like the biggest T-Rex fossil you can find on the planet. It's called Sue. Also, my last name is Sue, like SU, so I just went by like call me Sue.
Oh, my nick is just my name.
Fair enough.
It's quite a long story. Back when I played Dota 2, there was a streamer called Admiral Bulldog, and then I made my name Admiral Kitten, and then somehow I just flipped the kitten backwards and just kept it. Thought Nedic was cool.
It was like my father's idea. It wasn't mine.
It came from Xbox when I was looking for a 4-letter gamer tag, and I just started searching up some, and that's the one I found.
It actually comes from a League of Legends skin, Spooky Gangplank, it's called.
What's the first thing you ever won?
I think I've only won one LAN. It was like Philadelphia, Kansas City, a couple months ago, or a few months ago. I haven't really won anything, to be honest. Philadelphia.
The first tournament was probably King of Nordic, I think.
ESCA IN division. I won the final.
As a major rookie here, what's your experience? How are you feeling the event?
I was feeling pretty good before the match, but now after the first match, feeling even better, and we're stepping up a lot from how we played in Dallas, so I'm happy about that.
The path was very easy for me. I thought it would be a lot harder, but I've only been practicing with the team like 2 months, and then we made major. I don't really care what I play, I just play Counter-Strike, which I want, so...
It's been pretty good so far. I just treat it as another event. I try not to overthink it or put extra pressure on myself.
So far so good. We're 2 up now, 2-1 up, so yeah, I feel good. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, you're welcome.
Nice, thank you.
Yep, that was good.